Okay, I'm back. That was bloody annoying, that though. I had to pause for about 10 minutes there. And luckily this timer kind of like I can pause it as well, so I don't have to mess around with tags and things like that. But I'll just have to go back and get my. It's still on the 5th hour, but that's really annoying. It's another example of just YouTube just being user unfriendly and making things difficult. Zephyr Conference is a great episode again, Ben. Thanks, Zephyr. And that's 50 years on. Shill Stomper says sure was. And CNC machining is fun. Says stupid lying flatards and science haters. Oh, Jeremy, hang on. Let me just pause for a moment. I've got to get my fan out. I've got a fan because it's getting hot in here. Actually, I don't know if you can see I'm sweating slightly. It's getting hot in my room. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Okay, there we are. It's 1st of November and it's actually hot in my room. Stupid lying flatards and science haters. Right. Obviously CNC machining is fun. You need to actually watch the video, which you haven't done, because if you'd watched the video you would know that we specifically speak out against flat earth issues. This was, if you remember the earlier one, there was an earlier one where this issue actually came up. None of us in this video were flat earth believers. Okay, so calling stupid lying flat earthers and science haters is just a silly insult that means nothing. Right, same video. Jack Jerry Hattrick says. Alright, here we go. I missed the opportunity to post this at the time of your comments reply. Hang on, where is it? Okay. I missed the opportunity to post this at the time of your comments reply video, which featured comments from your Apollo 11 live stream. During the Apollo 11 live stream you say Apollo 7 was a disaster. Yeah, okay. Okay, we got this wrong about Apollo 7. It was a different one. Which one was it? It was the one where Marcus Allen was talking about this, where this rocket failed, and it was months before Apollo 8. Only a couple of months before Apollo 8. We did a special interview about Apollo 8, Marcus and I, in last year, just at Christmas last year, the 50th anniversary. And here we go, where we are. So Apollo 7 blazing success. Watching this video, you're misleading viewers by claiming the mission before Apollo 8-7 was a major failure. Oh, well, which one was it then? Which one was it? The crew, the rocket didn't fail and the crew were not killed. In relation to the sound being heard from a thrown object hitting the LEM was mic'd. It had a cabin recorder that was not powered down. It was the relay from the suit circuit. The suits used a daisy-chained VHS circuit, which was picked up by the VHS antennas on the LEM and up-converted to the S-band to Earth, outside the range of the LEM. The LRV played the role of VHF USB relay. Okay. Well, appreciate the information, Mr. Jerry Hattrick. However, there's a second reply. I know it's only a little one, so I'm not going to bother with it. I appreciate the information about things being thrown at the LEM, but you know, you've addressed 2 points we made in this video. Please feel free to address the others. The Trooper says on Apollo 50, good video, Ben. Thanks, Trooper. Okay. The Big Scottish Midge says here, I think I'll have to come back to Jerry Hattrick actually, but I'm not going to do it now because he's left a second reply, but I'll do it later. The Big Scottish Midge says on Apollo 50, they filmed it in an old warehouse in Grimsby, I heard. The local spa had to order in more tin foil to cope with the buying demands of suspicious American men. Sin during the day. Oh, bloody heck. What have I done here? Oh, shite. I'm sorry I'm messing up completely here. Right. It's alright, I'm going to try and... The reason I stopped it last time is because I scrolled down, it just froze while I was scrolling. The scrolling froze. Hopefully that won't happen this time. I got down there eventually on the third try. It's... Anyway, yeah, I'll just get back to it. So I don't want to stop the thing again. I mean, I'm not the only one who finds YouTube a bloody pain in the buttocks, am I? I mean... What was wrong? Why change something that works perfectly? There's so many things in this world that need changing, things which don't work, and everyone just leaves them alone. Yet the effort they put into changing things which don't need fixing is incredible. They put this effort into fiddling, just fiddling for the sake of it. It's like stopping Google Hangouts. It's just without any replacement. It's just there's no need for it. They just thought, oh, we'll just do it. Oh, here we are. Right. Okay, it was filmed in an old warehouse. You've been watching. Oh, what was that film called? Operation. Not Capricorn 1. It's a new one, a sort of found video film. Yeah. I heard the local Sparta ordered more tinfoil to cope with the buying demands of suspicious American men seen days roaming the area prior to the televised event. Honest, David Smith says, they left the window open though, that's why the flag looks like it's moving. Yet they tell us no wind on the moon. There was a hothouse in those suits, so the windows just had to be opened. Well, the funny thing about the flag, David, the flag, if you look at it, it actually only moves. There's only, I think, there's 2 occasions where it does not move, where it moves when it shouldn't. Now, obviously, the times people usually refer to with the flag blowing, it's actually not blowing; it's being moved about by hand. So that's something the Apollo believers get right. However, there are a couple of occasions where it does move, and they went to a lot of effort. They obviously went to a lot of effort to make sure it didn't move, but it does a couple of times. And a couple of researchers have pointed that out. So it must have been hot in the suits. Yeah, I mean, well, the heat in the suits is something we refer to in the Apollo 50 video about how do they stay cool, things like that. Nothing is as it seems, says Velikovsky had a brilliant alternative theory to Venus. He did, yeah. Furthermore, the Thunderbolts project gave the formation of the stars and planets as not accretion disks, but as a birthing process. Yeah, that was interesting, and about how this actually explains an anomaly that people have discovered about Venus since Velikovsky wrote his book. I mean, when he wrote his book, no one knew what Venus was like. No one had any idea. But they've actually gone there and sent spacecraft there, and they found out that the surface is kind of like injection molded. It's almost like created in a single phase, unlike the Earth, which has like tectonic plates and things like that. And this is a big mystery. And whether Velikovsky is right or wrong, his theory would explain that. I don't believe, because Apollo brought moon rock samples that were of a quite similar chemical makeup to that of the Earth's, and the moon was a chunk taken from the Earth's in world colliding scenario. That's the giant impact theory, yeah. What is more likely is once 2 bodies get close to a cosmic thunderbolt arises. Yeah, the electric bolts and that, the craters can be explained that way. I heard about that. Imagine static cling on a macro scale. The cosmic lightning gave us the huge canyons on Mars, and the electoral scarring cratering on the moon as well. Yeah, the gravity we feel here cannot be extrapolated out. It's at the end of the Newtonian physics that we behave like iron filings reacting to a magnetic or magnetosphere. Well, that's interesting, Nothing. Thanks for the information. To be honest, I mean, that sounds rather like Wolf Thornhill and his ideas. Jerry Hattrick. Ah, right, here we go. Right, let's have a look. Jerry Hattrick says, let me ask you this, Ben. NASA had some top geologists in the world, so why would they send a rocket scientist, von Braun, to Antarctica to collect rocks? The answer is you're looking for is they didn't. It's BS. No, it's not. Von Braun, I think, actually, it wasn't NASA who sent him. I think it was the German Antarctic expedition. I'll look up, but he went there, definitely. Can you imagine the management meeting at NASA? We're going to fake the landing, so we need some fake moon rocks. Hang on, I never. Hang on, okay. No, I don't. Hang on, I never said that von Braun specifically. Did I say von Braun specifically went to Antarctica to collect rocks for use in the fake moon landings? I don't remember saying that. Did I say that? I know he went to Antarctica. I wish I could remember the details of these things. Watch my video, Jack of the Antarctic. We're going to need to fake some moon rocks. Okay, well, why don't we send someone out for some meteorites? I heard Antarctica was good for finding those. The first meteorite from the moon was discovered in 1982. Where did you hear that? One of our geologists. Okay, so should we send him to. So who should we send to look for the meteorites? One of our geologists. No, I have a better idea. How about Werner von Braun? All right, I get your point now. I get your point, Jack Hattrick. Werner von Braun took a personal vacation to Antarctica in 1967. While there, he studied how people survive in such a hostile environment, hoping it would give him an insight on how to build his dream, a base on the moon. Well, that's it. That's probably the bit I was thinking of. I couldn't remember the details. But, so he did go there. Alright, you made your point here. I mean, we do address the moon rock business in the video, and then we make other points which you can reply to if you want. But I don't have an answer for this right now, Jerry. Sorry, not Jack Hattrick, Jerry Hattrick. Realness says on the secrets of Newbury. It's a new video here. Well, it's actually an old one, but it's the first comment on this one I've had. This was a great video. I learned some new things, especially about the Mary line. Hey, thanks. Well, thanks very much, Realness. Much appreciated. Graffiti in Oxford. This is a 4 reply. I'm not going to make the same reply there. Ben, mate, just a query. Do you ever get anxious about the world now, Britain now, or mass immigration now, or a little worried? You don't look the sort to fret too much, but I just thought I'd query it. God bless, mate. Ravenhill, The Myth, 1968. That's in Graffiti in Oxford. Yes, I do. I do get anxious and worried about those things, and a lot of other things as well. And I talk about this in some of my videos, not this one in particular, but you'll see that some of them I do. And Maria says, he is in a very subtle way. Neptune turns Raven, Sword Slayer, 1968. Ben is so chilled, he's Arctic. Maria says, very true. Steve071. Ben is generally optimistic, but check out his upload, Is There Any Hope? Hey, thanks, Steve. Yeah, I was actually just going to refer to that. So thanks for doing it for me. Much appreciated. Okay, Neptune Returns says in Graffiti in Oxford. Would you consider the Oxford graffiti to be very high quality art, but unfortunately a lot of the tagging by kids is public litter? Damien Hirst is not an artist, he's a piss taker. Yeah, literally. He's the one who fills tanks with urine and puts crucifixes in them and stuff like that. They say that in 100 years' time his works will have no value. He's just a scumbag who sucks gold somehow. Probably a setup. Well, you know, the thing is, I hope not, Neptune. I hope in 100 years' time. Well, obviously his works won't last that long because most of them will go rotten. But yeah, I mean, the problem is he's in a sense responding to market forces. There are people willing to pay money for meaningless objects that someone says is art, and so someone will come along and says, "Okay, here you can have one. Pay me." It's going to happen, isn't it? Neptune says, back in the day I used to do graffiti. I remember very well me and Footy, I think that's his dog, going to the local park at night and painting on, oh no, one maybe his friend. Sorry, I thought your dog was called Footy. I mean, you mentioned, alright. Painting on a shelter, a giant giraffe pissing, and the words, Jesus was the first punk. The shelter was demolished a few months later, but I do have a photo as evidence. Graffiti can be good, but it can be bad too. Yes, there's some pretty awful graffiti, especially in toilets. But you know, funny enough, that some of the walls that I filmed in that particular video have now been painted over, and there's new graffiti appearing on them. Some of it's half made because it's going to be quite complicated when it's done. But when I do, I'll get my camera out and film those too. I'm glad I captured the ones I did before they all vanished. Bojo Revolution Odds and Sods says, in Greece, if you get locked up for the weekend, you get a handful of nuts if you ask for food. Here in the UK, they have offered me a chippy munch, Chinese, good behaviour, or microwave meal most times. That's true, Odds. They did me as well. And that's what they offered me. I was quite pleased. Nancy Elliott says on Apollo 50, some folks think the moon hoax gives the corruption so rampant in the world, where a Don Trump can be depicted as an outsider, a rebel and a defier of convention, etc. The hoax, well, Trump is those things, Nancy. The hoax is a victimless crime and Santa Claus in space. But the fact is vast evil needs of the moon hoax to persist, racism being just one aspect fed by it. What's racism got to do with the moon hoax? Oh, what's it? The most tedious result of the moon hoax, though, is the mind-boggling inability of responsible officialdom to do something about climate change. The daily infusion of 200 million tons of carbon into the world's 12-mile thick mile atmosphere. Your kids are being murdered effectively, and the man knows it. But Donald Trump is POTUS. Rubbish, Rush Limbaugh humbug could easily be POTUS in 10 years hence. Oh my God, Nancy, I have a different view on this. I think the threat is in the other direction. This daily infusion of carbon dioxide is not affecting the climate. Trump is right about that. He's wrong about it being a Chinese conspiracy. It's not a Chinese conspiracy, but it is a conspiracy because it's a solution to a problem, and the solution happens to be an enormous amount of authoritarianism and globalization, internationalism. Now, this problem has emerged with this solution at the very moment that the trend in modern geopolitics is towards those very things. And people like David Bellamy, who talk out against it, are called names. That is what I think is really going on here. And I don't really understand the rest of your comments, so I've got to apologise there. Ironman Spartan says, great video, Ben. I live in Oxford. Great city. Do you, Ironman? Oh, right. Well, please do come to Dreaming Saucers. Do come to Dreaming. It was nice to meet you one day. What pub do you hang out in? Irrepressible Plot Design says, brilliant artwork in Graffiti in Oxford. Yes, it is, isn't it? I was really impressed by some of it. I wanted to capture it because I know it doesn't last long, and indeed some of it has already been obliterated since I made this video. Steve071 says, on the job centre here in Peterlee, someone had sprayed Google legal name fraud. I wonder how many actually did. That's political agitation is a good purpose of graffiti, you know. Yeah, and you could do something like that. I've seen lookup.org on the road signs near London going in on the coach. That's of course a chemtrail awareness website, and even davidike.com I've seen. Yeah. Steve071 says in Graffiti in Oxford, when these graffiti artists clearly have the ability to draw, then it can be very good. But a lot of graffiti I see is Cox and blank was here bullshit. Yeah, I know, Steve. I know. There is some really bad graffiti too, just obscenities and nonsense. But you know, these people could do if they learned to paint on canvas instead of walls. I'm sure they could be very successful. Is it cool to be anti-Ike? This is an old video. RealMan35 says, you're a fucking fat, confusing, boring and bigoted bastard. Go for a run. Why should I? Why should I do what you tell me to, you skinny, anorexic, stupid, hairy bastard? I mean, obviously, man, if your hair is so thick it must weigh you down. And when you walk along the road you have to hold your hands out like this because you don't fall down drains because you're so damn anorexic. Whenever you bend over, your arse looks like two razor blades with a polo mint between them. You tell me to go for a run, you go out and get a decent meal, skinny git. Joel W says on Ramona's in Parliament livestream, part 1. Oh, right, yeah. Was this right? There are no... Why was there part 1 and part 2? I can't remember. That's odd. Did I don't remember giving it different names. Alright, excuse me. Joel W says, there are no good reporters at the BBC or NBC, CBS, NBC, CEC, NPR, PBS or any media channel who owns them. Get off YouTube, idiot. Oh, you get off. I'm not getting off YouTube. You wanted to watch my video. There are a few, and especially in the post-2016 world, that are allowed to do what they are for and do what they're supposed to do. And indeed, in the post-2016 world, it's more difficult to stop them. So if you don't want, I'm not getting off YouTube. You stop watching my videos if you like. Commander Keynes says on Amash Conference 2012, part 113, opening titles. What are we looking for here? I don't know what you mean. Maybe do you mean the whole video? Watch the rest of it. It's a very old video, you know. It's a really old video, Commander. I don't know. I just filmed something. I don't know what it was. But please do watch the rest of the video. Be very, very grateful. Diego Rivera says on Graffiti in Oxford, my channel got deleted thanks to Zionist censorship. I'm sorry to hear that, because I remember I think we discussed this on a previous live stream. I'm sorry to hear that happened. I really am. Williamism. Oh, Williamism. Hello. On Helen Duncan, the most dangerous psychic in the world. More of a physical medium and Scottish as well. Yes. Well, some people objected to the word psychic, and it's not specifically correct, but it fits well with the title. And yes, she was a physical Scottish medium. That's right. And Williamism also says happens every day in the most innocuous places. What's that? Is that mediumship? It's more common than most people think. I think Williamism, definitely. The current war film. Someone has written something here in Russian. It looks like Russian. I'm just going to use Google Translate to try and sort it out. Right, detect language. Russian detected. Well, you and Podor. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. What's Podor? I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I'm completely baffled by what that means. Let me just tag again. If could you use translate, man? Can you do that? Because you see, you can do that. I have to translate every single comment in a foreign language. So, yeah. So I don't get you. I don't get you at all. Ed Wheeler says City of Masons, referring to Milton Keynes. Yeah, it's that's the secret of Milton Keynes Part 2. Interesting, that, wasn't it? Yeah. UFO Truth Magazine Conference 2019. You could be the British Cuban P-Anon. P-Anon. Oh, well, if I was, I wouldn't tell you, but I might be. You never know. I might be. And hopefully it'll all come out one day. You know, I have my plan to save the world. Diego Rivera says Zionist puppet Trump wants to bomb Iran. Zionist censorship at the internet record levels. The second part of your comment I agree with. There's the censorship, Zionist or otherwise. I mean, Zionist is just one part of the New World Order. But the Trump thing is we've been through that. I think we've discussed the Trump thing, and there'll hopefully be others. Excuse me. More information on this subject soon about what's going to happen with Iran. Gary Robinson, UFO Truth Magazine Conference. Hey Ben, I'm a bit out of touch with your videos as I've been busy moving back to the UK, but I just wanted to ask, why were you in a police cell, mate? Cheers. Oh right, well Gary, you just watched my video, the Brexit protest to the Bojo Revolution, and I talk all about it in there. This is UFO Truth Magazine 2019. Steve071 quotes me. Captain Zartog says, you've got the wrong guy. Get the t-shirts printed. That's good. That's my joke about Adamski. You know, the George Adamski, and the guy who died, Zygmunt Adamski. Fairy Trish says on UFO Truth Mag, Ben, we really enjoyed this video. We had to watch all of it in one sitting. Oh, thank you, Fairy Trish, you and whoever else you're watching it with. Thank you, both of you, and I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Thank you. Orwell's 1984 70th anniversary live stream. This is Dag Jab, who says, everywhere you go these days, especially in Britain, that has that 1984 oppressive vibe about the place, as if you're under constant monitoring and suspension. Yeah, I know what you mean. And suspicion, sorry, not helped, of course, by the insane amount of surveillance cameras, both private and individually owned by small businesses and the public. Yeah, I mean, it's at least the state don't have a complete monopoly on that, but we do live in a low trust society as a result of a lot of this, DAG. Protecting, there we go, companies and businesses, and now the average homeowner have jumped on the CCTV bandwagon as a way of protecting their property from what is basically nothing but paranoia, likely caused by paranoia in the media regarding crime and terrorism. Now increasingly I'm seeing more and more houses with home CCTV systems. Yeah, I do too. we've come a long way these days from when you could leave your front door open and no one would be bothered. Now your own home has been made into Fort Knox. People have been brainwashed not to trust anyone anymore, even their neighbours. Then we have been heightened a sense of security, or the need for security, high-vis jacket security everywhere. You can't go to the local fun fair without being some kind of official personnel keeping their eyes on everyone. Certain places being made off limits when it was okay to go there before. So many things like this I notice every passing day. Yeah, and the problem with neighbours, I think, because we are atomised now and we don't have families, friendships are broken down, pubs have shut, things like that. We can't really socialise, Dag, and that's got a lot to do with it. I saw Gareth Davis's AlienCon video. I can't believe he had to go through the airport style security. No way would I go through all that. I refuse to go abroad now because of all the body scanners procedure, much to the annoyance of my girlfriend. I care about my privacy more than some bloody holiday. Wait until these things are everywhere, where you have to go through all that just to shop at the local supermarket. Please don't tell me, Ben, that you have to go through this intrusive security nonsense to see a David Icke talk. I think David Icke would not be happy about that. Unfortunately, Dag, in the Wembley Arena you do. And I'm sure it's not David's decision, it's simply the venue's rules. But you did. I mean, there was all kinds of... I had to be hand searched and everything to go in there. That was a shame, yeah. But I know exactly what you mean. Society has changed, and it's Orwellian, but I mean, the surveillance camera culture is almost a result rather than a cause, an effect rather than a cause of that. Jack Parker says on UFO Truth magazine, so many sites with 3 or 4 hour long videos, yet here I am listening to this, whatever it is, video. It would be impossible to listen to all of them, I guess. All I have to say beyond this is blah 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 blah. Hopefully that explains it. Now back to the video. Alright. Hey Jack, I hope you don't get bored with it. I mean, I do try to avoid... I don't just make films that include scenes about anything. I include scenes which are a matter of interest to viewers like yourself, which is what I hope to achieve with this. I do. But yeah, I mean, I can't really make these any shorter, I think, because there's too much good material there, so I couldn't really make it any shorter. Crafty Yamada Taro says on UFO Truth, thank you, Ben. Enjoyed it very much. Stop the New World Order. Thank you, Vanada. Stop the New World Order. Yes, thank you, Yamada. Much appreciated. Crafty Nihilist. Hi, Crafty Nihilist. Hi, Ben. Really good to meet you at last. Yeah, that's the first time we met. We've met a lot since then, but just watched the entire video, and to be honest, we were blown away, mostly by the Jonathan Ross impression. Even better than Professor Brian Koch. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was... I enjoyed doing that. That was fun. Have you seen the... Well, I haven't seen it yet. Apollo 11's Apollo Detectives 50 Years on the Moon. Shill Stompers says, good show, Ben. We have a special surprise planned for NASA and their fan club in another week or so. Art Scott or Marcus or David about it. It is going to either confirm what we know about the Apollo photos or it will not. In any case, I don't want to give it away here. Cheers, Bob. Hey, thanks, Bob. Shill Stompers. I know you did the video, didn't you? The music that I know that Scott's been using. The music I played it in my. I know. I asked and Scott said it'd be alright to play it, and I credited you with it. But yeah, I mean, what was that exactly? I think Scott did write to me about that. I'm sorry about that if I didn't pick up on that. Sooner, closer to the time. Apollo Detectives 50 Years says, Shill Slayer Sue says, good show, Ben. We have right, same thing. Yep, it's the same thing about the Apollo photos. What was it exactly? Did you do? Let's have a look at your channel. All right. Yep. Oh, good. The Apollo Detective straight to the point. Oh, you've done some. Oh, you've done some replies. Oh, I'll have to look at those. I'll leave that open. I'll leave that page open. But thanks, guys. Thanks, and Shill Stompers too. Right. All right. Right. I will have to I'll look at your replies to that. John Nolan says on UFO Truth, you do a good Jonathan Ross, Ben. Yeah, that's right. Jonathan Wash. Welcome to Films Today. Apollo Detectives. Expat Taffy. Yeah, oh, I'm an expat Taffy too. Hey Ben, meet my partner Shill Stompers and Shill Slayers. Thanks Taffy. Thanks Taffy. Where are you expat to? I'm expat to England. Yeah, I'll look at your channel too. Oh, loads of stuff on here. Loads of stuff on the moon. Great. Fake Celine, expat Taffy's channel. Oh, right. I have to check those out. And UFO Truth Rake says on UFO Truth magazine, oh dear, another video proving to us how much you don't know. Oh. Well, you know, you don't have to watch it, do you? You chose to watch it, obviously. Videos from the underground. Right. Earth is like movie Planet of the Apes. This is on UFO Truth magazine. A superior ape doesn't like the beliefs of a subordinate, even though he himself believes in a god, an ape who created him in his likeness. Oh right, the god thing. Yeah, that was a weird film. So the subordinate must comply with the beliefs of his superiors on and off the job, because the superior, though an ape, is indeed superior in rank and therefore beliefs as well. Even though it is a false god, the dogma says. How much time we got left? 2 minutes. Okay. Made everyone look like the superior being, an ape. So suffer the consequence of being different and your actions off the job. You are challenging the sacred cows of your superiors. True diversity is not allowed. Compliance in mind and action is mandatory because your superiors have power of the personal authority of their false god to back them up. No more job for you because you made your superiors uncomfortable. Yeah, that's happened. Because your very presence challenges their beliefs. To fit in, you have to accept the lie that everyone has to believe in order to be allowed on the team. Accept the lie or accept the consequences. That's interesting, yeah. I mean, that's a very poetic way to put it, videos, but I get the point you mean, I think. Yeah, the Planet of the Apes, I remember they worship first. Oh, I've only ever watched a couple of them. I didn't like them very much, actually, as films. But there's some interesting elements to them. Definitely. Odds and Sods says in UFO Truth magazine. Right. There's a great bookshop in Holmfirth. Me and my girlfriend always go there. I think it's called Daisy Lane Books, and they're in an alley behind Age UK. And Crafty Niley says, well, yeah, we saw it. It's really nice. Oh, right, I didn't go in there, unfortunately, but odds and sods. If you live in the local area, come along to the conference. It's really worth doing, you know. It's definitely worth doing. Okay. Videos from the underground. This is on UFO Truth magazine again. There is a group mind, and the religionists are taking full advantage of its nature by predicting the end of the world and catastrophe. By doing this, they create a thought form in a level just above our physical reality. Yeah, I mean, yeah. When more and more people start affirming the thought form, it gets stronger. It remains so until, at last, people stop feeding the thought form. Then it reduces in size and influence, and people can be done with it. Anyone who's been in military service knows that the human mind can be controlled through conditioning, and these thought forms work on our animal nature to control us through our biological computer, the brain, which has built-in weaknesses. You know, yeah, that's up. Here we go. That's time for another change of tag. Well, you know, yeah, that's interesting. That's about psychological warfare, basically. It's an issue of psychological warfare. Their videos. Yeah, it's in a sense. Once you have if enough people have an image in their mind, then it, you know, they know that thoughts create reality, etc., etc. The stuff from The Secret and What the Bleep Do We Know. So in a sense, you can create a self-fulfilling prophecy by making people believe a certain thing. Is that the point you're saying? Because that's true. It's like a tulpa. It almost like emerges out of thought. And indeed, in military service, you know, that's something. Well, I've done military training, and it's completely and utterly. You know, you do as you're told. You become a kind of robot, basically, and you're completely hothoused. You're kept isolated from the rest of the world. You're made to wear different clothes, use different language, things like that. So yeah. So if people who understand that psychology have a terrible weapon which they can issue against people. Okay. Anyway, Neptune Returns says, why did the hedgehog cross the road? This is on UFO Truth magazine. Why did the hedgehog cross the road? To see his flatmate. Oh, God. Oh, dear. Hey, Neptune, I miss you on the live streams, mate. I mean, is the dog walking an issue? If so, I'm very sorry about that. Anyway, time for another break, and then we'll... Oh, I think I have to have a little lie down. I'm getting tired. As I said, I'm not going to rush through this. So, see you shortly. Okay, I'm back. Had a little bit of a break there. So, UFO Truth Magazine Conference 2019. Snarnock. Hi, Snarnock. How are you? Says, great video as usual, Ben. Thanks, Snarnock. Do you know why Gary stopped doing the Southern conferences? I would have gone if he'd continued with them. I'm not sure exactly, Snarnock. I know Gary is kind of changing his remit when it comes to the conferences, and I'm not exactly sure exactly what the difference is going to be. I mean, I like the Southern conferences too. They were very successful, so it's a bit of a strange one. That I'm not sure. He was, yeah, they were really good. I thought he really did a good job with them. Yeah, it'd be a shame if they they've ended. Snarnock also says, what's the story behind the watch in Daryl Sims' artifact collection? Oh yeah, he did tell me at one point. Oh, I can't remember. What did he say? I'm sorry, Snarnock, I can't remember exactly what that was about. Yeah, really was an odd, really odd thing. Edwardian Lady. Hi, Edwardian Lady. And this was, it said, how great to see Claire. Really enjoyable video, Ben. Thanks, Edwardian Lady. Glad you liked it. Claire and I, yes, Claire came along and I got to meet her and speak to her, as you saw. And yeah, so it's nice to meet up with an internet friend, people you know on the internet very well, and it's nice to, it sort of confirms that they exist, you know, which is really, really a good thing. Expat Taffy says, come to think of it, why no graffiti on the moon? Well, maybe there is, Expat, because I don't know if you saw, I don't know if you've seen the various videos about artifacts on the moon. That could be counted as some kind of graffiti, couldn't it? There are strange artifacts that have been found there. Excuse me. Weird things. I think that's a form of graffiti, isn't it? It's weird objects, unusual structures. Yeah, but I just found out that Wales have lost the third place playoff, which is a great shame. Oh dear. Yeah, that's in the World Cup. So yeah. Gypsy Rose says to Cancer Cures, reply to Secret Sources. Gypsy Rose says, I'm inoculated. Right, what against, Gypsy? Anything particular? UFO Truth Magazine Conference 2019. Limespec says, good stuff, Benj. They are always my favourite vids of yours, your roving reportage. Oh, thanks, Limespecs. Glad you like it. I enjoyed those too. I'm actually going to be going to the Lapis conference next weekend, so I'll be doing my usual, taking my trusty HPANWO TV camera with me. So it should be really, really pretty good. Nothing as it seems says, I think you ought not to say the foxy lady you just met. If you are somebody who's always agreeing with me, the challenge would be over. Your chances are getting laid has just fallen from 0 to 0.003. What was that? What did I say that? The foxy lady. Who's that then? Nothing. You ought not to say the foxy lady. Well, I must have just met a foxy lady, and I just said that. I mean, presumably she's not watching this video. I don't know what you mean there. Secrets of Milton Keynes Part 1. Ed Wilco says, it's the pub landlord, Al Murray. Oh yeah, I do look a bit like him, I said. Come to the Great Linford Inn, MK, next time. Mega old thatched cottage dates back to the 12th century. Oh right, Ed. Not heard of that, no thanks. Secrets of Milton Keynes Part 2. Ed also says, watch this buddy. And there's a kind of a link. Let me just click it, see what happens. MK Underground, the film.
nothing but concrete cows.
Roman Britain.
Oh, right.
The site at that time.
Oh, right. Here's MK Arts for Health. Oh, right. So it's in Milton Keynes history. Well, thanks very much. Thank you very much, Ed Wilco. I will check that out. Lying Specs also says on UFO Truth magazine, wow, I just went and had a look at that Nick Pope Facebook post and some of the replies, in particular this Sasha person who's spamming it with all sorts of pictures and stuff. What's their obsession with this in particular? Oh, Lime Specs. You could watch the video I did with Larry in 2017 when I went to Rendlesham Forest with him. It's a long story, but it's to do with Larry Warren. Basically, that they hate him. Well, Sasha hates him and has made up lies about him. Yeah, it's so that's the basics of it. It's a grim subject where there's more in that video, Larry Warren and Rendlesham Forest, but also, of course, a lot of it's online. BZ Garson says, Storm Area 51 live stream. BZ Garson says, a massive 77 people turn up, 1 arrest for public urination. Say no more. All right. Well, I'm glad at least there was no shootings and no one got killed. I'm glad of that. I have actually indeed seen the news stories after it happened and looked into it, and it went pretty well actually. It'll probably become an annual event. So that should be fun. It's just like a festival, Like I said to Steve Bassett, on the video, it raises awareness. Jack Parker says it's like a formula of logic. This is on Storm Area 51 too. If it has been secret, it can be again. Without Bob Lazar, where would we be now in regards to Area 51? They could just move everything. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, Bob Lazar put Area 51 on the map, quite literally in this case. This is why it can't possibly be disinformation. They can move everything. Could they move it with what we believe to be our current technology? Yeah, I mean, they could put it on the backs of lorries, Jack. I mean, if they wanted to move the stuff that's there, or put it fly up with helicopters. Anyone needing to peek at Area 51 has myopic insanity. We've already seen enough. What is there to look for? Nothing but a bunch of shallow-minded fools are thinking on this level. So anyone needed to peek? Not really. I mean, I'm curious about what goes on in there, and I don't think that's myopic insanity, Jack. I mean, that's how we've not seen enough. There's a lot more to look for. And it's not shallow-minded fools thinking on that level. I mean, if they want to do something productive on this scale, they need to put their minds together and channel what they want to look up and see. Okay, I see what you mean. It's actually not shallow-minded fools. They're just having a bit of fun, but there are more productive ways of doing it, and what's more safer ways too, which don't involve risk getting shot by the camo dudes. They don't know enough about the trivia to realise that's how we talk to them with our biological mind's eye. They need to learn how to process logic first. Right, I'm not sure I know what you mean by that. How we... Yeah, I don't understand that bit, Jack, sorry. Same video, Jack Parker also says, if the massacre began, realise what the aliens can do, especially in the light of the paradoxical event, they would simply appear. They appear outside nuclear missile silos when issues are tense. Besides inside connections, there are other ways to realise what's going on. Let's hazard a guess at the alien remote viewers. Oh, there are lots of people who remote viewed Area 51. What's more... excuse me. Do you mean that the aliens might actually be triggered to appear by, large numbers of people Naruto running through the desert to Area 51? Is that what you mean? Would that? I don't think they. Well, it's hard to say which aliens you mean. I mean, there's so many of them, and they have different agendas and lots of different physical forms. What would happen? I don't know. I really don't know. But it could be that they won't, and then everyone will just get shot. Jack also says on the same video, we as humans have a great difficulty staying in phase with reality as it is. Oh yeah, I know that. Yeah, definitely true. Definitely true. Jack Parker, my suggestion of channeling needs to go viral. there will be a great sea change in disclosure. That's why I'm going to concentrate my energies, hopefully exponentially. I hope so. I hope so. Session of channeling. Yeah. Are you talking about something like the tulpa thing you were talking about? I think you were talking about it earlier with the, the use of making people believe a certain thing. Definitely, I think that's a factor in it. That's why I'm going to concentrate my energies, hopefully exponentially. We can open this door with proactive wisdom. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's of course. Every little helps, Jack. And I think maybe, I'm not completely cynical about the Storm Area 51 thing. I think it may be a sign of that very thing. The fact that this became such a popular internet meme. Jack Parker, you must be very strategic. This same video with our use of media. Let's bust those doors, open those doors. That's right. They can't stop us all. Jack Parker says on Storm Area 51. I guess I'll be there in the comments section from now on this video. I guess I'll be the comments section from now on this video. Well, you could always tune. I can't remember if you got into the live stream on this one, Jack. If they somehow did manage to surreptitiously rush Area 51, it will be taken as a possible mass terrorist event. Yeah, exactly. An attempt to obtain weapons for mass destruction and use them against our country, much like a 9/11 event. It will be met with great firepower from the ground and air. Well, that was my fear. That was what everyone was afraid of, I think, Jack. That this would end up basically with red mist in the desert. If really 2 million people tried to do that, oh God, I'm glad that didn't happen. I really am. Jack also says here, on the same video, quite a progression it would be as they make their way to the area. There would be a curfew issued, martial law would activate, and indeed that happened. If they somehow got in with the mass numbers of people, there would be knockout gas administered, somewhat like in the Chechen event with the terrorists in Russia when they held the hostages in that huge building facility. Yeah, it was. I remember that was a theatre, I think. Yeah, some would have died of the gas or gas from shock of not knowing what was going on, etc. Well, if you remember, if you ever watched Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they used knockout gas on the people to try and stop them getting to the area where the aliens land, and two of them succeed in the end, if you remember. It was what's his name's the two characters, Jack Dreyfus, his character, and the woman who goes with him. Jack Parker, same video. As the bodies lay around Area 51, it could be an impetus for our government to become a totalitarian regime. I don't think that would do the trick, Jack. But other false flags could happen that could force that particular outcome. And so, but I think what will happen is it would be a terrible tragedy, and I don't think anyone would see this as any kind of justification for a New World Order type authoritarianism. They did with 9/11, if you remember, the Patriot Act, Homeland Security, things like that. TK says, I think, this is quotes, I think and I believe went to Area 51 to find aliens, but they found only their own imagination. Well, in the end they did, TK, and maybe that's for the best, because using the methods they wanted to use, they'd never have seen those aliens. I mean, the idea of invading and occupying Area 51 is perfectly legitimate under international law. And indeed, if you read Roswell Rising, a novel of disclosure, shameless plug, you'll know that actually happens in the book. Strip Bear says on Storm Area 51, wow, what was such a waste of time. I blame the hippies and the pot. They should have bought more munchies. It wasn't a waste of time. It was actually all went well. Nobody got killed. Nobody got stranded at Rachel, Nevada. All went perfectly well. And it was all fun. There was a rock concert, there was the museum, there was lots of camping, I mean, I'd love to have gone myself. It was obviously it's a long way from me, but I'd love to have gone myself, although I wouldn't have tried to get into the base. But luckily, only a couple of people did. As I said, there was a couple of people hanging around outside the gates, one arrest. I've seen videos that people made, actually, of the event, and funny enough, Nick Pope and Jeremy Corbell were there doing an interview, and there's this guy who's doing I forgot his name now, but he does a vlog of the whole event, which is rather like one of my reportages. It's in the same style, and he goes to the gate, and there's extra policemen. I mean, there's a police roadblock where normally there wouldn't be one, and no one can get through. And Nick Pope and Jeremy Corbell are there. Storm Area 51 live stream. Mark Crane says, "Bloody hell! Spoilers on the books, Ben. I've not finished them yet." Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mark. Yeah, but I didn't give many spoilers anyway. Strip Bear says on UFO Truth magazine, "Keep it up. Loved it. Can't wait for Probe." Thanks, Strip Bear. You know, the Probe video's up now. If you haven't seen it, thanks very much. Much appreciated. Storm Area 51 live stream. Patrick Nyam says on Storm Area 51 live stream, "I'm not gay, but I just wanted to say that I love you. You're very cool." Oh, thank you, Patrick. Well, you know, I'm sort of like it's got a bromance thing, you know. I'm not gay either. Get a job, you lazy scroungers, part 1. Aya Paya Oaya Tuag. It's an odd name. "Dude, you're a bald-faced liar. I watch 100 hours of dole scroungers boozing in front of the telly, sucking on fags." Well, I don't know what you're talking about, you hairy bloody git. All right, firstly, get a haircut. Okay, because you look like Leo Sayer after a year living in a bloody hippie colony. Now you watch hundreds of hours where? On TV? Where do you watch dole scroungers, as you call them, boozing it up in front of the telly, sucking on fags? Do you know how much money you get paid? Do you? Do you know how much money you get paid if you're unemployed? It's a nightmare. I can't, you know, it's weird that people have this idea that unemployment's a wonderful thing and everyone would do it if they could, and that you need some kind of negative whip cracking incentive to stop people doing it, you know, cut their benefits, put them on JSA and stuff like that. You're talking bullshit and you're an idiot. Right, Stanton Friedman dies. Lord Never One says, "You're a mess, shifty video." Well, you're a mess too, and you're doing. You shouldn't use this. If you're going to have a go at me, have a go at me, but don't use this video. Not a tribute video to a great ufologist. Okay? If you want to be rude to me, be rude on any other video, but not that one. Storm Area 51 live stream. "Hello," says Expat Taffy. Hello to you, Taffy. You know, you can join. There is a live stream. You can join the live chat. I mean, I do put up a notice of when a video is going to be on, so please do join it. Jerry Hattrick says, "Where does NASA keep the moon rocks? Smart Everyday 220. Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen this. This guy goes and visits the place. Yes, I have seen it.
What is this?
Apollo 11, the first mission.
This is Apollo 11?
The first mission. These are the samples, all the samples that were brought back from the Apollo 11.
I've seen this. Yes, I have seen this, Jerry. It's really interesting. Actually, do watch the video. I mean, whatever those rocks are, it's still an interesting video. And it's like a containment, biological containment room, where the rocks are basically in sealed containers, sealed boxes. And everyone has to dress up in like operating theatre gear, and you have glove holes in the box, so that you have, if you're in sort of biohazard suits units and things like that, and you put your hands in and you deal with it. It's very interesting video. Now, I'm not saying I don't know what those rocks are. I don't know if they are moon rocks. I don't know how they got to the facility. As I said, I've never pretended no one's been to the moon. There's maybe many opportunities for people to go and get rocks from the moon using other methods, but I don't believe the Apollo missions did it. But I'm not one of these people who says, "Oh, they're all fake. They're not moon rocks. They're just rocks anyone picked up somewhere and they bombarded them with radiation and things like that." No, I don't go along with that. Although they did have that fake moon rock. Do you remember in Holland? Do you remember that? That was a bit of a scandal over that. Right, the current war film review. This is a Gizaz Price saying, "This shit film, this didn't do Nikola Tesla any justice. I want justice for Nikola Tesla. Fuck you all, secret society." Yeah, the film wasn't as good as it could have been, Gizas. I mean, I'd like to see a film specifically about Tesla. I really would, rather than this thing. But really, it was like Westinghouse was sort of like in the role of the alternating current guy, and then there was Edison, who was the direct current guy. Tesla was downplayed in this. There were some very interesting scenes with Tesla, and Tesla's role in this film was very interesting, but it was not ideal. It could have been better. Could have been much better. Gizas Price says, again on the same video, shit fucking director, just talks about how good this evil Thomas Edison is, how he invented this, invented that, says nothing about what the greatest man who ever lived, Nikola Tesla, about what he invented and what he gave to this world. All you kings, queens and god wannabes will never live up to the name Nikola Tesla. Nikola Tesla is god of thunder and lightning. Fuck you all. Yeah, I share your sentiments, I really do. But I don't think it's calling the film a shit director. I don't think he was a shit director. The film wasn't bad technically. Could have been better. I mean, the ending was a bit silly. But yeah, I mean, things that Nikola Tesla invented, what he gave to this world. I mean, he invented an awful lot, and thing is, he wanted to give much more, and he wasn't permitted to. As I explained in the film, his work was classified. I mean, the classification of Tesla's work goes back to 1898. It's not the free energy cover-up's not a new thing. It precedes the oil age. So yeah, hopefully a day when Nikola Tesla's name will be redeemed and he will take his true place in society. I really, really do. There's David Boyle's Alien Base exhibition. Oh, I put my own little comment on it. R.I.P. David, you'll be sadly missed, because that was I did film there. Yeah. Right, this is Bigfoot in Britain. Derek Sharp. Brother saw something in Northumberland when driving back from a drop. He saw a large, tall hairy creature step over a fence. It wasn't human, he said. And no, right, near Belford. And I thought, oh right. Well, that's interesting, Derek. Brothers in Northumberland. All right. Well, if he wants to get in touch, could he get in touch with me or talk to someone else like Andy McGrath or Charmaine Fraser or someone like that? Right, my film David Icke Books The Full Set, which is no longer the full set because more books have come out since then. The Future says on that particular video, it's an old video, does he have a book called Bridge of Love? No, but he had a publishing company called Bridge of Love. That's what basically David Icke Books used to be called. This is on Don't Eat Pringles Again. Cheeky Sweet Troll says, I just don't think I give a fuck. Alright then. Sure, ingest that GMO stuff if you want, by all means. This is UFO Disclosure 2019. ATIP videos are ATIP's videos real. This is my latest in the UFO Disclosure series. John Smith GMA IL8888 says, thumbs up, thank you, Ben. Thanks to you too, John Smith. Much appreciated. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Really appreciate that. This is a disclosure again. Mel O'Brien says the videos are real, but it's not alien craft. I'm not so sure. I mean, this is there's a big conundrum that. I mean, some researchers have gone to ground and they've said that this is some kind of secret technology. This is like basically an experiment that the US Navy accidentally witnessed. I don't go along with that. It doesn't fit the evidence in my view. But the videos are real, but it's not alien craft. This is bogus disclosure. Right, now the issue of whether TTSA and ATIP are bogus disclosure or not, I do deal with in this particular video, and indeed a couple of the previous ones in the series. Don't trust the military. Do you really believe what military people have to say? Well, don't trust the military. Well, it's like saying, do you believe what brown-haired people say, or something like that? Military people are the same as any other people. They just do a particular job. Sure, some of them are bound by secrecy oaths, and many other people are as well, or government people. But the thing is, don't trust. The thing is, when I look at Commander David Fravor and these other witnesses, sure, I trust them. I mean, they've got no reason to lie. They've got no motive to lie. You see, as I said in the video, if this is bogus disclosure, what point is it actually making, and what are they trying to achieve with it? This is something that none of the everything's disinformation theorists have ever answered. None of them have ever answered that. Do I trust government people? You see, in the post 2016 world, I think we need to look at things differently. TTSA's bullshit. Bigelow, Skinwalker, DeLong. The closer you look, the more you see that this is all disinformation. All right. Well, look, if it's disinformation, Mel, why? What's it disinforming? What are they trying to promote here or dissuade? It doesn't fit. It really does not fit that particular characteristic. I mean, this theory that it's disinformation, a lot of people jump to that conclusion too prematurely, and I think maybe you are. But watch the other videos in the series where I discuss this possibility. But the thing about TTSA is you've got good reason to be concerned. I mean, I discussed this on the Kev Baker show. We did an entire 2-hour show about this. But about the role of people like Luis Elizondo and where he fitted into this, because no one seems to know. It's all a bit. He's not really saying enough. Really, I would claim he's not giving enough details. And as for people like there's other people I think are a bit dodgy. There's that guy Mellon, who's Christopher Mellon, and as for what's the other name? Hal Puthoff. I mean, Hal Puthoff is a CIA psychological warfare expert, and indeed he worked on remote viewing too, so parapsychological too. He was the one who basically recruited Ingo Swann and Uri Geller to the CIA. Why? It's a good question. Why? You're quite right if you are concerned about that, because I am. This doesn't mean that therefore TCSA is disinformation and we should listen to nothing they say ever again. No. But we need to be cautious, as I explain in this video and in previous ones in the series. Are advanced aliens stupid enough to leave crashed craft and corpses lying around for human military to recover? Nonsense. Okay. Nonsense. You're making an assumption here. You're making an assumption firstly that aliens can be advanced to a point where they just cannot ever crash and never make mistakes. I don't accept that at all. As we see with modern technology, can fail. In fact, what about that plane that crashed in Ethiopia? I mean, that's a modern aircraft. It crashed. It's infinitely more advanced than aircraft that were around just 30 or 40 years ago. Yet both crash. At what point does something become so advanced that it is infallible? I think you're making an assumption here about the aliens. And as for leaving crashed craft and corpses lying around for the military to recover, if something crashes on the ground, I mean, how do you know? You're a human, so you think differently to these creatures. Or maybe they leave them there deliberately for us to find for some purpose. I don't know. I think you can't assume what you're assuming is correct. Nonsense. Greys, nonsense. What, greys, nonsense? Greys? People see greys are one of the most common species encountered. And what, did you think they were made up by Steven Spielberg or something? No, people were seeing them long before then. Steven Spielberg and his team got the idea of the aliens, the grey aliens in Close Encounters, from abductees. What's more, they appear in cave paintings thousands of years old. There's something much deeper going on, and all of this military-related information is a diversion. Plasma beings. Okay. The thing is, we're now talking about plasma beings, and this is something I take seriously. Plasma beings can, firstly, take on physical form in the form of grey aliens. They can condense into physical form. Secondly, I mean, if this is a diversion, it's not working very well, is it? I mean, this is the ultimate saying. It's the ultimate hiding a diamond in the church hall. I've used this analogy before, and everyone rushes in, and you've hidden the diamond in the corner under where the piano is, where they play the piano in pageants and things like that. And you're rushing over to the other side of the room, and you're going, "Excuse me, everybody, the diamond is buried under me, and it's not under the piano. You understand? It's not under the piano." It's the kind of thing I've talked about many times before. This idea that UFOs and aliens themselves can be a form of disinformation for the purpose of laundering a more down-to-earth or separate project. It won't work. Think how it could backfire. Drawing someone's attention towards something with the ultimate objective of deflecting it. It's ridiculous. Mark Pilkington makes this mistake as well. I really, it can't be true. It can't be. There must be more going on here. I'm not saying that the government is telling everything the government is saying with TTSA is the truth, but what they're lying about is not what you say they're lying about. Same video, Neptune Returns says. Oh, okay, there's 2 replies on this. Oh, right. Richard Best. Too much UFO stuff, Ben. It's getting boring. The Graffiti in Oxford video was a relief. Your radio and YouTube output on UFOs is getting monotonous. And I actually replied to Neptune here. I says, Neptune returns. There are major developments in the UFO research world at the moment, which is why I'm focusing on the one subject. Sorry if it happens not to be your personal favourite. I'll be returning to other issues soon. Richard Best says underneath, lots of love the UFO stuff, Ben. Keep it coming. Oh, so Richard likes it. Richard Best likes it. So thanks, Richard. Much appreciated. As for Neptune Returns, I think this was a month ago I uploaded this video. I think you will agree that since then my focus has shifted somewhat, and I hope you enjoy my new the Brexit. I've been focusing very much on the Brexit issue for the last couple of weeks, and I hope you enjoy that. I don't know if you commented on any of those videos. Disclosure again, videos from the underground. Drones Extinction Rebellion. They think the world is going to end in 12 years. Yeah, they said that 15 years ago. AOC, well, that's that bloody cow who's in America, that American congresswoman, is it? Alexandria, occasionally courteous, or whatever she's called. Oh, she's horrible, isn't she? Yeah. AOC and people like her wanting control of everyone. Bernie Sanders will have us all in jail. Bernie Sanders is going to be in his grave. So the way he's going with his heart, I mean, he's not going to be around much longer, I don't think. Hillary's despicable. Yeah, Bernie sold out and endorsed Hillary. I know. That was very frustrating. Unions over here are not necessarily left-wing. We have a resurgence of Marxist ideology over here, trying to put it away because it's dangerous. Yeah, I know, I agree. Dr. Jordan Peterson has monitored this quite considerably, and it is something to worry about. I think Bernie's not going to be a problem because, I mean, he was an idiot endorsing Hillary in 2016. Total idiot. But I don't think he's going to be a problem for much longer because, well, he's old and he's sick. I mean, you do the maths yourself. He's not going to be around. I don't think he's going to be around next election. I think he's going to go to that great halls of Congress in the sky. People like AOC and these other people, they're much more dangerous because they're young and they seem to have the ear of the youth. Yeah, definitely. Videos also says on the same on UFO disclosure, it's kind of hard to get willing persons to be cannon fodder for wars. Oh yeah, that's why they have the draft. I mean, they have a lot of propaganda over wars, don't they? They always they did this in the First World War to great effect. They got the guys dressed up in uniforms, looking smart, parading through, lots of pretty girls waving at them, and the pretty girls would give white feathers to the men who didn't join. That sort of thing doesn't work as well as it used to. So that's why they have the draft. If many distrust the government because of hiding info on UFOs and everything else, maybe releasing a little footage for once will help keep down the mistrust. Yeah. That's an interesting way to look at it, videos. But that's release footage for once will keep down the mistrust. Maybe this is a little tidbit they just thrown to us and hope it'll pacify us. The problem is I don't think that will work either. I think, obviously, if they're going to do that, they probably couldn't provide anything fake because they know how incredibly tenacious we ufologists are. Some ufologists see fakery where there is no fakery, so they would have to release something real. I have a feeling you may be right there, videos. I've never thought about that before, but you may have a point. But it's not going to work. It's not. I think a tidbit will only just make us more hungry and raise our appetite. Maybe they have finally gotten over the desire to keep everything secret. Oh, I doubt it. Well, in the post-2016 world, there may be people in senior positions now who don't. I mean, I know Trump is one of these people, but there's lots stacked up against him. There's literally centuries of tradition. Of New World Order tradition stacked up against him. The other possibility is that certain people may have passed out of the decision-making process and you people didn't see anything wrong with releasing the footage. Well, that's an interesting point. I mean, the method by which this footage actually reached the public is very interesting because it was released by TTSA. And it was actually not until very recently, in fact, this is the purpose I'm making this video. It was only very recently that we had full confirmation that it was real from the Pentagon. I mean, originally we had the first they confirmed that ATIP was real, because people were saying there was no such thing as ATIP. And then the government confirmed that was real. They confirmed it was real. Then because originally before that we thought, well, TTSA could have just made this whole thing up. Then we thought, yes, maybe that's ATIP existed, but this video is just fake. It's got nothing to do with ATIP. Then the Pentagon says, oh no, the video did come from us. So it seems they're releasing little extra bits now and again. How far that will go, to what extent they're going to release things, I don't know. It's difficult to say. Hugo Rune says on the disclosure video, 109 onwards, excuse. What's that?
I'll tell you why. Because
Steve, hang on.
He tapped into the underground sensibilities of tens upon tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people regarding the ET issue, which is fundamentally suppressed. It is kept down by the government. And it's like hitting an area of oil in the ground, right? And boom, it just gushes until you hit a certain pocket. You got nothing, and then boom, it gushes. He tapped into that.
Who did? And
out came an enormous response, and that response was essentially this: yeah, we want the truth on this. We're tired of the lies. We're tired of the night.
Who is this? Hugo, is this about Storm Area 51? I mean, I can't remember this whole interview I did with Steve. But I mean, if he's referring to Storm Area 51, it's actually very true.
Since the game playing, the kabuki theater, we're tired of all of that. We want the truth, and this is our way of saying that in a cool way, and it's kind of fun, right? It's more fun than signing one of those petition things. They're always turning up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think he's talking about Storm Area 51. But why is this an excuse? Why is this an excuse, Hugo? Could you be more specific about what your point is? Here we go. I don't think we're going to break the 10-hour barrier this evening. I mean, I'm now down to within 1 month, and I'm still not up to the 6-hour point yet. Right, Hugo's had another timestamp here at 17:32, at 1 hour 17:32. On the same video. Let's see what that says. It's nice. The good thing about OBS is you can actually hear what I'm hearing. That used not to be possible.
Washington Post disclosure, and it would come about this way: the announcement would be made, and then all hell would break loose, in a sense. And
what's Steve's onward post disclosure? This is where his reasoning falls apart, does it? Does his reasoning fall apart? Hang on a sec. Where are we?
A lot of people would want to know a lot of stuff from the government in a short amount of time. And that process would be going forward. And if the public is dissatisfied with how the government is handling, I guess you could say, the transition, the information learning curve, they're going to be fairly motivated about that. And now we're talking post-disclosure now, right? And so it's possible that a march on Washington could be organized to get the point across that, look, we're in a new era now. Don't think you're going to go back to business as usual.
Okay, Hugo, I don't see how Steve's reasoning is falling apart here. I think what he's saying here makes perfect sense to me, and indeed, it's, I've had to think an awful lot about this, and I've listened to almost every talk Steve has given, and there's a lot of them there, I can tell you, about what would happen. I mean, the whole reason I wrote my books. I mean, have you read it yet? Do read it if you haven't. Roswell Rising, a novel of disclosure. The whole reason I wrote this book is as a product of that kind of cogitation that I was going through. So I don't really see how Steve's reasoning is falling apart here. Okay. Oh, sorry. Hugo's done another comment here. 1 hour 21:27 onwards. Wait for the post-disclosure world. So 2019 was not the disclosure year, nor was 2018. Are you going to suggest maybe 2020? I think you get my drift. All right, Hugo, I do. And there's a little joke. I actually said this to Steve in the interview. There's a joke within the exopolitical community. When's disclosure going to happen? And they say 6 months after you speak to Steve Bassett. All right, so yeah, I mean, it seems. Sometimes you may think to yourself, well, come on, it's It's clearly just not going to happen. Maybe this will just never happen. Maybe we're chasing a phantom here. But I don't think we are. Obviously there are aliens. Aliens exist. The government know about it. They have decisive physical evidence. If that's it, then they are suppressing them. If this suppression exists, this suppression can end. Physically, technically, it can end. Whether it's politically possible for it to end, that's another matter.
All I can say is wait for the post-disclosure world. Because in the post-disclosure world, a lot of sorting out's going to get done. And we may get to the bottom of a lot of these unresolved controversies and be comfortable with that we know the truth of it.
Yeah, I guess that is one of these things that it can't be resolved at this present time. It's interesting nonetheless. It's an interesting turn up after years that this has been dismissed. Yeah, after years, because I dismissed it myself. I said, and then it suddenly comes back to bite you.
I think we're talking about the alien autopsy. That's it. I think we're talking about the alien autopsy. Okay. Now, what Steve says there is actually true, but I mean the path to sorting it out could be very tricky. I mean, in my books here and in the sequels, I actually talk about the whole issue of how that sorting out gets done, and it's not straightforward. It's actually tortuous, twisted, and it takes a long time. But I mean, it's not. I hope it's not spoilers to say this, but my books are actually about that progress. So do read them, Hugo, if you haven't already. I'd be really interested to know what you think of them. Actually, Hugo has also said here. 122.10 onwards. Sorry, you seem to be getting desperate. Yes, like excited kids. That seems to be the general idea of his ufology. Let's just go to that.
It'll be like Christmas.
We'll be profoundly shocked.
On disclosure morning, right?
Yeah.
Like we did when we were kids, right? All excited, right? Couldn't hardly sleep. Come down and go into the living room. There's a tree. There's all kinds of stuff underneath it. And we don't know what's in the packages.
Yeah, all right. Hugo, that's true. And, yeah, I must admit, that's exactly what it's like. We are like excited kids. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's actually quite healthy. I think it is. I think that is maybe the attitude that we need to take. This situation demands exactly that kind of attitude. I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm not sure. 125.09 onwards, right, is another timestamp. Onward. What if your worldview turns out to be wrong, etc.? And what if your worldview turns out to be yet another, perhaps 2718, whatever will be the year of disclosure? Sorry, I had a couple of beers. You know what it's like. I really should stick to cannabis then. I can't be bothered to comment. Oh, oh, actually, I think I can spot the comments you make when you're on cannabis, Hugo, as opposed to when you're a bit pissed. But let me just let's just see what he has to say here. Hang on. Let's look at
cynical. I would say to me, well, look, what if your worldview turns out to be wrong? What if what I'm saying actually comes true? How will you feel then? You'll have missed out on it all, won't you? For your own cynicism. So that's how I respond to people who are excessively pessimistic, I think.
Yeah, now the point I'm making there is that I was dealing with, I think, kind of almost a culture, almost like a culture of cynicism within ufology. And in a sense, there's a lot of people who I think believe themselves to be, they believe it to be a very, very noble and prestigious thing to have this kind of cynicism. Whereas I'm saying, I think it's the wrong way. I'll sacrifice that street cred, if you like, in order to try and be a bit more level-headed. And of course, I know that disclosure might not happen this year, might not happen next year. I mean, I'm thinking of creating a meme, actually, and putting it on social media. What do you think will happen first? ET disclosure or Brexit? Bearing in mind that one will probably immediately lead to the other. Because these things are connected, you see. Hugo says, it's just a short comment here, on the same video. Thank you. Respect. My sort of cynicism is okay. Of course it is. I'm going to give you a love heart for all your comments. Those are great comments, Hugo, I must say. Same video, disclosure, Hugo Rune. I give up making any specific comment. The man is a tosser. Not one single fact. I can't be asked to explain my thoughts. Still, it is my only entertainment No TV here, lol. Oh, right. Am I upstaging the mainstream media here, Hugo? And who are you calling? Are you saying that Steve Bassett is a tosser? No, Steve Bassett is a great man. He's a great man I have the fullest respect for. And if you become more familiar with him, I think you may feel the same way. He's not correct about everything. He makes mistakes. Who doesn't get things? Do you think I agree with every word he says? Do you know we had a massive argument a couple of years ago? Me and Steve, because I said that Trump could be the disclosure president. He couldn't. I made some videos about it at the time. Him, Grant Cameron and Steve were like moaning about, going, oh no, we wanted Hillary. Hillary was disclosure president. Now everything's back to square one. Oh, boo hoo hoo hoo. And I said, no, wait, Trump could be the disclosure president. And then Trump comes out with this Space Force thing. Then we have TTSA and stuff like that. So really, of course, we disagree on a lot of things. But he's not a tosser. He's not a tosser, Hugo. He's a great guy. Rodrigo agrees, it says on disclosure. Hi, Ben. The A-tip video, to me, so it doesn't look like... Jorge, can you use punctuation and better grammar? Hello, Ben. The A-tip video, to me, it doesn't look real. And why the pilot was using a filter on the camera as well to distort the quality of the picture. And that doesn't make any sense. Okay, well, I mean, if it doesn't look real to you, what does a real UFO look like to you, Jorge? What would it have to look like to you to believe it's real? Now, the filter on the camera is actually something called FLIR, forward-looking infrared something, a forward-looking infrared camera, right? And it's not designed to distort the quality. Its purpose is not to provide nice pictures. Its purpose is to identify targets that the aircraft will fire its missiles and guns at. Okay, it's a military camera used for military purposes. And this happened to be the only camera they had, because the aircraft is a fighter jet. It's not a reconnaissance aircraft, and it's certainly not. It's not an aircraft that's certainly not designed. It's certainly not designed to look for UFOs, and the pilots weren't trained to look for UFOs. I mean, that's why you can't. I don't think you can really make that statement justly, in my view. Edwardian lady, hi. UFO disclosure. I can't get past the feeling that we're being manipulated. I don't trust the government media, US Navy or TTSA, Ben. Well, you know, I mean, as I said earlier to someone else earlier on, I think it was videos from the underground, we should be suspicious, Edwardian lady. We should. And we should be on our guard. In fact, I said this on my when I was on. I think I actually said it in this video. And we must be wary of government media, US Navy. Yeah, we should be, for reasons that I'm quite happy to discuss openly about. However, if we're being manipulated, I can't work out exactly what they hope to achieve with this manipulation. I don't think it's as simple as we're simply being manipulated to believe something else, or not to believe in UFOs, or this is helping cover up the whole UFO thing. And I don't know. No one has a plausible narrative for that. I haven't seen one. Which means I believe the footage itself is real. I think the witness testimonies are real. I think the organisation behind it we should be a bit wary of people. I mean, Tom DeLonge, I think, is an honest guy. I know, Dave Altman knows him personally and says, and Gareth Davis has been to his bookshop. I think Tom DeLonge is an honest guy. Hal Puthoff, Chris Mellon. Yeah, I feel the need to hold those people at arm's length and check them out. Spotted UFOs, Ghosts and Cryptids. Oh, that's a good name. And this is on Disclosure. Excellent stream, Ben. Oh, thank you. It wasn't a live stream, it was a upload, but thanks. I heard the day after the alleged meteorite, there was a UFO sighting above the Asda in St Austell, Cornwall. It was a cylindrical shape. I did a piece on a video on my channel. Yes, I saw that. I saw that, Spotted. Yes, I did. Oh, I see. I've watched your channel a few times. I recognise you. I think you sent me some links before, and I've watched them. And yeah, that incident. I think did I discuss it in the video. That incident. I can't even bloody remember. That incident in Cornwall happened, and I can't remember if I actually put it in this damn video. I hope so. If not, I'll have to do another UFO disclosure video at some point. So yeah, something weird happened in Cornwall a few weeks ago. There were noises in the sky, there were lights, And some people reported, including there were some photographs of what looks like structured craft. The police said, "Oh, it's just meteorites," but they said they did go looking as if they thought it was a plane crash. They sent a couple of helicopters up to find it. Local people said that they were looking around. I mean, I have a couple of local people in the area in contact with me over this issue. I'm thinking maybe even going down there and having a look around. But if I can get the money together and the time. But so far, there's no sign of anything like a crash retrieval. Roads sealed off, lots of military activity. Cover stories of balloons and stuff. None of that sort of thing. Galactic Update says on UFO Disclosure, great video. We need everybody involved in this. I recently made a documentary on alien disclosure by the military on my own channel. Feel free to watch, like and subscribe. Thanks, Galactic Update. I will do. Let me just have a look at your channel. I'll put a love heart for you there. Let's have a look at your channel. Oh, it looks good. Oh, wicked! Yes, they got Michio Kaku on there. Yeah, I've got to have to do another UFO disclosure video now. This looks bloody good. This looks like a great channel. Yeah, I will keep that open actually. Yeah. Thanks, Galactic Update. It's great to be in touch with you. I really like the look of your channel. I really do. I'll check out some of the videos later. Andy G3, will you be doing anything on the amazing acting from Greta? Oh, Greta Thunberg, yeah, oh god. Greta Thunberg is a victim of child abuse. She's supposed to be 17. Oh shit, I've just done the usual. Hang on. Oh bugger. So I'll go back again. I'll scroll down while I'm answering your question. Greta Thunberg is a victim of child abuse. She's supposed to be 17. I believe she's an awful lot younger. 3-4 years maybe younger than that. She should be in school. She shouldn't be being traipsed around the world, being put up in front of people and made to read out all kinds of things and pull funny faces and stuff like that. That to me is a bad way to treat somebody. And obviously she's being used as a mascot for Agenda 21 basically. She's a convenient way that people use for this sort of thing. I'm just scrolling back down again. Luckily, when you get to the top like this, you can do it in real time. Here we go. Right. So, yeah. So, I mean, I'm not actually done any particular videos on that, but I've mentioned it on HPANWO Radio. I'm talking about it now. I think she's obviously brain damaged. I think she's autistic or something like that. And she's been taken advantage of, and it's a terrible thing to do to a young girl. And as I said, I believe she's younger than she says she is. David Smith. I heard she's an alien-human hybrid sent by the Greys in order to warn humanity of the destruction we're causing to our own planet for the exploitation of resources to bolster a select few individuals' wealth and power in a competitive, largely ignorant slave society, eating itself due to mass inequality and toxic beliefs, such as one group of politicians lying to people is better than the other group of politicians lying to people. I don't think so, Dave. I don't think so. Are you being sarcastic? I think you are, aren't you? Because I remember your previous comments. No, she's not an alien human. I mean, she may be a hybrid of some kind or genetically engineered, but she's not an alien. I think there's sadly large numbers of human children who they can use for things like this. They don't need to breed any with the Greys. So I mean, I don't. What I think she is a young girl who's being used as a geopolitical pawn. She's a young girl who's obviously, you can tell by the way she speaks and looks, she has some kind of mental problem, she has learning difficulty of some kind. I think she is being I think that's an awful way to treat a girl like that. Why do climate change advocates need? Why do they need to do this? If it's so scientifically correct, everything they're doing. Steve Mumbling! After a long silence, he's back. The ace from Australia. Yes, the Holden driver. Right, here we see the serious researchers from SUFON and MUFON, etc., etc. Lol. Okay, let's have a look at this. It's a link.
Well, nobody stormed the base. Everybody just had a real good time.
Oh, wicked. Oh, I've not seen this.
I'm living under a rock. 51.
To attend. It went viral and it made the date got closer.
Oh, it's Russell. I just saw Russell.
And monumental occasion. So
Yeah.
I bailed on my trip early and
Or from the event. It's like 2 miles down the road.
Oh,
that
wicked,
way.
man.
But he brought bicycles for.
Oh, this looks really good. I know the point you're making. You're taking a piss, but I'll tell you what, that looks like a good video. I'd love to have gone there, Steve, and I could have done my own HPANWO TV reportage from the event. Indeed, if anyone wants to crowdfund me, please let me know. Yeah, I really thought that was. I'll have to watch that video. I know you're taking a mickey here, but and not that the thing is, you see serious researchers from SUFON and MUFON, etc., etc. Well, they're not. Thing is, they're not serious researchers. Really, Storm Area 51 was not a serious research project, Steve. You don't conflate the two. Don't conflate serious research with what. This is simply a festival and a celebration of and a community building exercise. That's not research. So you saying that is an element of research is wrong. It looks like great fun, and I'd love to have gone. Woden20 says on Disclosure, it's funny because it wasn't the Germans who were hypnotised. They went from scraping food out of garbage cans onto paid holidays and cars for the working man. Britain declared war on Germany for pulling out of the monetary system. Germany's most unforgivable crime before the Second World War was her attempt to extricate her economic power from the world's trading system and to create her own exchange mechanism which would deny world finance its opportunity to profit. That's a quote actually from Winston Churchill, the second bit. I say Germany's most unforgivable crime. Woden, yeah. Now, I don't know why you've posted it on this video, because I've made a video called Did Britain Start the World Wars? And what you said here is essentially true. But I made an entire video about this subject. You'd be better off posting. I mean, I've replied to the comment here, but I think you'd be better off posting this particular comment under that video. But do watch the video if you haven't already, because I think you'll like it. Snarnox says on Disclosure, does Stephen have any awareness of the new NWO power elites agenda that stopped disclosure from happening? He doesn't have the same view that I do. He has a much more conventional view of geopolitics than I do. He sees basically he has an idea. He has a view more like Ian R. Crane. I think he accepts there is some kind of. He has to accept, I think, and I think he does, that there is some kind of international policy at work here, maybe operated through the United Nations. However, I don't think he sees that there is an all-encompassing secret world government geared towards a particular goal, a particular model for the future of the planet Earth. I don't think he believes that, and he's incorrect there. But really, when it comes to stopping disclosure from happening, the effects are the same. I mean, in both our particular theories, disclosure is obviously something they don't want. And the idea of willing disclosure, I think Steve seems to see as quite a simple process. I see it as something much more complicated. Indeed, I've written about it in this book. So do buy a copy. Available at all good bookshops now. Yeah, price £10. Right, this is the Larry Warren and Rendlesham Forest video. I'm very proud of this video. Trojan says, does Larry live in the UK now? Great upload, cheers. Yes, he does. He's lived over here for quite a long time. He's always loved Britain. One of the reasons he joined the US Air Force was it would give him a chance to work in Britain. And he lives in Liverpool. Yeah, he does. He was married to a Liverpudlian woman. They got a kid. I mean, they're split up now, but they're still good friends. Right, Red Joan film review. Not a quite old video, not that old. David Marston says, "Thanks, Ben. Fantastically fascinating." Well, thanks very much, David. Much appreciated. You're getting a love heart for that. David Marston, a glorious summer's day. It was indeed. It was very pleasant, and indeed, I get nostalgic at this time. It's now November the 1st. And I get a bit. So that's the same video there. Yeah, and it's obviously I couldn't make that video now. Same video, David Marston. Great knowledge, Ben. Thanks, David. Much appreciated. Glad you enjoyed it. And right, UFO disclosure again. John Nolan. Hi, Ben. About Larry. About Larry, it does not matter what anyone done in their life. A UFO witness is just a UFO witness, end of story. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the issues that they're accusing Larry of, they're making, there's a lot of general criticism of Larry's disparagement against his own life, which is completely irrelevant, I think, to his actual UFO issue. Now, obviously, what they're trying to do is make out that he's a generally dishonest person. And when, for instance, there's one person who has had some kind of argument with Larry to do with motorbikes, and I don't know what it is. I mean, I've never ridden a motorbike in my life. I know nothing about them. Yeah, Larry has, and this other guy has, and they've had some kind of falling out over the issue to do with motorbikes. And, oh, time to change the tag. And so, to me, I'd say, well, look, I can't really comment on that. I mean, I know this person. I can't really comment on what they've said, because I don't know what it's about, and I don't. I think you have to know a bit about motorbikes to know what it's about. But my interest in Larry is purely the UFO issue, and so that's where I'm getting to. Right then, ladles and jelly spoons. I'll just stop the recording. I'm stopping it every hour now. It makes it just so much simpler. Okay, back again. So, we're now in the 7th hour period, so we've gone 6 hours now. We're not going to break the 10-hour barrier tonight based on the look of how many comments I got, but we may break the 8 hour. If it's any more than 8 hours, I'll put it in two parts. Okay. David Marsden says on Orwell's 1984 70th anniversary live stream, God bless the old non-convertible nautical mile. Oh, yeah. Definitely, I don't ever use metric. I think it's out of principle. I really don't. Same video, David Marston, a robotic Enid Blyton. Is that what I said? Did I say something? Yeah, I said something about Enid Blyton, didn't I? I can't remember. Oh, I can't remember what that was. Did I robotic Enid Blyton? Sorry, the video was a month ago. More than a month ago. I'm afraid I don't remember, David. Apologies. David Marston says, I say the word BSA, and he says British Small Arms. That's what it stands for. Okay, did I not know what it stood for? Okay, well, thanks for letting me know. Apollo Detectives again. James Tilly Matthews says here, missed this one, Mr. Nephilim Jones. Are there any suggested timestamps that might address the point made in this vid below? Right, let's have a look at it.
Alright, there's something called the Van Allen radiation
Okay, this is smarter than the average bear. Moon landing hopes. Timothy Manley. Oh, I've
belt. And when Buzz Aldrin was asked about it, he didn't know what it was. Well, what it is pretty horrifying. It makes it so that human beings, right now, they can't figure out how
Timothy
to get human
Manley,
beings through the Van Allen radiation.
Okay, I've heard of Timothy Manley. Where have I heard Timothy Manley before? Yeah, But, yeah, any suggested times I might address the points? Well, the video's 20 minutes or so long to James. I don't have time to watch it now, but I'll watch it at some point and maybe get back to you. But maybe you could tell me what the points are, and maybe I'll go through them there. Steve Mumbling says on Disclosure, hey, man, tell your mate Johnston to stop his pathetic e-begging and get a bloody job. No one's interested in the nonsense he calls news. Steve, I think you're referring to Miles Johnston. But the thing is, he has a job. What he's doing is work. He works incredibly hard, actually, Miles. He's very dedicated. Every so often I get an email or text from him saying, don't contact me now, I'm in edit lockdown. And his edit lockdown is a bit like me making these videos. I've been at this since about 10 o'clock this morning. It's now gone 8 p.m. Is that not work, Steve? What's wrong with asking people to voluntarily to give money to him? What's wrong with that? I mean, no one's forcing him to it. You've got a pathetic e-begging. No, he's asking people for donations. Skeptics do that, you know, Steve. I've seen them. I've seen skeptic websites with donate buttons. Can you help us out? Listen, I don't object to that. Why do you object? You say no one's interested in the nonsense he calls news. Speak for yourself. A lot of people are, and it's not nonsense. Not nonsense at all. Right, now comes one of my most controversial videos. Colonel Holt returns to Rendlesham. Hagen Steele says, thanks for the upload. I'll say, you're welcome, Hagen. Smiley face. Yeah, and there's a lot of history. Back in 2015 when I uploaded it, he's getting a love heart too. There's a massive amount of controversy surrounding it. I've made videos explaining that, isn't it? Right, the St Helena Airport, the RMS lives. Rui Capi, as a South African guy, I think, or are you South African or Dutch? And the beautiful thing is these two gentlemen named her the Saint Helena. I am so happy about that. My great-grandfather was a saint. I'm in love with the island, even though I've never been. You know, I know what you mean, Roy. I've got no relatives who live there. I mean, I've got no connection to the island at all. But I've become really quite fixated on St Helena over the airport issue, and it does have this magical quality to it. And I really would love to go there. If I can go by sea, I will go there, which I'd really love. But thanks. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. And it's wonderful. The great ship, the RMS St Helena, is still sailing the high seas. I was very happy. That was a very happy video. That one. Crafty Nihilist. Probe Autumn 2019. Yeah, you have HPANWO Radio. Then this. That's my night sorted. Oh, great stuff, Crafty Nihilist. I'm glad you both enjoy it. Much appreciated. Strip Bear said, had to say it, sorry, first. Well, you weren't first, Crafty Nihilist was, but your Strip Bear, I'm glad you were keen to get in there first. Yeah, Probe, Autumn 2019. John Nolan, hey Ben, you need to get 2 fluffy cats like Linda Moulton Howe. Yeah, I love, what are they called? Chocolate and, I can't remember what the other one's. One's called Chocolate and the other one's got another name. She always has them with her in her little... her attic studio when she does the Earth Files, and they're really cute long-haired cats. They're really nice. 69 Phuket says under that 2 fluffy cats won't get attention for 4 hours. Maybe the Chinese circus with knobs on. I know they do that. Cats. I mean, when I used to have cats, they used to do this sort of thing. They if you're sort of like as Linda's talking to the camera and stuff like that, they tend to crawl around her looking for attention. You know. That's on Probe as well. Same video, Ravenhill the Myth says, wow, great video. Thanks, Ben, mate. Oh, your great video, I'll just say. Oh, wow, great video, Ben, mate. I'll say thanks, Ravenhill. Smiley face. You're getting a love heart too, so. I'm glad you like that, Ravenhill. Videos from the Underground says, Ben, your travelogues are very heartening. David Boyle, I corresponded with him a few years ago. Too early to pass away. Is somebody going to keep, etc., his display going? Like the trolls, like Forbidden Planet, phantoms of the id. The id is got by negative forces out there. Everybody has an id, and some of it is really brought out because it's not under control. Yeah, I remember that. That's a great movie. That is. Very good film, The Forbidden Planet, yes. It's sad we lost David Boyle. As for the display, I don't know what's going to happen with that. I don't know, maybe his family will keep it going, maybe his employees will buy it out, I don't know. As for the trolls, I mean, it was all a big storm in a teacup. The trolls never showed up. They never turned up. If they had done, I'd have just kept out of their way. Neptune returns. More UFO shit. Yawn. Oh, bloody well... You know, watch my... You know, I don't just talk about UFOs. I mean, for goodness sake. Hang on, there's 2... Alright, here's Steve mumbling underneath. Now, come on, Neptune. I do focus on other things too, not just UFOs. Yeah, and Probe wasn't just about UFOs, was it? It was about a lot of other things. It wasn't UFO shit. Steve mumbling says underneath, I thought you were a defender of the piffle peddlers, Neptune. Have you seen the light? I don't know. Well, have you, Neptune? Are you now a skeptic? Ah, Blue Wool. Now, Blue Wool, of course, I think. Well, I won't mention his name, but you can probably work out who he is. But he's actually been on the show, on my video channel many times. I can't believe I only mentioned Yoda once. Oh, sorry, he's basically identified himself now. It's Colin Wolford. Yeah. But sure that I will be adding some future slides on Yoda and his shamanic musings. Oh, right, you did. You only mentioned him. I know you're a big fan of Yoda, and so am I. Okay, Pro 2019. Well, Edwardian Lady. Hi, Edwardian Lady. Well done, Ben. Super talk. The trolls will never win because they have no integrity, unlike you. Thanks. Thanks, Edwardian Lady. Much appreciated. And Neil Desperandum says underneath, trolls exist because they fill the gap between factory waste and pond scum. Yeah, they are utterly detestable people. They seem to embody everything that's bad about human nature. You know, cruelty, weakness, stupidity, cowardice, all those things. Right, this is on Probe Autumn 2019, and it's Patrick Nyam again. This is a long one. Dearest Ben, do you think it's possible books like George Orwell's 1984 and Aldous Huxley's Brave New World were based on a true ancient story rather than a projected future? It's just they are repeating it again. Perhaps the global cataclysm of 12,000 years ago wiped this so-called advanced civilization off the planet. Who knows? Yes, it's an interesting point. It could be some kind of folk memory from the time of the fall of Atlantis, which was about 12,000 to 13,000 years ago. We know that the Illuminati had actually appeared, had actually come down, and it was not in occupation in Atlantis, but it was there, and it led to the fall of Atlantis. That's a long story. You may think, Ben, what are you on about? But there's a lot behind that. It could be that they're using the Illuminati are back using the same methods. I don't know. The three superstates in the book 1984, Oceania, Eurasia and East Asia, probably symbolise the three districts or pure races we see today: Caucasoid, Aryan White, Negroid Black and Mongoloid Oriental. Well, that's true. I mean, there's variations on those, but yeah, I think 95% of people fit into one of those three racial groups. Yeah, unlike in Aldous Huxley's book, each one was engineered by the aliens, or the gods, if you like, through artificial wombs and childhood indoctrination programs which predetermined classes or castes based on intelligence and labour. Yeah, that's a feature of Brave New World, of course. Everyone's genetically engineered. Everyone is conditioned to carry out a role in society. So you're saying like there's like the alphas, betas, epsilons, and gammas, etc., are like the different racial groups of the Earth. I.e., the Negroid race, that's like Africans, black people, was special in physical strength, hence manual labour, and even the pure black women have significantly higher levels of testosterone than women of other races, not to mention the advantages of having a high amount of melanin in high sunlight environments. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, basically, people's skin colour is dependent on their ancestry in which part of the world. If they're from a part of the world with a lot of hot sunshine, they develop the melanin, which is designed to protect the skin from high levels of sunlight and absorbing ultraviolet radiation. Which is why, if you need for example, a lighter skin in a cooler climate with less sunshine, because you need to absorb vitamin D from it. That's what happens when you get a suntan. And the Caucasoid race were considered the most beautiful, like you see how the ancient Greeks. Well, of course, beautiful is a subjective thing, but did they consider, like, white people? Did the aliens consider white people more beautiful? And there was some kind of they created us for aesthetic purposes. I don't know. You see how the ancient Greeks, for example, honoured their bodies by carving marble sculptures of themselves because they thought they resembled the so-called extraterrestrial ruling class god people. Yeah, they did. You have these lots of Greek nudes. Well, the men tend to have very small willies, but and the women have nothing at all. They're like Cindy or Barbie, you know. But you could see that the Greeks had a kind of thing about this sort of thing. I mean, obviously, only a minority of people actually literally look like that. Most people are not perfect in that sense, but they I think they were looking for some kind of physical perfection. They resemble the ruling class god people, yeah. And the Mongoloids, that is people from China, Japan, East Asia, something like that, were perhaps the most smartest. Well, they do tend to be quite bright, don't they? I think in the book The Bell Curve, they're the highest average IQ in the world. They are often good at looking at other people's so-called inventions and improving it, like in Japan and China that they're doing today. Yeah, I mean, they're very modern. Those countries are very modern, aren't they? I mean, China's always been like quite high tech, even in like the Middle Ages. Even if you go back to like the Middle Ages, they had like a much more. They had the printing press. I mean, they say other people's inventions, but they actually invented an awful lot of things themselves. The Chinese, I think, invented the printing press before we did in Europe. Well, they invented it independently. and things like that. So they were they've always been very high tech, very modern, have a high standard of living, etc. I know it's probably a bit controversial, but what I wrote, but what's your view? Yeah, it is controversial indeed. I mean, any mention of this sort of thing, you'll have the SJWs coming down on you, like a ton of stuffed hair dye, and but I mean, it's a good, interesting point you make here. Very interesting indeed. The answer is I don't know, but anyway, you say here, I sincerely apologise if I didn't explain it properly. Patrick, I think you did explain it properly. I'm not sure what to make of what you said here. I'm not quite sure whether if we are. There is a lot of evidence to suggest that humans are genetically engineered. Yes. Whether our different racial groups are caused by our environments, because obviously we've been evolving for thousands and thousands of years in separate parts of the world. Or whether it's more than that, maybe something else was done, I don't know. Alright, Hudek says, Hudek1 says on Probe, Ben, what are toasties? Toasties are, it's an English thing, Hudek. They're basically sandwiches, or toasted sandwiches with some kind of filling, usually. Crafty Nice actually says here, they're grilled cheese sandwiches. You put them, the thing that squishes them and makes them hot. Yeah, it's like you have a sandwich maker. And Hudek says, Nice, in the US we have post toasties. They're like cornflakes. All right, like a breakfast cereal. Okay, and Crafty Nice says I looked them up. All right, it's funny how we have different words for things. I know in America, you mustn't say some things you mustn't say. If you mustn't say someone's pissed because it means they're angry, but in Britain it means they're drunk. Nancy Couch says on Red Joan. I've had a lot of comments this month on this. Not sure how I found this video, but it's a gold mine and treasure trove of information. Also, the countryside is so gorgeous and lush. I want to put my bare feet on the grass because it looks so fluffy and green. Oh, thank you, Nancy. You're getting a love heart for that. Well, I'm really glad you enjoyed the information I gave you. I can't even remember what I actually put into that film. It was a long time ago. But I did enjoy going to the film. I thought it was a good movie, and I'm glad I went to review it. The countryside, it's actually not countryside, it's actually parkland in Oxford City, but it is very country-like, isn't it? And it's a beautiful area. I'm lucky to live in a city like this. And this is Red Joan again, Nancy Couch, same video. Chemtrails, surely they look more like contrails instead. Chemtrails are more typically linear in their look. What you showed us appears more conductive to contrails. Okay. As they bellow and hook in their appearance, it's a slight difference but noticeable. It is possible they could be a mixture of both chemtrails and contrails. All right. Yeah, Nancy, I don't remember what I said at the time or what the difference is. I know chemtrails last longer. They spread out, whereas contrails usually disappear. They evaporate within a few seconds to a few minutes. At any rate, you have a wealth of knowledge. I can't wait for your book. Oh, brilliant. Oh, great. Well, anyway, I've already written some books, including this one, Nancy, Roswell Rising, and it's actually the first of a trilogy. My new book, yeah, I am actually working on a new book, which I'll just post a link to the details of that for you, and it gives you some more. It gives you some more knowledge of what's happening. Here we go. I'm hoping. Obviously the Brexit thing has slowed me down, but I am still working on it. I'm still working on the actual book, on making notes and things like that. Probe. Paul Armstrong. Aha. Probe, New Horizons, now Lapis. Lytham really is the epicenter of UK woo. It is indeed, Paul, and in fact, as I've just explained, I'm going back to Lapis, the Lapis conference next weekend. Oxford Snob Walls. Oh, this is a really old one, this. Raven Carter says, my Gramp took that wall down that wall. Oh, good for him. It was a turning point in Oxford history there, Raven. Oh, it's 2 replies here. Oh, God. Good. Oh, I wrote here, good on him. That was me. Yeah. 3 replies on this. I've got to watch for the extra replies. Probe Autumn 2019. TK says, the fact you selected a 3-leg journey with stopovers and waiting around in bus stations when you could have just got a direct coach at a more convenient time is a damning reflection on your ability to do basic research. Oh, for goodness sake. You've taken the time to write a comment to criticise me because I got my coach journey wrong. Please, I actually did get the 1 a.m. coach last time. I explained when I went to New Horizons. What the hell? This is really petty. And David Smith, oh, what's this? Never trust what you read on timetables and websites. They're all fake, and the info just comes from those paid for the coach company types. Of course, they'll claim a direct coach exists, but have you actually seen it? Just fake pictures on their site. Now, energy displacement matter transportation devices. I've heard stories about them from very reliable people. I'm sure it'll all be proven soon. Oh, very funny, David. I do detect the sarcasm in your tone. As it happens, if you actually are interested in what I put on my channel, you'll know that I've been to New Horizons St. Anne's a couple of years ago, and I did get that very coach, and yes, it does exist. TK, David, that would be a great talk for the next conference. National Express is an Illuminati tiptoe towards Global Express. God, you guys are funny, you really are. And Neil Desperandum says, your proud attitude sucks, and that's far worse than anything you accuse Ben of being. You need to work on that seriously. They are. They're being a pair of sarcastic morons, aren't they, Neil? But you know, they're quite funny. I mean, at least you can have a laugh with them. Steve071 says on Probe, goodbye David Boyle. I bet he's having a good time over there. Yep, I'm sure he is. He really is. I do really hope he is. Yes, definitely. Neil Desperandum says, no offence intended. Do you think Jesus was being truthful when he spoke John 3:36? What does he say? What did he say? Neil Desperandum, not being a Bible scholar, I just had to search and look at the quote, and I feel that those who don't believe in an eternal existence in this reality would not be held accountable for that. Oh, hang on, what's this? John 3:30. Let me just look this up. Whoever believes in the Son has eternal. Oh, here we go. Whoever believes in the Son has eternal life, but whoever rejects the Son will not see life, for God's wrath remains on them. Right. Okay. I feel that those who don't believe in an eternal existence in this reality would not be held accountable for that opinion in the next reality. As to me, it is just the way they had chosen to experience this journey, and no offence taken. Okay, that's a good answer, Steve. That's a good, and I don't. That's a good answer. Right. Gary Robinson, same video. Congrats on headlining, Ben. Sorry I've not commented recently. I've been busy settling back into life in the UK. Yeah, I heard you've been travelling. You've been in the States and you came back. Very interesting that Colin is talking about Star Wars. With me, he would meet his match, though. I meant in a jovial, non-aggressive way. I wonder if he's aware of the original storyline of Return of the Jedi and the implications on its theories. Cheers. Well, what was the original story? Or is that a spoiler? Maybe I could ask Colin. He might know. Right, Secrets of Milton Keynes. Shopaholic, undisputed heavyweight champion. All right. Good names you guys give yourself. MK is a 60s city, a brutalist architecture with a lot of walkways, which is the ideal back in the day. Yeah. Not sure about the cows, but basically it was built as a overspill town from London, hence everyone there sounds like they're from London. The town planners and architects probably went with the block grid because it's easy, they didn't have to negotiate any existing roads, as this place was started from scratch. MK Ultra not. Oh, MK. It's so long ago I made that video, I can't remember, but they do line up with the sunrise and sunset on the solstices, which I think is very odd. Probe says, what was the car blurred out at 2:14? That was weird. Yeah, I had to do a lot of blurring out in this particular video, and one of them was somebody who actually was in that car. Definitely was in that car, and it was yeah, she was somebody who turned up who was. I did film with her, and then I decided not to include her in the film, so she's edited out. Jam Noise 72, hello, hello, soul sister. I'm watching the video in Phoenix right now. It's 9 a.m. and 30 degrees. I will enjoy this. Angels getting married on Thursday. Big hugs, soul brother. Oh, well, congratulations. Wish I was with you. Have a good time, Soul Sister. Hope the images of wet and windy weather don't spoil the mood. Lots of love. Oh, congratulations to Angel Jam Noise. Congratulations. I missed that bit out. Sorry when I was reading it. Apologies. Lime Specs says, I mean, I realise the blurrings are protect identity, but some of them seem a bit random. Now, there are certain people there who really didn't want to be in the film, and for various reasons to do with their experiences and things like that. And so I put them in. I put them, and so I decided to blur them out. Right, so, I'm going to. This is something in Arabic. I'm sorry. I'm going to delete this. I can't keep translating everything. Just you use translator, so I've deleted that. I've deleted that on that particular one. And oh, the page is having a hissy fit. All right, I'll just refresh it. Okay, not to worry. So go back down. It's not too bad to scroll now. Yeah, I can't really say exactly why, but there's a lot of people in there. It was annoying. It took ages to edit. Absolutely ages to bloody edit. It's a pain in the arse to edit, man. Alright, just come on in. Oh, still quite a few comments to go, definitely. Okay, I'm back now. Mart said, great. This is Douglas Murray's, buying Douglas Murray's book. Mart said, great show, I enjoyed this. I'll just put here. Thanks, Mart. Smiley face. Mart also said on the same page, here in Cardiff in June, there was this ugly boat in the middle of the town road and lots of people hanging around talking about climate change. It was a hot day all week. I remember that, Mart. Yeah, I remember that was the Extinction Rebellion doing their thing. And they had this big boat thing. I remember that. Ben Emlyn Jones at Truth Seekers Northeast. Paul Roars says, cheers, my friend. I say, you're welcome, Paul. That's Truth Seekers Northeast. That's the smiley face. Oh yeah, that was Israel Diego Rivera says, Douglas Murray is a right-wing Zed. Douglas Murray is a Zionist New World Order spoon-fed clown. Why does your channel always promote right-wing Zionists? I don't think it does. And if I do, it's for different reasons, not because their beliefs about Israel. It's for other reasons. In this case, in the case of Douglas Murray, I've had differences with him in the past. Sock Shovel says, thanks for the book reference. I'll check it out. Ah, you're very welcome, Sock Shovel. Check it. I haven't actually got a copy yet. I didn't actually get one that day. Mr. Wonderful said, thanks for the upload. Enjoy your commentary and analysis on a multitude of topics. I can't say I always agree, but I definitely always appreciate them. As an aside, Douglas's name seems to be affixed to some sort of algorithm within YouTube. After I clicked on your video, a vast multitude of other recommended videos with his name came in them. Suddenly began to pop up. Anyway, be safe and cheers. You're welcome, Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, I get that too. The moment you put his name in, there's a massive amount of material. Because he's always doing interviews and things like that. This is Mel O'Brien. And there's two replies to this. I've just received the book in the mail. I recommend The Diversity Delusion by Heather MacDonald on how race and gender pandering corrupt culture and Chasing the Screen by Johann Hari, dealing with the positive effects of legalised drugs and the decriminalisation in various parts of the world. I'm just finishing the Apollo moon missions, Hiding the Hoax in Plain Sight Part 1, which is fairly technical but a good read. If you have any doubts about manned moon missions, I cannot recommend any books on UFOs because they're full of misinformation that contradicts my dozen CE experiences, including 2 CE5s. I remember you telling me about your experiences, Belle. I really do. Yeah, I think you've got some things on your channel about that. The alien entities are not Greys or Mantids or Nordics or any of that nonsense. It's all a diversion. Think of the Wizard of Oz and you're closer to what was really going on. Well, I think we discussed this earlier and we had our differences there, but thanks for your input. Mel says underneath, Since I've started my rant, I might as well finish. The Day After Roswell is Corso's ridiculous piece of fiction that people take seriously. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think it is a load of nonsense. He recalls conversations verbatim from decades ago. What a memory. And I'm supposed to believe that the military would hand over unknown technology to private businesses. They do, Mel. I mean, if you look at the Wilson memo and things like the Wilson notes and things like that, it appears that they do, but not the way Corso talks about it. You cannot trust anything started by someone with links to government or military. Again, I don't think that is a general rule. I think it has exceptions, many exceptions. This is a legacy book, a book written so that his family will be provided with some income from it after his death, like that Tompkins silliness. Is that their super soldier guide? Jacobs and Dolan are too gullible. Tell them a good story and they'll believe it. There are no abductions, not as described by middle-aged women and mentally disturbed men anyway. Well, that's a mischaracterization of abductees, and I don't agree with you. Hypnosis is black magic, according to Aleister Crowley, wherein the subject surrenders his will to another, and he wishes to please the hypnotist, while the hypnotist wants to derive a successful result from his ritual, which casts a spell on the subject. Hypnotism results in a bizarre combination of Stockholm Syndrome and a placebo effect. There have been successful court cases against hypnotists who have caused psychic and psychological damage to their subject. Avoid hypnotism at all costs, and regression stories are completely unreliable. Mary Rodwell is an idiot. No. Again, this is an oversimplification, and it's a misrepresentation. Hypnotism is a mystery, but it has had good effects. I've known people who've had hypnotism and it's had amazing effects on them. It does do damage to some people. I personally would be wary about getting involved with it, even though people have suggested I have it because of the implant in my arm. But I think what you're saying here is incorrect. Mary Rodwell is not an idiot. She's very, very scientific in her view. While Mack and Hopkins, that's John Mack and Bud Hopkins, are well-meaning, their books are full of ridiculous misinformation from narcissists and lonely people seeking attention. And greys don't have big black eyes, those are goggles. Well, that's completely unfair to John Mack and Bud Hopkins. That's completely wrong. I've read one of Hopkins' book. I've read one of each of those authors, and I'll tell you what, it's nothing of the sort. I've looked into it, and you're completely wrong there. As for the greys having their eyes being goggles, that's an interesting point, and it is a possibility. It is definitely a possibility. That the grey suit is some kind of covering. Yeah. Here's Steve mumbling. Yes, they're all liars and frauds, except Mel. You, Mel? PMSL. Of course, with so many ET encounters, you'll have lots of pictures, video, and audio recordings to show us, well, won't you? How about some ET pens and car stickers, or ET toilet rolls with a picture of your favourite species on every slice? Get a grip, FFS. Oh, Steve, come on. No, I don't agree with everything Mel said. He's completely wrong about a lot of his views on abduction, even though he himself, I know, has had one. After looking into this, I think he's wrong. But his general comments, that if you're talking more generally about alien abductions, again, you've made a lot of the usual points. Oh, why don't you pick up one of the tools off the table and things like that? All that kind of thing. Oh, videos, recordings. There is a video of alien abduction. It's the one that was at Exopol, that lady, the Muslim lady, who was at Exopol 2011. So you're wrong as well, Steve. Both you guys are wrong in this particular thread for different reasons. Mark Hollingsworth says on Douglas Murray, Will Davis, the Guardian reviewer who teaches at Goldsmith College, poor youth. Also, Ben, did you see that Waterstones had a handwritten staff synopsis tab underneath the book? I didn't. I should have read that, shouldn't I? Oh, damn. I didn't read that. I didn't notice that, but thanks for letting me know, Mark. Mark Crane. The covert bit needs a bit of work. The covert bit needs work. Well, it's the best I could do with the hidden camera I had, Mark. But it's not ideal. I know it's not the kind of thing that Tommy Robinson uses. But it's adequate, I believe. Crafty Nihilist says on Douglas Murray, are you being attacked by a giant wasp at 4242? Let's have a look. Giant wasp at 40. Forever.
Can't see it. Let's have a look at this display over here.
No, it's a chainsaw. It's a chainsaw. But yeah, it's very wasp-like, isn't it? And also, Liz didn't like the Handmaid's Tale. I've not read it, but it looks. A lot of people have complained that it's basically promoting feminism. I probably won't bother reading it. I mean, I don't feel inclined to. I've got lots of other things I need to read. Limespick says on this thing, how did you miss it, Ben? It was right there in the first shop you went in. Let me check the time. Okay. Did I? Was it there? Oh, I think someone pointed it out to me. Yeah. Oh, right. Yes. Yes. In fact, I replied to Limespick. Yeah, I missed it. It was actually in Blackwell's, and I didn't see it. Yeah. Artography says bed bugs on Probe. Yeah, that's the things that bit me. Yeah, I got bitten when I was in that seedy hotel. I'll tell you what, they haven't had much luck with speakers hotels, have they? At Probe, either the fire alarms go off at night, the dinners are too small, and the bed bugs. Yeah, I got bitten. I got some nasty bites on there. I think they're going to have to call in the fumigators. I should have written to them and told them, actually. Yeah. But yeah, it lasted a couple of days. Nasty big things that were weeping and bleeding. Ravenhill says on A Very British Coup book review, out of curiosity, Ben, do you have a laptop or use a desktop there in your little apartment? All right, my apartment is shared with other people. I use a desktop. It's what I'm using right now. How am I doing for? It's still recording. Good. What's the time? How much time left? 24 minutes. All right. Okay. Again, it's again, this is British Coup. Ravenhill says, "Let's hope Brexit happens, Benny lad." Yes. Oh, tell me about it. Yeah. It's like this is why I got focused on it over the last week or so. Jack Parker says on the book, on The Very British Coup, I almost forgot I was about to click on another video before watching this one. I had to ask myself, what, am I crazy? Jack, it's an easy decision, isn't it? You know, if it's choice between HPANWO TV and any other video in the world, you've got to choose HPANWO TV, haven't you? Steve071, good evening, Ben. Good evening, Steve. How are you? Odds and Sods says in A Very British Book, a very British Coup book review. In 1982, Corbyn was a prospective parliamentary candidate for Islington. He was a young Labour activist and shagging Diane Abbott. The first two can't explain the last. I honestly can't. Why won't he sack her? And there's two reasons why he won't sack her. Firstly, she's a black woman. Secondly, she's got dirt on him, hasn't she? She'll go to the press. If he sacks her, she'll go straight to the papers. She may even have photographs. You can imagine what they look like. Oh yes, they'll probably end up on some, BBW Ebony website. You know, the porn category. BBW Ebony. Yeah. Odds and Sods says at Probe, was Ray Archer at Probe 2019? Yes, he was. I met him and spoke to him. And he showed me his notebook again, and he's a great guy. He's difficult to get away with. Like, he's really in your face, and he's hard to, once you get talking to him, he's hard to get away with. But he's such a sweet man. I really like him. Patrick says on British Coup, Ben, I think you need to update your glass mug with a larger wooden beer mug. Oh, do I? You nearly looked like a proper Viking when I took that sip. Hope you're keeping well. Thanks, Patrick. But I haven't got a big enough beard to be a Viking. But I do have my tankard here, my tankard of dragon juice. Odds and Sods also says on UK Probe, Carlton Hotel again. South African accent. No, the only water you can have here is the water you buy. You tell your friend, don't bring chips. I don't want hot food in my hotel. Yes, that was that hotel was not the. I mean, it's improved. I have been back there since I made this video, and it has improved. I must say. I don't know whether they still refuse to serve you water, which I think is against the law. And I felt that was a bit that was annoying. Yeah. Stan Smith, is that Lemsip you're drinking? No, it's simply cordial. It's just simply a bit of cordial. John Nolan, Ben, yes. Oh, right. This I've already been into this. Sasha Christie has a new video about Larry Warren, and you get a yes. I've seen that. I've actually reviewed it on her HPANWO Voice. Let me send you the link to that. Let me send you a link to my review. That was a while ago now, but yeah, it's all nonsense. It's absolute rubbish, the whole thing, from start to finish, total and utter. Here it is, Sasha Christie Woodbridge presentation. So have a look at. Well, basically that's my review of her video. So there's a link to it. And back to the tag. Got to reinsert the tag again into the clipboard. Excuse me, itchy nose. Now, very British Q. Ben, will you be doing a review of The Joker? I went to see it and it's a good mindfuck of a movie. Well, John, stay tuned. Right, UFO Disclosure 2019, The Storm. This is the previous UFO disclosure video. Timothy Simpson says, if that Tic Tac had been a Russian MiG, there would have been a diplomatic incident. These things are testing US defences. I don't think they've told Trump in case he does something insane. Well, yeah, well, I do wonder. There seems to be an awfully interesting coincidence that this came up, and it was just a few months later that Trump starts talking about his Space Force idea, doesn't he? Right, Joker, again, Ravenhill says, this is the new film, Joker film review. On mention of the Beano and Dandy, I missed those comics. I lost all mine in the passage of time. Yeah, I used to enjoy them when I was a kid, and I used to have a big collection. But of course, over the years, I've grown up and moved on, and I've got new books now. And I had to throw them out. I used to have Tintin as well and Asterix. I used to love them. Mr. MT says on Joker, Ben, I believe using Gary Glitter's Rock and Roll Part 2 is an inside job to the paedophile community in Hollywood. And right. Someone else said that, actually. Who was it? Again, they love dropping bear jokes. Yes, this is Lock Into My Eye said that. I do wonder if it's some kind of signalling. Yeah, there was a bit of an incident because they apparently didn't get the rights to use the music, and of course Gary Glitter is an unperson. He's now excluded from the music community, of course, as he should be, because he's a filthy nonce. But it could be there was some kind of attempt to start a lawsuit or something. But it's interesting. Maybe it is symbolic. Maybe they're trying to tell you something. Israel Diego versus the Joker is Lucifer. That's interesting. Is that like there's a mythological symbolism in Batman? Is there? Ben Fairhall used to talk a lot about that. There's a guy called Mark Brahman who does that today, and they're very interesting, talking about various mystical symbolism in modern literature and movies and things. Yeah. Videos from the Underground says on Joker. American media expects children to grow up too fast. Americans identify with the brainwashing Hollywood is evil. You know, lots of our towns are named after English towns. Yes, there's an Oxford apparently in, I think it's Louisiana. The film sounds like the ideal American family. No father, psychopathic kids, post-apocalyptic reality that our controllers desire so deviously for us. Thanks for the review. It's the kind of movie I won't bother with seeing, but Beatles About was funny and entertaining as opposed to this film. Yeah, Beatles About was first funny. But yeah, there was this horrible dystopian element to the film. I mean, it's really, as I said, it's very disturbing. Arthur, the character who becomes the Joker, is a very, obviously, it's a very, very rather harsh and dark portrayal of mental illness. And I think that Joaquin Phoenix will get an Oscar for it. I think he will. 69 Phuket says, you, Charlie Veach, and that Irish guy Seamus, who? No, it's Thomas Sheridan, that's it, expressed an interest in the Hollywood blockbuster that is Joker. Oh, so have we all covered it? I haven't looked at Charlie's or Thomas's review of it, but maybe I'll check that out. Yeah. What's going on to buy into populist culture? Brainwashing populist culture. Yeah. Well, it's what's this? We're not buying into it. I'm sure Charlie and Thomas aren't, but we're analysing it. Designed and forced to swerve your wifed head. Your wifed head? What? Your Wi-Fi'd head. Wi-Fi'd. My hospital porter friend is off on a bender to Leeds this weekend. Alright, 69 Phuket. We hospital porters tend to do that sort of thing, unfortunately. Leeds is a dark place for gothic opportunities. I don't get the Joker. Unless you're into makeup. It's, well, I think I got some of it, but anyway, I hope your my brother Porter has a good friend in time in Leeds. Yeah, it's a bit of Porters unfortunately have this kind of tendency. Oh, on the subject of porters, we have a porter here. Jacob on Joker. Ben, as for your time, I actually know Jacob is a brother porter at my hospital. Pride and dignity, brother porter. As for the time schedule of this movie, I'd say it's clearly late 70s, early 80s. Notice the old WDB logo from this decade. Some nod to 42nd Street, plus I've noticed Wolfen posters in one of the scenes. Yeah, in the last scenes, that's the Wolfen movie. Yes, there was definitely some anachronisms in it, Jacob, relating to certain time periods. I didn't notice the things that you noticed, but other people have pointed them out to me. Nevertheless, I do think there is a kind of surreal parallel universe element to it. I've always felt that about Batman. Jack Parker says on Joker. Here we go. One big elephant in the room that needs to be showered and dressed. Have you ever, Jack, shower and dress an elephant? A bit difficult. This oversimplification of racial identity and judgment. All are guilty. I don't get that. And my unique perspective, possibly as a black man who actually identifies as being a human being, without the ridiculous and vindictive slant against these people with less melanin in their skin. Well, I'm glad you do, because a lot of black people are encouraged to hate white people, and white people are encouraged to hate themselves, and sometimes they end up hating black people back and things like that. So I'm very glad you have that attitude. There's other people like Rin Michaelis and Candice Owens and other people who've been taking this same idea, and I think they've seen through the programming there, Jack. So well done. As I said, I think Martin Luther King himself would have realised that the modern left has. I've said this earlier actually about how that they're essentially undoing his whole perspective. Sometimes our world is too small. If we could wipe out history and start new like children, how would people behave? Would they just say, "Hi, my name's Billy. Would you like to play?" I hope so, Jack. But I don't think it's necessary to wipe out history. It's just in fact, we shouldn't, because history has a lot of good things to teach us as well as bad things, and it's a source, of course, of a political agenda today. This cultural Marxist attempt to demoralise and destroy relationships between people and people's own sense of self-esteem, to break us down and build us up into a new form. History is being used that way, but history doesn't have to be that way. And we don't have to forget history. We just have to understand what it is, and understand that it's being used against us as a psychological weapon. Whether you're black or white, gay or straight, man or woman, in some way you are targeted. And I hope that the people coming up and saying, "Hi, my name is Billy, would you like to play?" I hope that without forgetting history, we can reach a point where we can do that. So it's a good comment. Thank you very much. Jack also says on Joker here, maybe someone somewhere is thinking about a new EMP bomb. Right, it will wipe out the memories of all mankind. They call it the perspective bomb. It's silent and fast. We never see it coming. All we need to do is look up and see the ones who have transcended. Well, it's funny. I mean, some could say that 5G is what you're talking about here. There's a film called Dark City. I think that's what it's called. That when everyone falls asleep at night, these creatures come up and they start rearranging everything. The streets and the buildings and everything's weird. David Icke referred to it once. Joker, James Tilly Matthews says here, kindness, cake and plenty of tea. Good tobacco optional. That sounds like fun, I mean, I don't smoke, so forget the tobacco if it's optional, but kindness, cake and plenty of tea will do me nicely. Thank you very much, James. On Joker, Amy says, scattering boundary schema wave. What does that mean? There's a little symbol there before that. So I don't understand what you mean there, Amy, but let me know. Mart says on Joker, great stuff. Really enjoyed this. Would be even better with a windproof mic. I know. That is a problem. I try to keep it out the wind and things like that. I do. I really do that. Like, your name, Mart, is that the Egyptian goddess who sits on top of the Old Bailey? The one with the scales. David Icke should talk about that. Limespec said on Joker, I don't think anyone has threatened to shoot the showings up, Ben. As with most things, it was an overblown media creation, that story, and then hyped up by the progressive left, as with most things. It's I think there were several incidents that the police investigated. People on Facebook in the incel community were saying they were going to do something, things like that. However, I'm sure it was completely exaggerated out of all proportion. I certainly didn't go in there with any. I didn't think of putting on a bulletproof vest before I went into that particular showing. So now a new video. Am I a MGTOW? Now this was a difficult video to make. I was quite glad to get it out of the way. Arcane Rhythm Lennon says, that's a good name. Shame the hammer and sickle ruins the scenery. Oh yeah, that's graffiti on the bridge. Actually, I found out that bridge is not disused. It actually links the main line south to the BMW car plant. So apparently trains do go over there very occasionally. I've never seen one go over there, but they do very rarely. I have seen trains on the track that runs along through Cowley to the BMW plant. But that's graffiti on the bridge. I made a bit of a joke about it, actually, if you remember. Jim James says, and am I a MGTOW? The epitome of a true human being, heart and soul. No doubt many people will connect with this information, brother. Massive love and respect to you. Thanks, Jimmy. Much appreciated. And Jimmy James says, again, brother, the unintended switches to Railway Bridge Reviewer were a beautiful comedy gold. That brought a nice balance to the heavy content. It was a pleasure to share. Thank you again. You beautiful man, you. Oh, thank you, Jimmy. Much appreciated, Jimmy James. I'm glad you like that. Dev Riffler says, and am I MGTOW? Here we go. Dude, you are 2 to 4 in looks department. Oh man, you're breaking my heart now. Stop doing a second Stefan Molyneux on me. No amount of intelligence can cover that up. Yes, in times when females had to choose from a small pool of men available in their local area, it was enough. That's why native Germans and Scandinavians were so ugly. But they're not ugly. They're not. They're beautiful. They're beautiful people. When there weren't involuntary government programs, females had to optimize the choice between looks and faithfulness, looks versus resources, in a way that required compromises. Now they still try to do the same thing, but with help of God. Your spelling and your grammar's terrible, and you don't use punctuation properly either. Never mind. I'll try to carry on. But with help of the government, they can eat cake and have a cake. It creates a situation where 70 to 80% of men is not desirable by 90% of females. That's a social disaster. Yeah, I mean, several people have talked about this, including Stefan Molyneux, about how the sexual revolution has created this really horrible situation. And indeed, Coach Red Pill is a good guy. I disagree with a lot of what he says, but he's quite good at identifying this sort of thing. As I said, you are ugly. Yeah. But you don't have any abnormalities that wouldn't allow you to be at a 7, but lots of work. Oh my goodness me. You think I'm ugly, do you? Well, look, it's, as I said, beauty and ugliness. I explained this in the movie, actually. These things are subjective. Pretty much subjective. I know there's classic good looks and classic bad looks, but again, it is subjective. I explained to you my own views and my own feelings. I am myself at 5 to 7.5, average notes 6 to 7. That's still below 8 score. I get matches on dating apps from time to time, 4 to 10 a month, but mostly with fat girls or lonely moms aged around 30. Oh, well. Firstly, you've got a demeaning, so calling fat girls and lonely mums. Well, then, you might actually. Women who come under that category can be very, very alluring, and I mean, I've actually been on members of dating sites where I've had like offers. I don't do that anymore though. With a beauty score of 2 to 6, it clearly looks like females won't date lower genetic material they think of themselves to be. Then they, well, I don't know exactly. Again, I think that's overgeneralizing. No one knows. No one can test your DNA, and it's not as simple as what Molyneux portrays it as. Where, oh yeah, it's all sorted. You're 1 to 10, and it's all sorted, and you're matched with 8 to 10, things like that. You have to match because of DNA, because of resources, because of genetics. Okay, if the dude is ugly, it must be it's the power and money and convenience. Well, of course, obviously, if you're a millionaire, you know, I mean, Trump is like in his 70s. He's got a beautiful younger wife. Of course, I'm sure if he was cleaning the White House instead of sitting in the Oval Office, he wouldn't be able to pull a woman like that. I don't doubt that. But again, that doesn't. You're not accounting for individuals. I mean, you must realise people are individuals. Women as well are individuals. I said this. There's a link in the description box to my letter to Eric, where I talk about this. The inconvenience that might make her wet when she's drunk. Oh, drunk women are not attractive. Drunk women are just, you know, I'm sure drunk men are just as bad, but drunk people generally are unpleasant. They say stupid things. They smell terrible. They act silly. I don't get that. Very often they can't perform anyway sexually, because of brewer's droop and things like that. So there's nothing attractive about that. The point of getting someone drunk to sleep with them is a waste of time, because they're not the same person once they're drunk. The deal is shitty, and yet females can get away with it. There is just enough men overbiting themselves on the lactation of their own demise. What's lactation mean? Thank you for your video. Keep up the good work. To win the game, you just have to wait for others' mistakes and refrain yourself from making them. All right, well, see, I mean, despite what you said, I can get dates if I want them. I have done in the past. I explained in about dating before. I don't have any trouble getting a date. The question is it worth putting in the effort to do so when in my local area, when I have to explain to them at some point that I'm into UFOs and aliens, and I believe the Queen is a lizard? As I explained, they just get up and walk to the door then, don't they? There is actually a dating agency. It's called Awake Dating for people like me. Dev Rifter says, oh right, this is someone called Andrew Munchkin, who appears to have deleted their comment. This is addressed to him, but he's deleted his comment. No, he's not. I do not disparage his charm, character, ability to form long-term relationships, or his social status. What I'm saying is that, in contrast to best-looking models, he's out of the competition in the looks department. Well, you know, I don't expect to see myself on the cover of Men's Health, Dev. I'm well aware of that. I'm not good-looking, also 5 to 7.5. Yet there are times when I was young, between him 7 and 15. I was one ugly motherfucker with notes 1 to 3 females treated me very oh, sorry. I wish you need to learn to use full stops with notes. 1 to 3 females treated me very unpleasantly, at least. To say at around 16 to 18 I could have score 4 in looks. It got better around 25 when I could call myself a 5 to 6. I'm now 31 and I'm something between 5.7 to 5. 5 to 7.5. It's way better than it was before. I appreciate the change. However, years of being rejected made me hate females, because all of my life I got the experience of their worst side. Well, Dev, you shouldn't allow experiences like that are unpleasant. It doesn't justify hating half the people in the entire world. It really does not. You mustn't. It's really not. It's not fair, and it's not good. It's not healthy for you psychologically. And again, I question this 1 to 10 thing all the time. It doesn't take into account the subjective element of attraction, which is a far bigger factor than people like Molyneux think it is. They really do. Jimmy James says on Am I a MGTOW, the interactions are effing hilarious, brother. Rivets. These rivets right here. Well, let me tell you about those rivets. Yeah. I had to do something when people walked past. I just didn't want to be overheard, so I just pretended I was talking about something different. I'm glad you thought that was funny. Videos from the Underground says on Am I a MGTOW, History will record this point in history as the gender wars. Please don't blame yourself for what is happening, because this is a concerted effort by activists to change society, who have inserted guilt and blame in their propaganda to demean men and create role reversal, which they think will lead to a utopian society. Yeah, exactly. It's a psychological warfare attack. I was saying this to Jack Parker. It's intended to change the way we think and feel about ourselves and others. Feminism was created. You know, Emily Pankhurst, one of the heroines of first wave feminism. Her sister was involved in the creation of the Australian Communist Party. It's so obvious when you see it. This is not a good time for society. No, it's not. Starting with tax-exempt foundations, which gave Gloria Steinem and MS Magazine their start. Yeah, that's the woman who said something about how white people should be like excluded from public life and things like that. Oh God, yeah. One of these horrible people who said, you know, white people are evil, etc. You know, foundations wanting to change society, to manipulate society to their liking. Yes, Norman Dodd was interviewed in the past and describes these foundations, who are society members. Sorry, society manipulators. Right, okay. Whoops. Okay, so we're just going to take it. What I'll do is I'll take a little. This is a long comment, so I think I'll take a break and then carry on with the comment afterwards. Okay, but I'll put this down as the 7th. I'll put this in as the 7th half-hour period. Okay, so I'll come videos from the underground. I've got to the bottom of the first paragraph, so I'll remember where I start off from next time. But see you shortly. Okay then, we're back now. Back with videos from the undergrounds. Interesting comment here. Oh, I'm so tired. It's 9:20. I've been doing this all day. I've been doing this. I mean, it's not going to be 12 hours long, but I've been doing it for 12 hours. I have breaks in between. I didn't have to work today, so I thought day off, do a comments reply video. So, second paragraph. Falling out of love. If love is just a biochemical state of mind, it's bound to change as the body chemicals dry up. Love is a lot more than that. Human beings are changeable, unfortunately. My experience with women, just the same. Tenuous and precarious. Marriage does last for a time, maybe. Society needs to change. Now, considering the amount of violence, sex... I'll just... as the body chemicals... Yeah, it's... Falling in love, that passionate feeling, never lasts, because... It's that feeling of new love doesn't last. No, it's right. It is more than that. As I said, I had a relationship for 8 years with Sue Stain, and even though she was beautiful and I was in love with her, my feelings for her changed during that time. They didn't weaken, they just changed. Human beings are changeable, unfortunately. My experience with women, just the same. Tenuous and precarious. Marriage does last for a time, maybe. Society needs to change. Now, considering the amount of violence, sex, brutality present in the media, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of that, isn't there? I'm surprised society is not a lot more dysfunctional than it is. Yeah. I mean, I hate the way in television as well. The television especially is disgusting. Did you see my video about the BBC, where I talk about that Gunpowder TV series, which was shown just after the watershed, and it was just full of the most incredible sadistic brutality and violence, and the critics were saying, oh, it's wonderful, and almost as an artificial. Does it have to be so gruesome? But the BBC put these things in specifically for the point they're making. Anyway, I agree with you on that, definitely, but it is not improving. No, there needs to be some deconstruction of the propaganda we have been pummeled with for decades now. That is mandatory. True, and that is exactly what I'm doing here. That's my intention with HPANWO TV and all the HPANWO thing. A wise person once said, when picking a mate, pick someone just like you who has your belief system. That's tricky with me, isn't it? But for those who are master consciousness, or who are master consciousness, those beliefs will not matter, and you'll get on anyway. Very few people are of master consciousness. This is something to think about. Perhaps I don't think I'm of master consciousness. Honestly, I don't. I don't think I am. Videos, but I mean, I like the points you make. I really do. Michael Harrison. There's actually an awful lot of new commenters on this particular video, people who don't normally comment, perhaps because the subject matter is unusual for me. Thanks for your thoughts, Ben. Oops. Okay, what's going on? Hang on. Thanks for your thoughts, Ben. I empathise with MGTOW. It seems to me it's an inevitable reaction to the feminist orthodoxy, i.e. every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Correct. As I said, the parallels between feminism and MGTOW are extraordinary. Now, funny enough, Turd Flinging Monkey has made some videos since I made mine. I don't know if TFM has actually seen my video, but he's made a video in response to a woman who has been saying that basically MGTOW and feminism are the same thing, but inverted with the sexes. And TFM disagrees with this, and he's made a very interesting video explaining why. And to be honest, I find him difficult to watch because, I like with Happy Humble Hermit, I find them both very difficult to watch because of the depressing nature of the subject matter. And I found trouble watching them was difficult to research this film, but I did go back and watch a little bit more of TFM and Triple H, and they don't agree. They don't believe that MGTOW is the same as feminism. I can't remember all their details. Anyway, Michael continues. There is some truth in feminism and some truth in MGTOW. However, it is feminism that is calling the shots. If and when that situation ends, perhaps the best we can hope for is that we can learn the lessons from both sides and take things to a better place for everyone. Amen to that, yes. It's true, I mean, that if there's one specific difference between feminism and MGTOW, it is feminism is in the ascendancy. Feminism is the establishment. MGTOW is the counterculture. There is an ironic metaphor in your bridge building aside. Yes, because I was underneath the bridge, wasn't I? Yeah, I see what you mean. That is ironic. My Time 103 says on MGTOW, to me, feminism means anti-female, anti-women. It does. It's anti-human. They do not want to be mothers. They do not want children. They just want to grow old and have cats. It's a lot of older feminists. I think, did I mention Faye Weldon? She was a feminist icon in the 60s and wrote lots of novels with a feminist theme. And she really regrets it now. She's an old lady and she's got no family, and she looks at her friends who have grandchildren. Their old age is full of life as they see their young relatives grow. Her old age is herself and her cats. You know, even her husband's died now, and it's sad, isn't it? It's very sad. She regrets it. She's admitted that she dedicated her young life to a delusion. And it's a delusion which is very easy to slip into because it's establishment, because it's everywhere. It's in your face. Everyone is telling women to be this. It's the best thing to be. It takes effort to pull yourself away from such promotion, such propaganda. Okay, Mel O'Brien says women going their own way is much more insidious because it is a direct assault on traditional values and the family. Yes, however, so is MGTOW. MGTOW is also that. It's because MGTOW men won't have children. MGTOW men won't have relationships, loving relationships with women. They call it a plantation. They call it. They actually compare it to slavery. All these women have children outside of marriage, and in many cases outside of a relationship. I know that is that is actually something which obviously feminists and MGTOW have a differences. MGTOWs may father women may father children outside of a relationship, but women give birth to them and bring them up. Abortion, birth control, all these processes are now a part of these women's lives. Right, yeah. I am pro-life. I'm against abortion, as you know. I've mentioned this before. Birth control I'm not against. I think birth control is fine. In fact, birth control used properly would make it, essentially, if it's used properly, it would make the need, even any perceived need for abortion, obsolete, because it would prevent unwanted pregnancies. These have been promoted since the early 20th century by Nazis and the Tavistock Institute Clinic. Indeed, yeah, and the forces behind them, including the Soviet Union as well. Women are contributing to the destruction of their own position in society. Yeah, the weaponization of women is a term you often hear, and it is very true. It's extremely correct there. Apart from that, I would say MGTOW and feminism are parallels to each other, and MGTOWs are also I think they are damaging traditional values and family. BZ Garson says underneath that, twat. He says to Mel O'Brien. All right. Well, Mel, if you want me to remove that comment, I will. My Time 103 says on MGTOW, I will add the future is not woman but Islam. And we all know where that ends. Women in burqas and men praying to the arsehole in front. Now, this is rather like the Tommy Robinson position, the counter-jihad. Now, I have my nose is itching. Whenever I'm doing videos, I either get itchy noses, coughs, or yawns. In a sense, the counter-jihad, Tommy Robinson, people like that, and Douglas Murray actually has this attitude as well. They are similar to myself, and what you said, in the sense they have a dark vision for the future, a possibility of a new world order. But for them, the new world order is Islam, and I don't agree with that. I believe Islam is being used as a tool, in the same way feminism is being used as a tool. But it's not the new world order. So I don't think it's going to end where you think it's going to end. It really is not. But watch my videos about that, because I've done several videos about this. Dev Ritzflifter says on MGTOW, the answer is Black Bill. Who's he? What do you mean Black Pill? Pill with a P. Hollyblade Leonhard says, you Europeans are so strange. Are we? Well, you know, I mean... And Mechanic73 says underneath, I'm American and completely get what Ben says here. Well, Mechanic does. So Hollyblade, have you ever been to Europe? You might find it interesting. I mean, who wants to be normal? Who wants to be the same in this world? I take it you're not European. Okay. Michael Green says on MGTOW, absolutely hilarious, funniest thing on YouTube. Well, that's certainly saying something, Michael, isn't it? That's quite a compliment. So thank you very much for that. MGTOW. Ravenhill says, interesting watch again. Big thanks. I'll give you a love heart there and say, you're very welcome, Ravenhill. I'm glad you liked it. You're very well, and I'm glad you once again enjoyed my video here for some reason. And 69 Phuket says under that, why can't I do concise comments like that? It really bothers me. Oh well, that one's quite short, Phuket, I must say. Right, MGTOW. Lots of comments on my MGTOW video. Justin E. Hayward says, it's an odd world at times. I consider myself lucky to have met a woman who is also my best pal. It's not always perfect, but we do try. We've had some great worldly adventures together, and hopefully we'll continue to do so. I'll admit there are times when I'd like to scream at your vlogs. You're not the only one there. But I'm glad you've met a woman who's your best pal. I'm glad you have, Justin. Well done. You have a great relationship. However, you do make a lot of sense at times. All the best. Oh, thank you very much, and good luck. Good luck to you. And I know a lot of people want to scream at my vlogs at times, but I'm glad you like that one. Jack Parker says on MGTOW, I really should let you feed me more data. I'm at the 31-minute mark, but I shouldn't need much more. Sue, yes you do. And if it happens, that chance encounter, you'll realize... Okay. I'm talking about... Well, you see, you might say, well, you've got to get over your ex, but getting over an ex is not always... I think I am over her in the sense that I put her behind me, but I talk about it because it's an interesting experience and it's been a big effect on my life. But if it happens, that chance encounter, you'll realise that it's real. That's not Ben coincidence. It has to be destiny. No, I don't want to see her again, and I don't think I'll see her again. I'll avoid her. You see. Can't you see how where the cards are falling? Says Jack. You and I are alike. All right, we won't allow it to be cheap. Sometimes you have to take people by the hand and guide them into understanding what they already understand. Okay. I'm not sure. I think you're talking in riddles a bit here, Jack, but I want to be guided into understanding if things I don't understand already. Groove Lodger says on MGTOW, thanks Ben, that a great and honest breakdown of MGTOW. Did you know that bridge makes the perfect pyramid and all-seeing eye behind you? Yes, I did notice that, and I remember thinking about it while I was editing the video. It looks like the Illuminati pyramid behind me. Yeah. Jack Parker says, I've just got an epiphany. UFO dating site. Galactic Babes. Might be something out there. Oh, right. Ooh, well, that green girl from Star Trek, she'll suit me. And Jack says under here, might meet someone you know. And as Nick Pope says, we can't rule it out. Jack Parker says, when shagging prospect gets wind of your books, just tell her it's a living. Oh, all right, I see. Well, of course, I do mention that I'm an author in these sorts of things, and indeed, I did impress people when I was at the hospital. I wrote my first 2 books when I was a porter, and that impressed people. It did impress people, and it impressed some of the ladies as well. I think it is a big plus. I think, according to the gentleman who was calling me a 2 to 3, who was it? I don't know. I can't remember who it was. I think that's a bit of a bonus there. I think it brings me up a little bit. Videos from not videos. Who was it? Dev Rifter. I think it boosts me up to at least 5 or 6 points there, I would say. Right. Jack Parker says, just one last funny one period, and the people begin to sit around and listen to your discussion on the bridge. Oh, oh god, that would be yeah. People did. A couple of them stopped and sort of like looked at me, and sort of waved and sort of said amusements, you know. But I really didn't want company to make that film, Jack. I needed to like be on my own, and there's other places I could have gone where I wouldn't have been interrupted like that, but they're not very comfortable. There's nowhere to sit, and I didn't realise it would be as long as it was. But anyway, another one. A construction engineer sits down next to you and says, "This is your lucky day." Oh, right, because they said, I might have, that as a problem, isn't it? I might have had someone coming up to me and saying, "Hey, man, you're a geeker for old bridges as well. Oh, let's have a long discussion about this bridge." Oh, oh dear, that would have been a nightmare, wouldn't it? Yeah. Right, must know 3 says, MGTOW is a lifestyle, not a movement. And it's the natural lifestyle modern men will end up adopting without even knowing in today's gynocentric society. Sorry. Well, define life. It depends how you define lifestyle and movement. I think movement is a fair thing to say. It is kind of like it has a philosophy. It has an attempt to proselytize. It likes to recruit new members. So that is a movement, but it is a lifestyle too. Correct. And it's the natural lifestyle modern men will end up adopting without even knowing in today's gynocentric society. It's a lifestyle that many men choose because of today's gynocentric society, but it is not a natural lifestyle. It is not. Men are not meant to be like this. We are evolved to be fathers and to be lovers. We have been for thousands of years before the cultural Marxists came along and tried to ruin it to create their new world order. And being a MGTOW does absolutely nothing to prevent us to actually heal that. It does nothing at all. I understand why men become MGTOW, and it does an awful lot in terms of personal healing and personal protection. I understand why it is attractive to men. I understand exactly why men become MGTOWs. However, it is not going to it's not solving the problem. In fact, it doesn't even talk about this. MGTOWs very rarely talk about the cause or the solutions, any particular solutions. This is what I mean, it's quite nihilistic. Are there extremists in society? Sure. Is society fundamentally extreme movement? Don't think so. I think it is. I think society as we have it today has become extreme. It's become extremely unnatural. It's become artificial. And the society itself is a movement generated towards creating a new world order, where people are unnatural people. We're not human in the way humans should be human. Do you understand what I mean? Do MGTOWs generalise to all women? No. Really? Triple H does. Triple H generalises enormously about women. Just you look at his channel and the MGTOW videos. They are literally pronouncements on the character of every single woman on earth, half the people in the world. He does sometimes. Look. He actually says he is an AWOLT. All women are like that. How can Triple H say AWOLT and say that, and that's not a generalisation? What's more, Turd Flinging Monkeys also made a video called NAWOLT Debunked. NAWOLT, not all women are like that, and it's a very, very depressing video. It's a short one, but it's very grim. So TFM is also an AWOLT, therefore he also generalises. You can't be an AWOLT and not generalise. It's a contradiction. talking about the nature of things is not necessarily generalization. Yes, it is. If you're talking about the nature of all things without exception, then that is by very definition a generalization, and to say otherwise is a contradiction in terms. Thanks. That's an interesting comment, though. Thank you. David Marston said he got someone else to do it. I think you're talking about Riney Randall, aren't you? And they've done the graffiti on the bridge. He probably did. I mean, he believes that he's a socialist. He believes in the division of labour. He probably got some kind of he probably got a state collective to come over from North Korea and do it. Jack Parker says on Am I a MGTOW? Well, for me, if I get there, denial. It is a rationale. Mine passed in 2013. What, really? Are you talking about your partner, your girlfriend, or male partner passed in 2013? Oh, what do you mean? Sorry. Denial, it's rational, mine passed in 2013. Are you talking about a death, or are you talking about something else? Fleeting encounters and triste. From that point, sporadically, circumstances of mine are rather unusual. Alright, you're talking about casual relationships? Yeah. They're not actually satisfying in the long run, casual relationships. Then I've had a few and they're not satisfying. They're more trouble than they're worth. But I'm feeling soon to step into the ring again. A career is a big part of that. To be realistic, not that a relationship can be monetized, not if it's a relationship, but it does help if you can pull your own weight, certainly. Obviously, if you have a career and you have a good job and you're a hard worker, that is a plus in your favour. That shows you have drive, you have ambition, and you have self-discipline, obviously, yeah. But are you saying you want to step into the ring again and try and find a relationship? Now, Jack, sometimes you talk in a very abstract way sometimes, and I can't always understand what you're saying. But I think that's what you're getting at here. Jack again says, am I a MGTOW? Women need emotional support. Trivial misgivings can be transcended with this emotional support. One must smile through the storm. That is the support, the true seriousness of the matter, that real smile of understanding. Yes, I do accept that, and indeed the ability to... I think one thing that's very masculine and a lot of women find attractive is that ability, that stoicism, is to smile through the storm, to maintain a sense of optimism in the face of adversity. That's a positive masculine trait. Yes, it is. Jack Parker says, take the confidence that you have. That is your best effort. The silly games, it's a very hard thing to shake. Word games, etc. We're like children sometimes. Alright, you're talking about game in the way that Coach Redpill mentions it. Yeah, I can't be like that. I mean, I actually put a comment in this video to say, look, it's something I can't do. I can't deal with people in this kind of way. To me, it's just deceptive. You do your best, and she might be doing her best at the same time. Yeah, I'm not actually looking for a relationship actively at the moment. I don't feel I need that. Be pleasant, support steadfastly, but don't venture into extraneous, controversial, or whether we admit it or not, conspiratorial thinking. I ventured, Jack. You're telling me not to venture into controversial or conspiratorial thinking? I think you could call that a fait accompli, couldn't you? Present a charisma that you already have. Expect them to nip your chin a bit, but always wait for acquiescence. Okay. Well, one thing to certain, I think you could do dating advice for poets. I really think you do, because you're very poetic in the way you talk. Yes, and Jack says in MGTOW again. Yes, the answer stays the same. You've got to razzle dazzle them, tiger. Oh, rawr. Okay. Jack Parker says, MGTOW. Hell of an analogy, American football. If you're looking to throw the long pass with receiver in the end zone, I'm not a fan of American football. It's kind of like It was an attempt to introduce it into Britain in the 80s when I was a kid, and it didn't. It had limited success, but it never worked. It's just not a British game. To score that relationship, we're going to keep getting sacked continuously, telegraphing too much, instead of getting in the keep getting sacked instead of getting in the sack. All right, in the sack for some yardage towards that touchdown end zone. All right. Using it as an analogy of sport and struggle is always a good one. It really is. Yeah, I get your point there. Paul Armstrong says, this is the closest I will ever get to my long-awaited Sue Ustane breakup video, so I'm just going to have to accept that for now. Yes, you will. My gut feeling is you have to make a tough choice. Ditch the woo or be a MGTOW, one or the other. I don't think those are the only two choices. I'm not going to ditch the woo. You know, I can't ditch the woo, Paul. It's a part of me now. I can't. I've taken the red pill. I'm out of the matrix. I'm sort of out of the matrix. And like Neo said to Morpheus, I can't go back, can I? And I can't do what Cypher does and say they're going to reinsert me. I'm going to be an actor. And Paul says, what will you choose, woo or love? I don't believe it's a binary choice. I will not turn away from woo, whatever the cost. Oh dear. So yeah, now this video is talking about Gloria Steinem. Yeah. Oh right, I think I've seen this one. Gloria Steinem describing her time working as a CIA operative. Yes.
Association with the CIA start and in what?
I've seen this. Yeah, I've seen this one, and here's another one too. This is on MGTOW, and videos from the underground is posted. I've seen these videos. It's very disturbing. I mean, it shows basically that these so-called conspiracy theories about feminism are true. And indeed, I look at stuff about the Tavistock Institute and stuff like that. Henry Makow, yes, very good researcher. How Gloria Steinem, how the CIA used feminism to destabilise society. This is on his Save the Males website, or it's called henrymakow.com now. And it's absolutely true. You see her actually. Oh, this is horrible. This is Steinman. She's actually. There's a photograph of her in middle age, where she's holding her hands up in an Illuminati symbol, and her T-shirt says, "I had an abortion." It's obscene, absolutely obscene. Videos from the underground. Thanks for making me aware of that. I already knew, but thanks for posting it. Hopefully, other people who haven't seen that will realise that. Blue Wool said on MGTOW, powerful testimony. Thanks, Colin. Thank you very much. Appreciate your input, mate. I do. Adrian Jones says on MGTOW, I've been single 2 years myself. Love is a battlefield. Oh, yes. There's a reply here. Hang on. Dev Rifter says, well, it's not a battlefield. It's a market with sales and buyers. It's both, Dev. And Adrian. It's both. It's interesting the comments I've had here, actually, which are different to... that are so different to a lot of people who don't normally comment on my video have come to this one. I've got a feeling that TFM has actually watched my video because he started saying about how MGTOW and feminism are not the same thing. But I was the first. I said that. I don't know if I was the first person to suggest that. I'm sure I'm not. But it's just interesting that. Yeah. Fairy Trish says on MGTOW, thank you, Ben. I loved this video, especially where people kept coming past. And thank you for the info on rivets, as you are so open about different aspects of your life. It is a school day. Oh, well, thank you to Fairy Trish. Much appreciated. Thanks for watching. Pat Riot, my old friend. I met him on Calamity's channel, actually. The anti-remote, the pro-Brexit guy. He's a very good pro-Brexit Scottish YouTuber. On Am I MGTOW? Pat Riot says, 1. Encourage women to compete with men in the corporate and political arena. 2. Give them social media so they can display their trophies. 3. Give them protected characteristic status. 4. Remove the social taboo of divorce and favour the female in settlements. 5. Promote the traditional nuclear family as toxic and non-inclusive. 6. Create an economic model in which both partners have to work. Result: loss of medicated, unfulfilled and childless old women with cats. Lots of medicated, unfulfilled, childless old women with cats. Yes, and lots of lonely men as well, and lots of messed up children who are being raised by the state. I mean, the states. I love the state's unbelievable, isn't it? Saying we're going to break up families. What, women have to go out and work now. Oh, but I've got to bring up my kids. Oh, don't you worry, says the state. We'll look after them for you. Yes, Pat. Pat Wright here has summed it up in 6 points here, yeah, and it's exactly what Gloria Steinem was doing. Am I a MGTOW? Trolls live under bridges. Andrew says Andrew Munchkin. Andrew, funny enough, no troll will ever come near me in the physical world. They will not do it. Ever. Denise Moore says on MGTOW, thanks for posting this interesting subject. I think I'm going to be single forever. To be continued. Oh, well, I hope not, Denise. I do. You're a pretty lady. I hope you'll find somebody. You seem to be pleasant. You seem to have a pleasant personality, which is always an important thing, despite what feminists claim. A lot of men are interested in personality. They really are. They really are. Oh, Jam Noise 72. Hello, Soul Sister. She says, Soul Brother, I have no doubt you will find love again. Your heart is so big and you're in tune with your feelings and emotions and you don't have any issues with being vulnerable and real. You're also a wonderful father. Women love that in a man. Don't stop ever being you. Lots of love, Ben. Thank you, Soul Sister. Thank you. And I hope the Angel's wedding went well. I'm sorry, I didn't read that bit in the comment. I didn't. That Angel was getting married. I didn't. But I hope you all had a good time. You had a lovely time. I had a lovely time of it. Sending you love and hugs from Arizona. Check out some of my vlogs, Ben. I will, Jan. I will. I say I will. I will, Soul Sister. I've not caught up on them. I can't spell now. It's the bloody page. I will, Soul Sister. I've not on them for a while. Hope Angels was lovely. Okay. I know Jam Noise is she is like a sister to me, and she's a wonderful lady, and I love her a bit, and so I do give her comments, proper comments, and Jam Noise also says, I also learned a lot about bridge construction bonus. I made all that up. I made it all up. The MGTOW misfit. Oh right, we actually have a MGTOW, a guy identifying as a MGTOW on this particular video. No woman that has stabbed me in the back and lied. No woman that has stabbed me in the back and lied about me or used the feminist police and courts against me and other tools feminists have fought for women ever said anything about being a feminist. In fact, most specifically claimed they were not feminists. Oh right, well I'm sorry you had all those experiences. I do. Funnily enough, the number of women who self-identify as feminists has shrunk. In the heyday of feminism, that is the early 1970s, it was like 25 to 29%. It's now 15 to 18%. But maybe there are women who say they're not feminists, but I know a few more like that. And the MGTOW Misfits also says on the same video, speaking to hearing both sides of the story, even when judges heard both sides of my stories in court, and I proved women were using the system to destroy me and lying under oath so they must move on to another man or ruin my reputation or whatever they do. Even once when I produced a video of a woman into the police of her hitting me over and over in rage, then saying on the video she was going to lie to the police and say I was a psycho. No judge ever punished the woman for filing false affidavits or committing perjury in court. In fact, the police looked confused when they couldn't do the easy thing and arrest me, the man, and just blame it all on me. Yeah, you MGTOW, are you American? In the United States, the court system is terrible, and there are moves afoot to reform, say, alimony law. It's an awful thing. I mean, really, I understand guys who just say, look, I'll go to a woman and say, look, I love you, I want to be with you, but no way are we ever getting married. I understand that entirely. As somebody says, I think it was a Hollywood actor, he said, what's the point of getting married? Next time I'll just buy a woman I hate a house. Israel Diego Rivera says on MGTOW, You're going to get millions of emails from women begging you to change your mind. Is that your Asian bride, Ben? She's after your passport. Please don't take it up Uranus. I hope you'll find your Venus. Dating advice from Israel Diego Rivera. Right. I don't have an Asian bride. Beetlejuice says, am I MGTOW? Wasn't it the St. Helena video you did there? I might well have done. I know I made a St. Helena video further up the river at the lock. Oh, which one was it? I'm sure. Maybe it was. It's a great place to do a St. Helena video. Yeah. 69 Phuket says on MGTOW, blood and pus, attachment to bodies, blood and pus. If they'd had the chance to distinguish the MF 911 jumpers, they'd be counting rib fragments. There's no sugar and spice and all things nice. Love is a different animal, though, all-consuming destroyer of worlds. Sue A. Stain. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Miyagi. That's like something from a fortune cookie. Am I MGTOW? The big Scottish Midge says, rivets. Haha, good on you, Ben, for being so candid. Thank you very much, Midge. Much appreciated. Oh, where are we now? 69 Phuket says on MGTOW. Lots and lots of comments on MGTOW. Trolls on the bridge, mate. 70% of eligible are on apps and stroking their phones. There's no trolls on the trolls you find on the internet. I know that I used to be a member of a dating site. I didn't have a profile as embarrassing as Slaxus, but I still had one. But you know, I'm not going to go into that sort of thing. It's bloody awful. Oh god. You're lucky to get a glance these days. Literally have to run into the robots. And could you stand someone who's got a separate cyber existence? I could, because I have a separate cyber existence. That's the thing. I mean, I don't think I'd ever. As for sex robots, I mean, you know, as sex toys are different because they're just simply things, which are what they say they're designed to. This is a sexual experience when you're on your own or with a partner. They're harmless, I think, but it's just sometimes you get like these talk about Elon Musk's talking about, and other people. They're very big in Japan apparently, where you have very realistic robots that look like people and actually talk, and they have facial expressions, and people are talking now about having relationships with these robots, and it's like, you can't have a relationship with a machine. It's not real. It has no soul. It's not. It says things to you. Indeed, you can get sophisticated computer programs that obey Turing's law, and you know they talk to you as if you're a real person. But they're not real people. They're not real people, and that's disturbing. And I would never. Oh, that's a horrible idea. And if that's an effect of the gender wars and stuff like that, then it's a very, very bad side effect indeed. Edwardian lady, the world is a better place for having you in it, Ben. Oh, I love you too, Edwardian lady. Thank you very much. And likewise, it is for you as well. And I appreciate your contribution. I really do. Right, so Oxford Ramona rally. Mrs. Vanorak says, 948, the umbrella, it's because someone has a cloudbuster operating somewhere and Hello Kitty is wafting. Oh my goodness, is that it? Is it a secret? Is it a secret? I'm not the only covert Brexiteer that infiltrated the event. Thing about it is, I thought someone recognised me because I'm getting too famous now in this local area, and I thought I did run into a few people I know, but no one recognised me for who I am. Right, MGTOW again. Oh, excuse me, pardon me. Interesting subject. Did you know the Cathar religion believes it's a sin to bring children or spirits into the world? No, I didn't, because they did have the Cathars did have children. But they had the Cathars had strange ideas about that Jesus was actually not actually human, and that the universe was a deviant creation. All kinds of weird things they believed. I think this subject's a lot older than you think. It's not a new idea, probably far back to Jesus, who also did not have a close, intimate relationship with his disciples and followers. Yeah, the idea that the universe is actually, there is a lesser God that created the universe, and the Platonic ideal of God, if you want to call it that, is separate. It goes back to ancient times. Yes. Lastly, catharsis differs from other Christian religions. Catharism, I think you may mean. It differs from other Christian religions. They believe Jesus was a spiritual angel that came down to spread the message. Correct. That was the Albigensian heresy that got, and of course in those days what they do is they just kill everyone. The church killed them all. Cathars believe there is two gods, one good God from the New Testament and one bad God from the Old Testament, the wrathful, angry God, or perhaps Satan who created everything, which turns sour, and the only escape in the end is to believe in Jesus, which makes sense. Well, that's rather like the Yazidis in Iraq believe that, and the Yazidis who sadly they've been exterminated by the Islamic State, which of course was a creation of the CIA, etc. But they had a similar view. They had a very similar view as well to that. So there are Gnostics, and indeed the Sufis, who are the Muslim mystics, they have similarities to that. They have similarities to the Yazidis. In fact, if there were any Sufis in the area the Islamic State moved into, they'd have killed them too. Myth Z, yes, says on CERN disproves ghosts. Now this is a rant I had about Professor Brian Cox. And Mythes says, sounds to me like a jealous rant. It wasn't a jealous rant, I just can't stand the bastard. Professor Cox is a brilliant man. No, Professor Cox is a brilliant particle physicist, but in terms of his general knowledge, he is as ignorant as pig shit. And the fact you can't wrap your head around his science shows your jealousy. No, I wrap my head around what he's saying and realise he's narrow-minded. The laws of thermodynamics also dictate the impossibility of ghosts. No, they don't. You see, you're going against all this psychical research and my own experience. But it's not. You see, oh dear, how do I explain this? Magnetic anomalies are occurring all over the planet, and we are past due for a pole shift. We're in the middle of a pole shift, actually, and I know about the magnetic anomalies. These anomalies can't account for what people think of ghosts. I think you mean they can account for them, and you're wrong. They don't. I mean, ghosts. There's objective evidence for ghosts captured by psychical researchers, people like Don Phillips, Steve Mera. Oh, I know, mate, she knows, and other people. And why is it that all ghosts seem to be only from the late 1800s and early 1900s? They're not. The ghost stories go back a long way, and ghost stories are found all over the world. Even in my Usborne children book of ghosts, they have had examples from China, from South America, from among the Red Indian culture of North America, among the Vikings. It's all over the world. Because that's how they're perceived on TV. Lay off the source. It's affecting your cognitive abilities. Look, what are you talking about, lay off the source? I had a couple of glasses of wine last night. I haven't had any today. Stop talking crap and myth Z. Professor Brian Cox is just ignorant and stupid, and he's demeaning to other people. And he's the only reason he's a big star is he's got big shiny white teeth and silky smooth effeminate hair and shiny white skin. And he can talk about stuff he doesn't know anything about with enormous conviction. He's been turned into a media whore, and he doesn't even realise it. Right, Patrick Nime says on MGTOW, Ben, I haven't watched all the video yet, but I think I know how you're feeling. Deep down, you're probably worried that it's too late for you to find true love again. It might well be. I don't know, because I've had a big major relationship. Yeah, I mean, maybe I've been through that experience. It's something I can't repeat. Possibly, it's maybe that's it. Your last one probably put you off, and I think this is how David Icke most probably feels, and it's why he spends a lot of his time doing stuffs like what you do. Yeah, David Icke's second marriage ended very bitterly. That is to Pam. I mean, some of it came out in the newspapers. I mean, Pam did a big reveal all in the papers. It was pretty awful. David Icke's personal life has always been enormously turbulent, and if you read some of his early books, he does talk about the terrible situation he had with his wife in the early days, his wife Linda in the early days, and this other woman and things like that, and the other kid. Oh, it's terrible. I mean, I can't pass judgment on the guy, but it's an awful situation to be in, and I know Linda's very supportive of him now, and is very fond of him as a friend, and respects him, and good for her. I do think the painful aspects of it affects your self-esteem big time. Well, probably more than I realise, Patrick, yeah. But I believe in you, Ben. I know you'll find true love again soon. You have that courage to try again. I know. You'll be super happy when you find one. Chin up and stay blessed, warrior. Oh, thank you very much. You're getting a love heart for that. Thank you, Patrick. Much appreciated. You know, I'm open to these sort of things. I'm just letting my life go along. I don't go on dates anymore and things like that. I don't. 69 Phuket. I'm glad of the cyber lingo lesson. Oh, that's it's actually the MGTOW sort of terminology. They have their own little lexicon for various things, which I had to look up, and I thought I'd put them in the video. I made lots of notes for this video. Maybe I get a smartphone. Who knows when I'll be swiping women off by the score? Swipe. Oh, you know, it's promiscuity is a, you know, everyone experiments with sex, especially when you're young. But if you're still the oldest swinger in town, you know, and you're still just going around having casual relationships when you're in old age, and you got no one at home, nobody, just these casual encounters. It's no fun. It's no fun. You'll die lonely. It's like you just have your cats like the feminists do. 69 Phuket says on MGTOW, I've seen maybe 2 pedo hunter films. Oh right, I mentioned the pedophile hunters. Yes, I did. I mentioned I enjoyed those pedophile hunter movies. I found them deceitful and full of hate. Actually, you know, I do understand what you mean. I actually have stopped watching them. I find them uncomfortable to watch. I mean, some of the people who are caught do show genuine remorse. I mean, there's one guy said he was going to kill himself, and the thing about it is, I started watching and I was thinking, you know, that these men that they corner and they entrap and they corner are just have done a very disgusting thing, and it is criminal and it is immoral. But I've just found the whole thing, the whole process of what they did, really foul, and they caught the. I just for reasons I can't really feel sure about, because I can't condemn what they did, because they are basically chasing down people who are, as I said, immoral and committing crime. I mean, if it was my daughter when she was a teenager, what would I do? I'd be furious. I wouldn't be able to be near those people, because I would assault them if I knew some dirty old man was sending rude text messages to my teenage daughter. I would assault them immediately. I suppose they want revenge against them, and they wanted aid, and I understand that, but it goes over the top at times, and I just find it difficult to watch. I find it difficult to watch, not because I don't feel any sympathy with the individuals cornered, because they deserve it, but it's just the hatred, the bitterness and the hatred does really spill over in these pedophile hunter movies, and I just find it toxic, and I've stopped watching them. I did used to enjoy them, but I've stopped watching them now. So yeah, they should be brought to book by a cruel system, but not by the noose of the KKK. It's a horrible society. I want it gone. But they're being a police to cope with it. I mean, it's true. You can't call them lynch mobs exactly, but it's a bit like that, because they always call the police and they have a code of conduct. But I find it like, oh, really revolting. Phuket also says about MGTOW, I don't care about replies, mate. No time for a 10-hour reply. They were doing a porter show at the Salford Royal. That movie where they strip off. Anyway, I stuck your HPANWO in act of solidarity, and someone wrote "fuck off" the full Monty. Oh, oh, that's right. The full Monty where they do the male strippers. Thanks for the plug, Phuket. But anyway, as for the replies, you say no time for a 10-hour reply video. Now Phuket, you know that you don't have to watch all 10 hours. I explained at the beginning of every single video. There's a timestamp. You can see it in front of you. There is a timestamp explaining to you why you don't have to watch the entire video. I mean, are you winding me up now? Are you really winding me up? Phuket says on MGTOW, another great video, Ben. Yeah, I miss my Shin Young. I so miss my Shinya. Is that your partner? I'm sorry, Phuket, if it didn't work out between you two. Slaxer, hi Slaxer. Now Slaxer is Slaxer has gone through a very tough time, as you know. I've covered some of it. I've had to stop watching his channel simply because of it's my own psychological needs. But I will go back to it at some point. But he says here, this year stopped me in my tracks with regard to relationships. I know, mate, I'm so sorry, I really am. I'm presently devastated but not looking for anyone or anything as a result of it. And it feels good. MGTOWs are just idiots unwilling to take responsibility for making terrible life choices. Yeah, I mean, there's an element of again, this is another similarity between MGTOWs and feminists. A lot of MGTOWs are men who've had unhappy relationships with women. And very often they blame the woman, but very often it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, as it often is in relationships. And indeed, this is why I don't want to tell the full Sue Stain story, because it could be that she may have another side to it where she feels that I was I was inappropriate or in some way within a relationship. I don't believe I was. I would say I wasn't. I certainly wasn't violent or cruel or mentally or physically to her. I loved her, I cherished her, things like that. But there's always two sides to every story. And the MGTOWs men get into MGTOWs after they've been screwed over, and then they say, I was screwed over in a relationship by women. Oh, this must be because all women are like that. It must be because all women are bitches. It's a way of avoiding the possibility that women are not all bitches, but I chose a bitch. I made a mistake and I chose a bitch. Sometimes that's a difficult pill for people to swallow, and indeed feminists are exactly the same. All men are scum. All men are scum. They all are. It wasn't a bad choice on my part. I have no blame here. It's just that all men are scum. No, dearest, you chose a scumbag. That's something that some people can't face. It really is. And maybe that's why some of them get into MGTOW. Reynard the Fox. Hello, Reynard. How are you on a MGTOW? Move over here to the States. Women here love that British accent. Oh yeah, of course they go all gooey over Piers Morgan, don't they? Yeah. MGTOW David Gregg says here, Ben, I know what you mean when you said about the feeling of satisfaction when he dumped your ex. I had the same experience with my first love. I picked myself up and have never looked back. Yeah, it's actually healed me of any feelings of resentment actually for Sue Stain. Although, well, not entirely. It's not entirely, but it's lessened my feelings of resentment to her. I don't feel the urge for revenge. I mean, I think I made this point in the video, but you can't really commit a revenge against someone who is so good at destroying her own life. It makes any form of revenge completely superfluous. Mechanic73 says on Am I MGTOW, thanks so much for sharing with us. It's amazing to me how much I think like you. Well, thank you, Mechanic, and I appreciate you watching. I really do. Right, Euro Council live stream. I missed Jam in Arizona. She's well and so. Oh right, that's right. Yeah, she's at Angel's wedding. How did you get that visa? Lots of folks in chat. Sorry for calling you a lazy git. That's all right, Phuket. I can't see this like 8 hours down the pit of despair. I missed all the good stuff watching Gardener's World. Saw Reese Morgan GMP Motorgate going through Orsul in Salford. I said before, he looked like a lonely figure at the back of a limo, stroking the hoe. Though a desperate area, I heard his BBC interview, what a twat. If there wasn't a steel barrier, I would have rammed. I'd do time. I don't understand everything you said here. It's a bit. Some of it's a bit vague. And with Jacob Meese-Rogg in Motorcycle, yeah, he's had to have an armed guard. I've never met the guy or seen him, but I'd be interested to talk to him. I really would. Phuket says again on Eurocouncil livestream, there were black folks and other ethnic races paid to get in the Embassy Club in Newton Heath to see Bernard Manning. Right, all right. Were there? I'll go. Well, Bernard Manning he's vulgar, but he's sometimes quite witty. There's videos. Free speech does no harm at all, like a burp. You have to exhale it. Exactly, or else you end up contemplating the burp. Yes, I think so. Free speech is like a burp. You have to exhale it. This again is a bit. This is. I don't quite work out what you mean. But David Marston says, was it taxable? And Phuket says, as far as I know, yes. Are you talking about the black people who were paid to get into the Embassy Club to see Bernard Manning? Why did they pay people to go in and see a comedian? Why is that? Why is that, Phuket? I don't get you there. David Marston says on Eurocouncil, I can hear you. Oh, good. This is the Eurocouncil live stream. I'm getting into the Brexit stuff now. And David also says on the same video, dandelion is now a forbidden drink. I think dandelion, there's dandelion and burdock. I don't know what you mean by that. Is it forbidden? In what way is it forbidden? Right, the Joker film review. John Cools said, there's on Project Avalon forum, there's a thread here. Why woke establishment hates Joker? Oh, right. Oh, Styx Hexenhabia, the Joker mover exposes the clown world. I'll make a note of that because I like Styx. He's cool. Have I watched this one? No, I haven't. I always click a like on it. So I'll watch Styx when I've done this. Because I'm getting tired now. I probably will finish this evening, but I'm getting tired. But thanks for that. Thanks for the link, John Cools, and I appreciate that. Diego Vera, Brexit is a satanic ritual. What's this? It's a link. Oh, not working. It's a dead link, so I don't know what you mean. I might have to get rid of some of these things because there's too much here. Oh, right. So, but Brexit, I don't think is. I remember you mentioned this, I think, in the live stream, and I don't agree with you. I really don't agree with you. Android One says on Super Saturday live stream, pride and dignity, Brother Porter. Pride and dignity is you too, Android. I'll give you a love heart for that. Okay, how am I doing for time? I know the alarm will go off. I'm just double checking. Oh, 4 minutes to go, right? Then we'll be in. Oh, it'll be 8 hours. We may break the 9-hour barrier. Yamato Taro says on Boris's letters, they still have a chance, but not easy. I know. A lot's happened since then, Yamara, and indeed, I've covered the general election thing is now running, and I'll have to cover that in the future. Rick Cheek says on Boris's letters, no deal, let's get us out now. Yep, I would love to have left on the 31st, which was yesterday. And I kind of expected something like this might happen. I'm very sorry it did. Sonia White says, I believe that Farage wants an extension because he does not want us to leave the EU under terms of this treacherous deal, which is leaving the EU in the name only. Well, yeah, the deal thing is not, despite what people say, the deal is not as bad as some people say it is. It's not perfect. It's to say it's Brexit in name only. I know Caroline Stevens says that. I'm not so sure. I'm still undecided on this. But the Northern Ireland thing is in a lot better position now than it was under May, under the backstop. And indeed, it's a shame the DUP don't go along with it yet. I understand why they're concerned. It is their country after all, and I hope they can come to an agreement with Boris over that. Ravenhill said, we should just leave. Britain holds the cards. We don't need permission, so just leave. Yeah, exactly. I say rip up our membership papers, jail the people responsible for treason. Let's just get out. Forget the divorce bill. Let them come and collect it. We'll meet them on the beach. Yeah, the deal has been approved by Parliament now. It's gone through the first stage, but it's been suspended because of the bloody Labour and damn Lib Dem Ramonas taking over the Commons. Which hopefully that will be solved on December the 12th. Strip Bear says tar and feathers are needed in London. Oh God, yes. These people are disgusting. They really are. They're so cruel. I never thought when we had the Brexit live stream. When we had the Brexit vote in 2016, I knew that there would be some kind of backlash. And there may have been attempts to derail it, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I never thought it would be this intense. I didn't believe that so many people would support it outside the political classes. It's very, very sad to see. Very sad indeed. Phuket says, he probably made it clear beforehand an unsigned letter is code for a refusing extension. He did. It was a great thing he did. The Glee Club saga continues. Thanks, Ben. P.S. What's Max Headroom? What's the max headroom of that tinfoil hat? Oh, I thought you meant the character. It's roughly 10.5 feet. Oh, I had to be careful when I was actually doing the video, as you'll see. Right, this is the Apollo detectives. This is Moon Machines, the spacesuit. It's a video. Moon Machines 2008, the spacesuit.
I believe that this
in the lethal lunar environment.
What's this?
NASA was demanding results.
Oh, right. Oh, it's
well, when they turned on the cooling...
I see. It's the story of the moon suit. It's 44 minutes long. Jerry, thank you for that, but I don't have time to watch it right now. But thank you very much for the link. Maybe I'll watch that and see how it goes. There's a lot of material here. Strip Bear says on Super Saturday livestream, maybe getting Brexit would be better for us. I suggest we put the zombies in Westminster. Can't do a worse job, well apart from the need for brains, but they are sure to starve there. The whole thing about Brexit, and really, they've exposed themselves, and we of course we'd be better off with Brexit, but we're better off. I think we're much better off knowing how much evil and international globalist control there is over our world and our country. No one can pretend it now. Everyone is now a conspiracy theorist. What with Jeffrey Epstein as well, and the UFOs and the child abuse revelations, we're all becoming conspiracy theorists, yes. Cosmic Claire says, bad apostrophe in peoples. That's right, there was Claire's in editing mode at the moment because of her own book. And indeed, he made a mistake there. Or he didn't he didn't proofread it. So that's Boris's letters too. Videos for the Underground says on Boris's letters. Oh yes, another extension so the Stockholm Syndrome Remainers can have more time to pick Brexit apart. Yes, unfortunately, yes. Oh! Okay. Right, okay, I'm just going to pause there, and because it's quite a long comment, so we'll take a pause there of videos and then I'll get back to you. Okay, I've already put on a comment for the 8th hour, but I will change that short for the next one. Okay, so see you shortly. Right, I'm back. We're now in the 9th hour of this comment reply video. I don't know if we'll breach the 10-hour barrier. Probably not, judged on the number of comments that are left. However, it's going to be in 2 parts. I mean, I can't. What happens is if you put the editing software I use and the processing software, it tends to put. Oh, and I forgot to start the bloody machine. Hang on. Start the timer again. 1. Start. Okay. The editing software tends to throw a wobbly if you put in anything longer than 8 hours. So this is going to be a 2-parter. Sorry, anything longer than 6 hours or so. So it's going to be 2-parter, about 4 hours each, probably. So yeah, Boris's letters, videos from the Underground says, yep, more. Another extension so the Stockholm Syndrome Remainers can have more time to pick Brexit apart. Yeah, this is exactly why they're doing it. Like I said, it's game time and 3-dimensional chess. It's being played by Boris. Game time. Why not? Since the UK was fooled into getting into the EU in the first place. Corbyn is a nasty man. He's very similar to our Bernie Sanders. Commie, in other words. Yeah, Corbyn is. I really see Corbyn for what he is right now. I used not to. I used to have a bit of grudging respect for him. I have none now. He's a horrible man. I think Bernie Sanders. The thing is, Bernie's old and sick. He's not a problem, but Corbyn is. Yeah, well, he's a bit younger and he's fitter, so yeah, he's dangerous. Freedom is scary for Ramonas. It's ironic, isn't it? All the countries in the world have had to fight for their independence. We've been offered it on a plate, and the Ramonas are too scared to take it. What happened to that bulldog breed, the lion spirit of the Englishman? Eh? I mean, it's just pathetic. It's terrible. It's just what the globalists have done to our proud nation. We're scared of freedom. We're scared to be independent. Britons never, always shall be slaves. Is that what we've come to? But oh, horrible! It's awful. I feel. It's. I don't feel. I'm not angry. I don't feel angry with the Ramonas because I don't believe they are malicious. But I feel contempt for them. I really do. I feel angry with the politicians who've manipulated them. No one to tell them what to do and to think. No one to make up their minds for them. No unaccountable EU commissioners, the unelected experts to dictate the human sheep. Yes, keep your stun guns ready to deal with Ramonas who have lost their minds, and they turn into walking paranoiac propaganda spewing zombies yelling that the sky is falling and the world is at the end. Yes, Brexit derangement syndrome. Definitely. History shows that vassal states of empires who were granted independence always prosper. I mentioned this in one of my live streams. I can't think of any historical examples where a nation has become independent and it's suffered. And look at the United States. It was originally a series of British colonies of the British Empire. It won its independence after a long bit of war, and look at it today. It became an enormous success. Super Saturday live stream. Patrick Niam says, I've always had a soft spot for you, Ben. Oh, thanks, Patrick. You remind me of my late childhood friend who was into UFOs. Also, I hope Wales win the World Cup if England don't win it. Oh, right, yeah. Times that's a week ago. Unfortunately, Wales are out. Wales lost the third place playoff as well, which is very sad. People on BBC Sport. One of them said this thing here. Look, this is a bit pathetic. Where is it here? This I think is. Where is it? Here we go. Oh, this is a ridiculous article. Warren Gatland, Wales coach says Welsh rugby must not return to the doldrums. Come on, you lost. You got to the bloody semi-final. You've lost 2 matches. We're not going. You got a bloody Grand Slam in the Six Nations. You lose 2 matches and you don't get the World Cup. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a bad deal. But return to the doldrums, that's overreacting. I'm disappointed too. Now it's England, South Africa, and honestly, I'm cheering on England. I'm not one of these Welsh people who says, "Oh, if you had again England, I'm for them." No, I don't do any of that stuff. There's some Scottish people like that too. I'm not like that. Patrick Niam says on Brett Boris's letters, I think you say 2017. I think you mean 2016. The 2016 referendum was so pointless in the end, wasn't it? Well, yeah, I mean, the way it's being portrayed now is if it was just an interim opinion poll. And because everything goes down the memory hole and, people's memories are so manipulated by these people, these psychological warfare experts, that unfortunately is how people are portraying it. It's very, very sad. David Walker says on Am I a MGTOW? Comedy gold, Ben, regarding the rivets. After the 3rd time passerby came past, I was crying, laughing. Cheered my day up, that Ben. Oh, thank you, David. Keep your head up, pal. Everything will come good for you. Thank you. You get a love heart for that. Thank you, David Walker. Much appreciated. Boris's letters. Ben Dover asks. Oh, Diego. What are you talking about, Diego Rivera? Ben Dover's a porn star. Simon Jandrell says, all these Remain political parties, the looming general election, for them, it will be the stuff of nightmares. And when all the votes come in, I cannot wait to burst out laughing. Simon, if Boris pulls this off and he reshuffles the parliament to get his people in there, I will be laughing too. But it's not guaranteed. In fact, it's just been in the news. I might even cover this on her HPANWO Voice. Johnson regrets pact with Farage for the election. Is he insane? I hope this is a mistake and he'll change his mind. I really do. Because he realised, for reasons I've explained in the live streams and in various videos, he has to cooperate with Farage. He has to. Look at the Torksey by-election. Sir Edward Lee, Tory Brexiteers in the ERG. He almost lost his seat. He had his majority reduced by 22 points by a Lib Dem challenger. Why? Because Farage put up a candidate against him. How can he do that? How could Boris tolerate that? If that goes across the whole country, we're in big trouble. Nothing as it seems. On the Saturday stream, we got into the subject of spider beings. At first, it can sound a bit dodgy. Yet, if Vietnam veterans were witnessing said spider beings as well, then who am I to judge? This is on Boris's letters. Yeah, it was an interesting topic that came up, and maybe I should do a dedicated video to it. Scary too, wasn't it? Simon Jandrell says on Boris's letters, we are seeing some amazing world revolutions in our lifetime. Oh my God, yes. Since 2016. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to live in any other world. I wouldn't want to live in the post-Illuminati world. I'd much rather be here now, taking part in the creation of that world. Belinda Rothwell says in Boris's letters, an unsigned letter cannot be used as a legal document. Correct. I actually had a letter once which I forgot to sign and sent off. They returned it to me. This was for something or other. I can't remember what. I had to sign it. Because otherwise it's not legitimate. And what Boris did is, I think, a very, very brave and noble act of defiance. I don't care what anyone says. He's getting a lot of stick at the moment from Brexiteers, and it's unfair. What's happened is not his fault. He did his best, and he will come through. Artography says, love you, Ben. Oh, you too, Artography. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate me. I really do. Keith MGTOW. Oh, right, this is on the MGTOW video. This is Keith MGTOW. So I have another MGTOW on my video. I'm waiting for Triple H or Triple H or turd flicking monkey might actually do it. Ben, you are confusing incels with MGTOW. Incels call themselves MGTOW because incel is a derogatory term. Well, there's incel clubs. Is incel a derogatory term? I've seen people calling themselves, I'm a member of the incel movement, things like that. Incels are bitter because they can't get women for numerous reasons, and are normally guys in their 20s and early 30s. MGTOWs are usually 30 to 40 plus year old men who were married or in long-term relationships with kids and have experienced the wife-girlfriend suddenly monkey branching for no reason, like what happened to you. Yeah. And the courts, law, society benefits sides with her. That's true. Currently my ex is denying me access to my child because she has met someone else, and I am now disposable. Oh man, I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. How old is your child? But that is evil when women do that. It's really evil. I'm now looking at 10,000 plus if I want to fight her in the court system. I don't have 10,000, and even if I did, I would probably lose. She's also telling everyone I'm a deadbeat dad. I was with her for 10 plus years, but now I'm a deadbeat. Well, you know what? They rewrite history, don't they? For the lead, they have there's sides, sexual abuse allegations in divorce, things like this. Stefan Molyneux has done a lot of videos on this. I don't know which country you're in, Mr. MGTOW, Mr. Keith MGTOW, but the United States is the worst, but there are many others that are just that are almost as bad. But I'm really sorry you're having that experience, and it's evil that anyone would do this to you. It's psychopathic, and of course, feminism encourages women to behave in a pseudo-psychopathic manner. You see, she may have had a friend. She may have had a feminist friend at work who talked her into it. It's sickening. The damage that is done by these weaponized women is terrible. Keith continues. There's also a lot of scammers on YouTube, like Turtling Monkey, etc., trying to cash in on MGTOW. Is TFM a scammer? I mean, he seems to be quite sort of like. Well, I'm all right. I'm new to the MGTOW thing, but he seems quite a sort of mainstream MGTOW. Him and Triple H and the mayor of MGTOW and people like that on YouTube, they seem to be fairly mainstream, and they don't seem to be any conflict with each other. MGTOW is a wide and broad church. I know there's different types of MGTOWs. There are MGTOW monks, and there are PUAs, and there are people who go into MGTOW phases and monk phases, and what's plate spinning phases and things like that. Mainly other men trying to help men who have been shafted by their ex or given general relationship advice. The advice varies from MGTOW to MGTOW. There's also MGTOW monks. No need to explain. Yeah, I know what a MGTOW monk is. Yeah, celibate. That's a voluntary celibate MGTOW. I'm still actively dating women, but won't live with one. I was nearly made homeless by my ex. Marry one or form any type of long-term relationship. After your experience, I'm not surprised. And maybe there's an element of, I think I'm the same. Once bitten, twice shy. It's a shark-infested water that I'm not in a hurry to dip my toe back into, quite frankly. Society is telling men it's the 1950s and men are believing this, whereas women are living in a new world and are taking full advantage of this. Online dating apps, thirsty simp beaters, have changed the dynamic of relationship. Right? Yeah. Thirsty means lustful. Simps are, I think I mentioned this in the video, it stands for something, a derogatory low status male who's like very worshipful of women. It's basically an obscene acronym. have changed the dynamic of relationship. The grass is always greener on the other side. 4 to 5's women. That's women. 4 to 5's women. That's in the Molyneux scale, to 1 to 10 of conventional attractiveness. Feel like 7s to 8s with the online attention. MGTOW's main aim should be about waking men up to the reality of relationships in 2019, not hating on women or being pick-up artists. Obviously, yes, you have to make people aware of this. And no mainstream source will talk about it. It's a completely fringe, it's a complete subculture that is going on. There's a theory that 80% of women are dating 20% of men. I've often heard that figure quite a lot, and it's probably accurate actually. It's not universal, of course. I mean, do you remember my letter to Eric? I mean, I don't believe that you should give up. It's though I said that Eric would probably end up with a older woman, like someone in her 40s, what they call alpha widows. Not necessarily an alpha widow, but a woman who had come out of that fire of youth and now was more, and all that propaganda that goes with it, and was now more ready to have what a sweeter and sensitive man like Eric had to offer. And to be honest, like me. Which is why when I started dating, I ended up with these women, these older women, over and over, simply because I was gentle, I was kind, and women that age are the women who want that. Of course, it doesn't suit every man, and indeed, it's a social taboo up to a point. However, it was how I ended up. I think they wanted my politeness, they wanted my gentility. How often do you get asked about what you do for a living? Do you use online dating? No. I have done, and I didn't like it. How often do you get asked about what you do for a living? Well, it's kind of like all the time. I mean, in any social interaction, the subject always comes up. But women do ask me that, and I'm honest with them. And is it the first or second message? Well, it always comes up in conversation. I mean, I've been on. The thing is, I used to socialise only with people in the hospital. I dated a nurse once. I went out on a date with a nurse, and she was encouraging me to leave portering and train to be a nurse or some other PAM profession associated with medicine, etc. And when I told her no, I'm proud to be a porter, she lost interest in me. And do they reply afterwards? Yeah, if you get past the third message, usually you'll get asked if you rent your own or own your home, and they watch out for the bored housewives and attention seekers. They'll chat for ages, always short and sweet replies, but they will never agree to meet for a date, and they will ghost you. Anyway, thanks for covering the topic. Right, what you've just told me, I mean, I've had very little experience of online dating. I only did it once, and I never went back to the website because I had conversations with a couple of women who were different to how you're portraying them. But I've listened to many. It was more kind of a friendly conversation kind of thing. Not really romantic. However, what you've just told me about online dating, I've heard from other men, and I think it's. You've probably discouraged me from ever getting involved in it again. But thanks for bringing that up, Keith. Thanks for the long, detailed comment. Much appreciated, mate. Much appreciated. Odds and Sods says on Boris's letters, Boris played a blinder. Oh, he did, didn't he? He played an absolute blinder. I mean, that you could see the smoke coming out of the ears of Corbyn and Swinson and those other horrible little twats. Oh, they were. I hope the Prime Minister thinks very carefully over what he's just said. Oh, well done, Boris, man. Well done. Terry Moore says on my Extinction Rebellion Oxford video, says here, Extinction Rebellion is a scam which has clearly encouraged the young and genuinely concerned folk who worry about the state of the planet to support a dark organisation with an ulterior motive. Yes, indeed. And he applies a link to a video here, which is welcome to the rebellion. What's this about?
Of a company called Compassion.
This is quite a long video, I don't have time to watch it. Who runs Extinction Rebellion? Oh, well, someone with a lot of money. This is right.
Yeah, well...
Because, as I said in my video, that it's obviously very well funded. They get great designers and things like that. I didn't have to pay to get into that event at the church. They hired it and they just said, turn up, register and turn up, and I did. Right, this is the Apollo Detectives 50 again. Photon says... Oh, hang on. Oops. Hang on. Cancel. Reply. I hope someone could answer some of the technological anomalies associated with man on the moon, preferably without abuse from the insecure. Well, Photon, I won't allow people to abuse you, okay? YouTube video on mysterious case of missing Apollo 14 LEM. The Apollo 10 LEM, oh right, was launched into orbit. NASA lost it. The Apollo 10 LEM was launched into Earth orbit. NASA loses it when the batteries run out. So what technology breakthrough occurred to extend that battery life to 72 hours for Apollo 16? I don't know, but it's the kind of thing that Hunchbacked would probably get into. He's a good YouTuber. It's worth looking into him. Astronauts on the moon need extensive cooling in the sunlight. Oh yeah, this was touched on in the design section of this particular video. The LEM isn't always hit by the sun. Is always hit by the sun on Apollo missions. Yet why do the plans of the LEM not cover the amount of ice sublimation and venting required to keep it cool? Yeah, and CNC Machining says, yeah, those NASA-hating science deniers are pathetic. Well, Photon's actually asking a question that criticises the official moon landing narrative. Maybe you should read his comment more carefully. And your statement is nonsense, because it's just, oh, NASA-hating science deniers. You are just, that's a piece of ridiculous rhetoric. It's pointless. It's a pointless thing to say there, CNC Machining. The answer is I don't know, but it's an interesting thing what you said. As I say, check out Hunchbacked, because he's probably delved into this. He's a very good Apollo investigator YouTuber. Very good indeed. 69 Phuket says on Parliamentary Progress live stream, I missed the live stream, but did folks see the viral Laurel and Hardy skit? Wave by for ages and then drive off with the tyre goes flat. I've not seen that, no. Is that like a Brexit meme? Same video, Margaret Edwards says, Ben, with those Labour shits in charge of our Welsh Assembly, Wales will soon be gone and Welsh people will be outnumbered by immigrants from the third world countries. Well, yeah, I mean, look at Plaid Cymru, Margaret. Plaid Cymru are Welsh nationalists, and their aim is to get Wales into the EU as a member state. Glyndŵr would turn in his bloody grave. Oh, God. Yeah, Jane Hutt has agreed with Brussels to turn Wales into a sanctuary country for all immigrants from third world countries. Oh, God. It's awful, isn't it? So Welsh people, look up what's planned for our country by those Labour traitors who should be kicked out of office for treason against we Welsh people. I urge everyone to check out those facts. Well said, Margaret, and that's true. That's absolutely true. Margaret also says on Parliamentary Progress, or lack of it, Ben, this is not Brexit, this is another surrender treaty. We have no rights over our fishing waters. The EU can still seal as much fish as they want. We keep their own people on benefits while they live in Britain. So all those Romanian gypsies can claim benefits and houses from our taxes. Bloody great. Okay, it's right. You must not feel prejudice or hostility for any individuals or groups of people. Honestly, that's essentially what they want. They're not to blame for this. It's the people who brought them in, and they didn't bring them in. They didn't let them in. They brought them in. I live with two Sudanese guys, and they're great guys. I don't think they should be in this country, and I think they realise that they shouldn't either. But it's important to keep a cool head when it comes to individuals and groups. So we British people who voted to leave the EU and claim our independence have been stopped by Boris Johnson and his surrender treaty. All right, now the thing about Boris and the treaty. Boris's deal is not ideal. I think Boris will abandon the deal at some point. The reason Boris has been working on this deal is because of the way he lost control of Parliament. I don't think Boris's deal is what he wants. He wanted WTO on the 31st. I wanted WTO on the 31st. Most Brexiteers want WTO as soon as possible, and Boris does too. You're right about that. The deal is better than May's to some extent, but it's not ideal. But I tell you what, once Britain's Trump gets control of the House of Commons, right? If he can do that, then these problems will all get solved. I'm almost certain of that. Boris has passed all the tests that we presented to him, and this is why I disagree with Caroline Stevens. I think he's still entitled to another chance. There's no such thing as democracy in Britain today. Oh, God, I know. Bloody hell, Margaret. Oh, these bastards. These MPs have destroyed our Brexit. those MPs who've destroyed our Brexit will lose their seats in Parliament in the next general election. Well, you know what? I bloody hope so, Margaret. And what's more, if the election is a fair one, they will. They will. The problem is, will the next election be fair? And I'll be covering that in a future video. Except in Wales, as millions of immigrants will vote for the Labour Party. Yeah, of course. It's a block vote. They're just trying to create a supermajority. Labour. This is why they increased immigration. That's one of the, well, it's not the reason they increased immigration. It's just the excuse that they used for some of the party members, because they know that they'll get votes from these people. So if you can't beat your political opponents in a fair debate, you simply import people who will vote for you anyway, and then so you outnumber your opponents. That's the dark side of democracy. Margaret says in Parliamentary Progress, let's hope that Macron keeps up his stance not to grant an extension on Article 50. Well, he didn't, did he? The little garlic chewing French toff. He didn't. He could have done. He could have done it. And then all those people who've been slagging him off would have forgiven him. I would have forgiven him, but he didn't. He supported the 3-month extension. Oh, I wish they voted for Le Pen. Marine Le Pen she'd have stood up for us. She really would. If it weren't for Marine Le Pen, we wouldn't have had the first, because she would veto it. She would have vetoed the first one as well. I voted to leave that corruption that is the European Union, not make deals with them. Me too. I mean, we have to trade with them, but there's no need for. I think bilateral trade agreements will work. It's the sort of thing that would be easy if they wanted to do it. It would be easy. But they're making it difficult because they don't want to do it. Boris Johnson is a traitor to we the British people. No, that's not fair, Margaret. He's not. Honestly, this is not his fault. And the deal is not his fault. I mean, well, put it this way. See what happens over the next couple of months, between now and the end of the year. And we will soon find out exactly who Boris Johnson is. And I mean, to be honest, I could be proved wrong here and you could be proved right. I mean, there's the worrying signs that I've just talked about, that Boris is saying that he will not do a pact with Farage, which I think is going to be, it could be fatal to him. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, the Torksey by-election I've already talked about. That if that translates nationwide, we're going to end up with a hung parliament, and Labour and the Lib Dems are going to clean up. We'll be back to square one, except Labour and the Lib Dems will be the bloody government. Margaret Edwards says the Lib Dems will lose their seats in Parliament in the next general election. I damn well hope so, Margaret, and I will be covering this on a future video. I will be, and if it's a fair election, it will be. But I tell you what, this election is going to be different from all the others. They're going to pull this. It's going to be very different. Not just because it's in December. It's the first December election since 1923. We might have to trudge through the snow to get to the polling station, but because so much is this is as Calamity said, this is an election. It's the battle for the soul of Britain. It's not a general election. It's another Brexit. It's another Brexit battle. Brexit has turned everyone into single issue voters, but they're going to pull out the stops. It's going to be dark propaganda. They're going to threaten us. They're going to try and scare us. Don't be surprised if something happens, like a false flag, a major terrorist attack, which conveniently appears at the right time. Or another Joe Cox, another MP gets shot, maybe a week before the election, or maybe a senior member of the royal family dying, maybe even the Queen herself. I've got a feeling Prince Philip's already dead, and they're just waiting for a good time to use his death as a media story. I've done an entire video about that. Crash of the Lizard Prince. And also, of course, at the end of the day, they will try to commit electoral fraud. I say, if you're in a marginal seat, go along to your constituency, where the counting stations, and watch very carefully what they do. Strip Bear says on the Parliamentary Progress, it's like the never-ending story. Oh God, I know. Kevin Logan and Christy Winters actually used that. They called it on one of their videos. Terry Winter says on Parliamentary Progress, I think extinction is the only way to get rid of these monumentally stupid, demented Extinction Rebellion fuckwits. Well, none of them are having children, are they? So they're all feminists and that like. So they don't have children. I don't need a man to complete my life. I don't need children. I'm a strong, independent woman. So, well, fine. Go extinct. I won't weep for you. John Nolan says on Parliamentary Progress, "Hi Ben, Capel Green is getting like Brexit. When's it going to happen?" I know, it's Capel Green is coming. Unlike Brexit, there's nothing really stopping it. It's the only thing stopping it is the complexity of the project. But it's going to be a better movie as a result. Alison Crocker says on Rendlesham Forest 2014, another nice old video. "Thank you for this. Yesterday I watched the Rendlesham incident, a first-hand account from a whistleblower on YouTube featuring Larry Warren. He speaks about the bad vibes and dark energies that existed at the base before Rendlesham thing happened. He didn't go into any detail, however. Do you have any information on this, I wonder?" Well, I know Larry said things like this. I mean, when Larry joined the base, he wasn't there very long, unfortunately, but he did. There were stories going round among the troops there and among the local people of all kinds of things: witches, ghosts, strange creatures. Yeah. So yeah, it's a weird place. I mean, Derek Savory, the man I interview in this particular film, who leads the tour that I went on, he's a perfect example of a person who has researched this. So you see what he has to say. It's very interesting. Soupful says on just another bloody delay. That's my new video here. Be nice. I'll try to, Soupful. Be nice to who? It depends who you want me to be nice to. Time for some more dragon juice. Oh. I just pour myself that. Oh, just a bit more of this stuff. It's my water. I'll be with you in a minute, Soupful. I know you've left some more comments there. Oh. Yeah, still recording. That's good. All right. Okay, Soupful. Soupful says on another another bloody delay. Boris is a UK traitor. No, he's not. Please go back 5 minutes and listen to what I just said to Margaret Edwards. He's not to blame for this. It's not his fault. And indeed, Soupful says predicted 24 hours. Now, of course, this is developing very quickly, Soupful. So we don't know exactly how often these things are going to happen. But it's not fair to blame this on Boris. It's really not. And the bloody page is frozen again. Oh God. Here we go. Down we go. Okay, where are we now? Yeah, Soupful says read all 24 hours in advance. No, as I said, just go back 5 minutes and listen to what I said to Margaret Edwards. Give him a chance. Soupful says on another bloody delay, the timetable is December to January 2020. Oh God, I know. It's January the 31st is the date they've chosen, and it's God. It's 3 months. And what's more, if Boris didn't do this, right, and he hadn't got this general election, the situation would just repeat itself at the end of January. Someone would come forward with some kind of bill preventing a WTO Brexit, which would be approved by the parliamentary bullies. Then Boris's deal would just be returned down at every corner until eventually you have to go to the EU for another extension, which of course they'll agree to. Eventually someone was going to suggest, look, let's just cancel Brexit, it's not working. Game, set, match, what they want. Johnny Smallclock and his vile-tasting toffees says on another bloody delay, a penniless pig living in a shithole sty supporting Boris Johnson, lol. Dearie me. You know, Johnny Smallcock, you don't have to live up to your name. I'm not penniless, I have a job, I have an income, and this is my room. It's not a shithole, and it's, or a sty as you call it. I mean, it's something I like. Supporting Boris Johnson, lol. Well, I've explained why I do. And you're obviously not interested in intellectual discussion because you're an ignorant twat, aren't you? And your avatar is a Soviet crest, so that says everything, doesn't it? Didn't it, eh? You're another of these EU Remainers, aren't you, twat? Right, Soupful says on another bloody delay. No, EU are determined not to allow Brexit, as are same within. Well, Soupful, since I made this video, obviously this has been proven true, isn't it? So yes, they've turned down anything. They've all agreed to another damn extension they want within the EU. Well, they're burying themselves. They really are. Departure shall have EU nations domino effect. Correct. Take the lead, they shall follow. Soupful, yes. The domino effect is what they're very worried about. But the thing is, that's already happened. You've got to understand, and everyone needs to understand, whatever happens with Brexit now, other countries are seeing this, and it's going to have an effect. In fact, if Brexit is completely blocked, it'll probably hasten the process. Soupful says, on the same video, Australia stands by with mutual good, import, export, trade and low taxes. That's it. So does the United States. Deal is just about in the can. The deal has been approved by Parliament. It's Boris has withdrawn it now, partly because I think he actually doesn't want it. He was forced into it. And second, he wants WTO, just like I do. And secondly, the Parliament is just going to obstruct everything and they're just using it as a way of obstructing Brexit. Soupful says here, no delay, Brexit now, screw the EU bargain demands. Exactly, yes. And Soupful also says, UK shall benefit from Australia and Eurasian deals, stuff the Nazi EU. Precisely. And Steve Mumbling says underneath, Australia could sell you Bush Tucker man hats. They will go down a treat on the tube. Well, Steve, I wouldn't mind one of those, actually. If you, I think I'm ordering one. And Soupful says, let's just help each other, shall we? Yes, I quite agree. Well, Steve, if I get one of those, I'll be sure to do a video showing you how I look in it. Soupful is very vocal on this particular video. He or she says, the EU is supporting UK from Belgium of military forces. Well, is EU supporting the UK from Belgium? I think it's the other way around. But yeah, there's actually been foreign troops seen in Kent. It's all supposed to be for some kind of exercise, but you know, exercise can go live at any time, can't they? Soupful says, little Justy Trudeau is a forked farce. He's a horrible little man, isn't he? Yeah, he's like Macron. He is a clone of Macron. Soupful has posted a link here. Consortium News. What's that mean? What's Consortium News? Independent investigative journalism, political review. Oh, right. Thanks. Oh, looks interesting. Soupful has also sent another one. Mint Press News. Right. Let's have a look at that. What's that? Mint Press News. Oh, yeah. 5 years on Saudi attacks on Yemen. Yeah, that's horrible. That's horrible. That's evil what they're doing. And Britain's supporting them. And Jason Burmas, I know Jason Burmas. This is just ideas for Twitters to follow. Whitley Webb, I don't know. I've heard of Jason Burmas. I think he's the guy who does. Is it? Not the Iconoclast. What's he called? I can't remember. He's one of these kind of alt-right channels. I don't agree with everything they say, but they're very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Press for Truth and Press for Truth CI. I'm familiar with those, Soupful, thanks. This is all on another bloody delay. We Are Change, yes, good website, thanks, Soupful. I think Soupful here is the Kev Baker Show. Oh, Soupful has mentioned the Kev Baker Show, and I'm very familiar with that, and everyone who watches knows I'm a big Kev Baker fan. I've been on his show loads of times. I don't think you need replies. These are just a list of links here. I don't think you need replies to all of these. I'll just read them out here. LMRadio.net, American Freedom Press, Sean Atwood, yeah, Richard Dolan members, Richard Dolan, yes, Peace in Space, Project Camelot, Kerry Cassidy, yeah. So Soupful, thanks for all those links, much appreciated. I don't need to put replies on every single one of them. Right, so Fenlander says on another bloody delay. Fendler69, PSML, all frogs are a bit ginger beer, nice one. Oh, Alex Jones, yes. They're turning the frogs gay! But when he said frogs, he didn't mean the animal, did he? Neil Austin says on another bloody delay, Ben, your headboard seems to have a stern expression. Either it's equally fed up with the Brexit shenanigans, or it's pareidolia. I'm oscillating between the two positions. Well, actually, Neil, many people say it looks like Bungle from Rainbow. Yeah, that's often come up about. 69 Phuket says, I'll save you the 7-hour play, and just says it just is. Pareidolia. Have you the same about UK light switches? Sometimes I'll stick a banana sticker in your mouth. 69 Phuket, you know very well that I put timestamps on my video. Stop taking the mickey out now. And James Tilly Matthews says, the prominent bedpost on the night appears to be incredibly supportive and a bit too well polished for my liking, Mr. Austin. Enough of this blatant banana speak, Mr. Phuket. Really? What are you saying, James? You saying I'm using that bedpost for something disreputable? What's that, Mr. Tilly Matthews? Oh, Soupful says on another bloody day, UK is the old Rome. Well, it's funny enough. That's interesting actually, because the Roman Empire was part of the Illuminati, as is Britain. Yeah. And the Illuminati are centred in Britain. Alex Jones, yes, SkyNews.com.au. Honestly, of all those other things, and you put mainstream media here. Don Tellenpike says, on another bloody delay, the UK economy might just be so fragile that it depends upon the Christmas mass consumption ritual insanity. After all, why else would they want to continue with the charade if it wasn't for money? I saw a singing reindeer at the local store in September this year, for fuck's sake. A Brexit general election held in December is just too risky for the establishment. Oh, God. I saw bloody mince pies in Co-op. I wanted to wring their necks with boughs of holly. Oh, it's not even bonfire night yet, and we're getting the Christmas stuff. 69 Phuket, opening the door in winter to knockers. Let's the over-expensive heat out. So much for gas consumption. Oh, I wish. If a bloody canvasser from Labour or Lib Dems turns up at my home, I'm going to give them hell. I'm going to let fly. I really will. I'll vent. I will really vent. It's another bloody delay again. Phuket says, quick shufty at the comments pops up a disturbance in the force. Right, except most folks are not listening, just concerned about putting ready meals on their kids' table. Well, of course, that is the first priority, isn't it? It's an agenda for them that listen to radio and watch the news. It's not popular. It's not a popular cult. Well, you've got to try though, haven't you, Phuket? You have to try and put the information through. That's all you do. They did a superb job at dumbing down the masses. Unfortunately, yes. And with 5G, God knows. I just hope that 5G don't switch on before the 12th of December. Phuket says, reject your Ramona comment. This is an extremely polar disorder, in my opinion. Youngsters did not vote Brexit. Ask your kid. You're not helping social cohesion making extreme comments like that. Extreme comments? Extreme comments, Phuket? What, like racist, stupid, ignorant white van drivers? This is what they called us. I mean, there are people. I'm very mild. There are people going around saying that everyone who voted Remain in the 2016 should be prosecuted for treason. I don't say that. I think they do not deserve that. The people at the top do, the people behind the Remain campaign, but your average Remain voter is simply deluded and duped. No, I will not stop using the word Ramona. I don't think it has any effect on social cohesion, and my daughter voted Leave. As a kid, I watched endless hours of Weekend World to get us rocked to the theme tune. Da, 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 la, la, la. I used to like that, yeah. I think you've got the wrong end of a shitty stick. I don't, Phuket. I don't remember Weekend World. I just used to like the music, the theme tune. But, I won't play. I was thinking of playing it. You could hear it, but I'll probably get a third-party strike. Look it up. But I don't think so. I don't think I'm getting the wrong end of a shitty stick. And Steve Mumbling here has posted on another bloody delay. It's all too hard. Boris doesn't want to deal with it any more than May did. He does. He's totally different to Theresa May. He'll call an election hoping to lose, just as May did. No, he doesn't want to lose. Although his comments about Nigel Farage today are very worrying. Corbyn will get in and hold another referendum, and that'll be that. No Brexit. That's what I'm afraid of, you know, Steve. That's a worst case scenario, but it could happen. Boris will, of course, say, terribly sorry, we tried our best to deliver what the people wanted, and would have done had we remained in power. That's just politics, isn't it? Well, you know, Steve, that is a bad outcome, a possible bad outcome of the upcoming election, and it's not what I want, but it's possible. Boris needs to play this very carefully, and we, the electorate in Britain, need to play our side carefully too. Be aware of the electoral fraud and things like that. Ravenhill says, I'm hoping and praying for a clean Brexit. You're not the only one, mate. I'm on my knees every bloody night praying for it. Simon Jandrell says, on another bloody delay, kind of getting the feeling that Boris Johnson is just another clone of Theresa May, or like a dog chasing its tail. No, shit. So I've got to refresh. No, Simon, he's not. Look at what I said about. Just check out what I said about. Check out what I said about. To Margaret Edwards about Boris. Expat Taffy says, Simon Jandrell, exactly what I put in a newspaper article, mate. What I say is, I say to you, Boris is another May clone. What I think is, Boris is trying to label himself as a good guy, so when the election comes, people will be fooled into thinking that Boris is the good guy, and we should vote for him instead of Nigel Farage, which would give the Tories a big majority to do just what they fucking well like. Taffy, this goes back to, I mean, this is where Carolina Stevens and I disagree. Boris is. Are you saying he's some kind of Remainer in disguise? Then you must admit it's quite a disguise, isn't it? You must admit that. Is he playing some kind of 7-dimensional chess here? I mean, I do cover this in this, and indeed in the live stream. So check that out. And indeed, check out what I said about 10 minutes ago to Margaret Edwards. And Simon Jandrell says to Taffy, exactly. We're getting played. We're all getting played. This is now beginning to make sense. And Lisa says, why are we ever surprised about this? It's all part of a pre-planned game, I feel. I don't think so, Taffy and Lisa. I think more's going on here. There is a pre-planned game, but it's not working. I think this is literally, we are seeing it as it is. There's Ramonas who are working for the New World Order who want to keep Britain in the EU. Boris Johnson, people like Trump and other people are actually against that. They're against the New World Order. They're against the establishment. Taffy says on another bloody delay. First step in getting the UK in order is the introduction of British ID cards. No ID cards means no benefits whatsoever, no legal aid, no free healthcare, no job, no free housing, no vote, no bank accounts. I don't think it is, Taffy. I mean, that will create essentially a database state. I accept that with immigration, with the immigration and legal immigration and things like that, there is an incentive for that. But there are other solutions to that problem that don't involve making us flash our ID wherever we go. Prepare and bitter. Now, the voter ID is a different matter, and I do cover that. I think needs must in this case, and needs do must in this case, and voter ID is a different matter. It really is, for this particular upcoming election. Woden20 says, they are showing you your vote doesn't matter and the Prime Minister has no power. That's what they're trying to. That's kind of what the situation we're in, Woden. Yeah, people will still believe in their system. What a mind job! Avoiding mass immigration is not an option. That seems to be the how it's turning out. As I've said before, the Prime Minister, unless Boris can win his general election, he will have no power. The Ramonas have ganged up on him. They're bullying him. He can't do anything at the moment because the power has been taken out of his hands. YouTube has banned me writing, it's a word, well I'll say Coudenhoff-Kalergi plan. When written it normally looks normal to me, but no one else can see it. Stealth censorship. Oh, I see. So you've written it with the dashes between it to fool the algorithms. Yeah, very good. Very wise, Woden, yeah. But I don't mind talking about the Coudenhoff-Kalergi plan. If I get shadow banned for that, well, I've already been algorithm, so it makes no difference. I've got nothing to lose. What's more, this video will be on BitChute should it disappear from YouTube. Yeah, the Kalergi plan basically refers to the birth of the Pan-Europa movement in 1920. Richard Count von Coudenhoff-Kalergi was the instigator of it, and basically it was, I would consider it the birth of the project to build the European Union, which of course is intended to become one constituent part of the one world government. So thanks for that, Woden. That's absolutely true. Denzel Washington. Oh my goodness me. You were really good in Crimson Tide, mate. You're a great actor. You really are. And in Philadelphia. He
was in the hospital.
I see. Right. Denzel Washington has posted a link to a video I've already seen. Which is the Project Camelot interview with Kaz Clark and Gary Jones about the Penta UFO incident, and that's on my Penta 3 years on video. Dave wouldn't happen to be Gary and Kaz, would it? I don't know. Jump a barbed wire fence to save money after staying in a travel lodge. You fat fuck. I'm man exporter, as if that has anything to do with it. You're full of shit. Grow up and get a life. Oh, fuck you, Denzel. Honestly, you're a twat. You really are. I thought you were a good actor. I thought you played that guy trying to stop nuclear war really well. And you were even good in that Shakespeare thing, you know, Much Ado About Nothing, or whatever it's called. Playing the black character in that. You know, but I'll tell you what, you're an arsehole. I hope Hollywood kick you out. I hope you never pass another audition. I hope your wife leaves you and sues you, and you get on the front page of The Sun, and all these other things that you ex-actors end up doing, Denzel. To hell with you. You grow up and get a life, arsehole. Right, 1994 Hardcore Raver says, that's a good name, on Welcome to HPANWO TV, my very first video. It wasn't the first one I filmed, it was the first one I uploaded. Hey Ben, well done for all the work you've done over these years. Your channel deserves many more subscribers. Keep up the great channel. Thanks very much, Hardcore Raver. Thank you very much. I'll just to give you an idea of how long I've been doing this. This video I uploaded on my channel in when was it? Bloody heck. When did I upload this? There's a skinny young man with a bald head there on the 31st of January 2009. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Thanks very much, Hardcore Raver. I filmed a couple of videos before that too, yeah. Woolwich Foot Tunnel. Mr. Pan Yang says, the Woolwich side is South London, not East London. Take that baseball cap off. Alright, Mr. Geography Professor. Whatever it is, whatever it's south or east, I don't care. And the baseball cap stays on because I look awful without a baseball cap. I look like a human egg. Joel W says on another bloody delay, it's all bullshit. That's the point. Right, thank you for your comment. Fenlander says on Brexit extension live stream, hi Ben, hi Fenlander. How do you do? That's my most recent video. Snarnock said they probably want, on another bloody delay, Snarnock says they probably want to delay it as long as possible so that the whole 5G infrastructure is in place. At that point we would be powerless to do anything. That's one of my concerns. That's something Caroline Stevens gets right, and that worries me, yeah. Definitely. Parliamentary Progress live stream. Angela Walton says, good evening Ben, I'm a newbie here. Oh well, welcome Angela. Welcome to the channel. I hope you enjoy the videos, entertainments and education I've provided for you. Another bloody day. Did you see the Panthers at Spurs last Sunday? No. Are you talking about football? I haven't been following it. I like football, but I'm not a big football fan, you know? Angela says, sure, I watched the Sean Atwood interview David Icke about his new Renegade video, Alex Jones video about Sandy Hook. Right, I've not seen I know about the interview you're talking about with Sean Atwood. I've not seen it yet. It's on my bucket list. Alex Jones and the Sandy Hook thing is, Alex has been sued by it's a class action lawsuit by a group of people who claim to be the parents of the Sandy Hook children, and it's been awful to see actually. But I don't know what he's doing now. BZ Garson says on Brexit extension live stream, stop calling him Boris. He's not your bloody mate. Well, yes, he is actually. He is my mate. I think he's the mate of all of us right now. He's the only bloody mate we've got. He'd take a massive dump on you if it meant it would further his career. I don't agree. I don't agree, BZ. Oh, you may be proved right and I might be proved wrong, but so far there's no evidence for that. He's an inveterate liar and self-serving bastard. He's got you hook, line and sinker. Quit doffing your cap and tugging your forelock to the likes of the Bullingdon Club, Eton College, Oxford, privileged millionaire Johnson. It's really embarrassing. Stick with the woo, mate. Okay, I don't think I'm saying you admire a political figure or you respect a statesman. Is that really doffing your cap and tucking your forelock? Was it tugging your forelock and cap, whatever it is, your forelock? And that's an exaggeration. It's unfair. I know about his background. Bullying the Club, Eton, Oxford. Yes, he was in the Bullying the Club, and I've talked all about tortoises and damage and things like that. I live in Oxford. I've seen it myself. His background is different from Trump's. I know that. But is that a reason to say, because of his background, is that a reason to say to him, I'm going to ignore everything you say and prejudge you? Is it? Because I don't think that's fair. Right, Shill Slayers 2 says on Apollo Detectives, I've re-edited part 3 and removed all the small talk. Oh right, cheers. I've removed the stutters and blended the audio tracks, smoothed it over, and retracked to 7.1 surround sound. I also added video clips to help visualise what's being discussed. I worked with Scott on this via Skype. We both think it turned out very good. Cheers all. Oh, thank you very much. Give you a love heart, Shill Sayers. I'll check that out on your channel, and I appreciate the support you've given us with these Apollo Detectives videos, of the music and stuff like that, and all the stuff that Scott's done. I appreciate that. I'm sorry Scott hasn't been on lately. There's various reasons for that. I liked Scott's contribution personally. And give him my best wishes. Give Scott my best wishes. Keith M1 says on Am I a MGTOW? Hospital porters' death and misery, stop killing the elderly. I'm not. What's you talking about? That's a stupid comment. What on earth are you talking about, you arsehole? Keith M said, "You've just on MGTOW. You've just come to the realization that you weren't at the front of queue when they gave out the looks on the willy size. Have you been spying on me in the shower, Keith? You know what they say about men who spy on other men in the showers. You know what it means, don't you? Yes. Once you be honest and come clean, come out of the closet. You're among friends, will understand." MGTOW, Keith Ems, must be tough having an acorn as a penis. I wouldn't know, Keith. You're talking about yourself, presumably. Is it tough? How do you cope with it? Keith says, at least Kev Baker loves you, Ben. Oh, he does, and I love him. Kev's a great guy. I love being on his show. I've got to book another appointment with him, actually. I haven't done that yet. Keith M says, on MGTOW, a Thai woman is worth going for, Ben. Good cooks, trustworthy, love English gentleman. Ben's having a midlife crisis. Are you saying I should get into some kind of Little Britain sketch? Ting Tong and Mr. Dudley. Hello, Mr. Dudley. How are you? So, you Ting Tong. Keith M maybe. Oh, I'm going to delete that. You're being a dickhead now. I'm deleting that, you twat. Fuck you. Okay, Keith M says, I think the truth of why Sue left you is because you kept the spoon in the cup when drinking coffee. Rubbish. It's a habit of mine. It's just something I do. It doesn't matter. So you've got to watch your eyes. Keith M says, a fat wallet and a fat cock is all women are interested in. You see, you're generalising. You're doing that AWOL thing now, aren't you? Are you a MGTOW then? Is that what you are, Keith? You sad bastard. You really are. All you could do is insult me on the internet, like all you trolls do, and you're just pathetic. Hudak says, Ben, I call you Hudak. Are you Dutch? It looks like Dutch anyway. This is on Brexit Extension livestream. Hi Ben, I was wondering if you'd ever been to the Maple Durham watermill, which was used as the album cover for the Black Sabbath debut album. The Black Sabbath album cover features a depiction of Maple Durham watermill, situated on the River Thames in Oxfordshire, England. Standing in front of the watermill is a figure dressed in black. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Black Sabbath album covers. I'll put debut. Hang on, is it? Oh yes, I see it. I see it. Oh, there's Ozzy there, sort of sitting across the river from. No, I've not been there. I've not been there. No. Looks like a nice place. Helen Duncan, the most dangerous psychic in the world. Nocturnal Naznan says, it's in quotes now. Just because a body's different, well, that don't make them bad. They've crucified many for the special gifts they had. These Old Bones by Dolly Parton. I love this. I think Helen Duncan would too. Thanks for your perspective. Thank you very much. I know that Maggie Hahn, Helen's granddaughter, really likes this too. And I've heard that Helen is actually looking over me from the spirit world. That song by Dolly Parton is quite disturbing. I know the one you mean, because she goes on to talk about what sounds to me like satanic ritual abuse. And seeing as she was very close to show business, I do wonder what she went through and what she knows. Paul Fisher says 6 hours ago. We're now getting into the period when I've been actually filming this. Paul Fisher says all MPs are only in it to get money. No party whatsoever will be in any good for us poor people. Not all MPs, Paul. I think there are some exceptions. They're all corrupt and full of pedos and are mostly psychopaths. No, again, not all. I, for one, won't vote for any psychopath in at all. Wake up. I wish you'd use punctuation and spelling, proper spelling. You won't vote for any psychopath. Right, well, I wouldn't vote for any psychopath either, but I don't believe I'm going to be. I think in the post-2016 world... How am I doing for time? Let's see if this is going to be a 9-hour job. Oh yeah, 1 minute. This is going to be 9 hours plus, guys. I'm going to break the 9-hour mark, even if I don't break the 10-hour. I think in the post-2016 world, it's different. Things are different, Paul. In the post-2016 world, it's now worth voting because the Illuminati are losing control of the political process. You know, before 2016, I would have agreed with every word you said here. But I don't anymore. Wake up, people. All they want is to enslave you and tax you to death. Meanwhile, on the EU gravy train, they all get to be rich and fat cats. Parliament is corrupt to the core. People need to wake up and not vote for any of them. Then what will they do without your vote? Think about it. Well, again, in the pre-2016 world, I would agree with you. I actually wrote an article which I'm a bit embarrassed about now. I wrote it just before 2016. It was a reply to another angry Yorkshireman, because he was talking about people who choose not to vote, and I was replying to him. I've had this debate with Ian R. Crane. I used not to agree. Now I do. And it's been interesting. It's been interesting having that experience of changing my mind over these things. Maybe, you know, because like I said, I used to say what you say. Maybe at some point, Paul, you will come round to the 2016 reality and you will say what I'm saying. I'm not sure anyway, but anyway, this alarm's going to go off in a minute. Bloody hell, I'm tired. It's going to be 10 hours plus. My God, I'm going to change the tag now. No, 9 hours plus. Sorry, 9 hours plus. The 10th hour, so it's 9 hours plus. I've been doing this since 10:30 this morning. It's now 11:20 in the evening. Where do I get this? Where do I get the energy to do all this? Amazing. Oh, where are we now? Right. Right. I don't think I need the timer for the next bit. Anyway, I'm just going to stop the recording and save this, and then that'll be the last bit because I'm nearly at the top of the line now, and then I've got to do BitChute. Right then, here we go. 9 hours plus, but let's go for the finish. I'm going to finish it tonight. I'll edit process overnight. I'll edit it before I go to bed. It'll be easy. But anyway, hopefully I'll upload the first part tomorrow. Proselytizing Orthodox Pentecostal Trans Rabbit has posted a rather interesting link. Let's have a look. What's this as a link? What's this, Rabbit? What's this here? David Icke comedy superstar.
Have a kind of reptilian of the number.
Okay, I'll read this. I'll watch this later, Rabbit. But thank you very much. It's a short video about David Icke. And Rabbit says again on the MGTOW video. The official Wabbit with you. I'm watching Wabbits. This was a surprisingly insightful commentary on the MGTOW phenomenon. Although whether Ben is a MGTOW himself, I still don't know, as I only managed 17 minutes of this 2-hour long video. It was actually slightly less than 2 hours, Rabbit. It was about 1 hour 50 minutes. And if you can bring yourself and sort of like strap in, get the popcorn and watch the rest of it, you'll find out the solution to that conundrum, whether I myself am a MGTOW. Right, we've reached the top. This is Myth Z right at the top, 51 minutes ago from when I'm recording. Furthermore, you contradict yourself. You say Professor Cox knows more about particle physics than you'd forgot over lunch. If ghosts give off light, that's a photon, which is a particle. Yes, but where does the particle come from, Myth said. You see, this is the point. It doesn't take into account other dimensions and things like that, parallel universes, the zero-point fields. Anyway, let me go to BitChute. Again, I've had quite a lot of BitChute comments. I'm getting more well-known on BitChute now. Total War has said here. This is on another bloody delay. Since Boris Johnson did not specify, Europe will now determine the length of any Brexit extension. Exactly, yes. And he posts a picture of the band Europe, and I say underneath, let's hope this really is the final countdown. Ha ha ha. Yep. Total War says, I didn't vote in the thing. I went to the polling station and looked at the voting paper. That's the referendum, I take you mean. My spidey senses told me that this was nothing but a posh boy spat that had gone out of hand. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm a 2016er. It is not nothing of the sort. I'm pleased I didn't. And it wasn't too long for the facade to start falling down to reveal itself, and I was right. It was a Tory and ex-Tory waving willies at each other. No, and I say here underneath, I'm different. I'm a true 2016er. See my video, Why 2016 Matters. And Total War says, yes, I watched that. A number of questions. What is the old world order, and why is that more favourable? Looking at history, I don't see a great deal of stability in the old world order. I reply, unfortunately we only have mythology to go by. However, we can make an educated guess based on the effects of the Illuminati have on the world during the last 5,000 to 6,000 years, which may give us a clue of basically what the pre-Illuminati world might have been like. There's great mythologies about the fall of man, about how we lived, the Garden of Eden and Atlantis and things like that, which indicate what the pre-Illuminati world might have been like. Total War says, mythology is based on gods and demigods, and if you honestly still believed in a disproved system to be nothing but old wives' tales and a hogwash, not true. Look at the methods of the myths of the global flood. That's based on reality. Then honestly, there is no hope of moving forward. Oh. Another of these. You're a smug bastard, Total War. You really are. Are we going to reintroduce the ducking stool for those who might just forecast the weather? The idea of an Illuminati is a broad spectrum depending on who you talk to. Some people think it's UFOs, Knights Templar, Adam and Eve, Rothschilds, all pretty silly and childish to the point of having the need to create a boogeyman. No, I disagree with that. I've explained many times. In fact, you can find videos on my channel where I explain why it's not like that. The Illuminati and the cycle from the fall of man to the rise of man and things like that. Okay, I've actually had some interesting comments from James Tilly Matthews on my video called Eurocouncil Livestream, but it's about something different. It's about another subject I won't talk about. I replied to him on this, but unfortunately James decided he didn't want to continue the conversation and he deleted all his comments, which was a shame because I was quite happy to discuss this issue with you. If you change your mind, James, please let me know. Right, and now we're nearly done now. I'm just going to go back to the channel comments and just refresh the page to see if any have appeared since I last refreshed it. No, they haven't. Myth Z 1 hour ago was the last one. So that endeth this another 25th comments reply video. I've come to the end. I started at 9:30. It's now 11:30 at night. Oh, do you know what? I feel I could go on for another 6 hours. I'm going to edit this before I go to sleep. I mean, I've only got one job to do tomorrow, so it doesn't matter if I go to bed a bit late. So what I'll be doing is I'll edit this. It'll take all night to process, and I'll upload hopefully both of them tomorrow. At least I'll upload the first part tomorrow because it's going to be a two-parter. It's been fun. I've enjoyed doing this marathon. Once again, a marathon comments reply video. Thank you, all of you, for all your comments. This video couldn't happen without your comments. It literally, for obvious reasons, and I really appreciate you taking the time to put them on there, especially the people who wrote long, detailed comments. Some of you said very heartfelt things, and I really appreciate that. I really love my viewers. I think they're really great, and I will hopefully keep you entertained and informed in the future until the next comments reply video. So friends and enemies alike, thank you very much. And even some of the rude comments were very amusing, and I had fun with them. So You know, I'm not bothered. I mean, any of the genuine trolls are all blocked anyway. So thank you very much, all of you. And, well, there's more videos coming soon. I've got some ideas for videos for next week. I'm going to Lapis next weekend, so that might be my next video, actually. I might not be able to do another video before the Lapis conference, in which case that will be when I get back the weekend after next. So if you don't hear from me, if there's no uploads for a week or so, don't worry. Besides, it'll probably take you all that time to watch this one. So thank you for watching HPANWO TV yet again. Hospital Porters, Pride and Dignity. Stop the New World Order.